Where's Lonerbot? Why is he not? Why is the streamer not on the screen? No, fuck off. What a the amount of graft I do for you guys. Okay, fuck. Whew. I can't believe there's a trend. I can't believe there's a trend of people comparing the Columbia building occupation with the barricades and the bike locks and the fucking smashed windows and the resisting arrest, are comparing it to lunch counter sit-ins. I can't believe they're doing that. Why? Just say the sit-ins weren't violent enough. Lunches were violent in the 60s. I mean, I know the segregationists were violent. The people would turn up and pour ketchup over people's heads and hit them and whack them with sticks and shit like that. Yeah, they did that. But god damn it, anyway, whatever. Whatever. I just... NYPD hype video. Oh no. Is this the hype April 30th? Oh no. What did they do?
So now, right there, what I'm looking at, that's Hamilton Hall. He's on top of it. There's no, and that's the sidewalk.
Are you
like,
fucking kidding me?
That big? That's Amsterdam Avenue. So we got Hamilton is a little further down. Is this Hamilton right here? No. You believe that all the entrances are somehow barricaded. What entrance do we believe is the entrance where we have the least resistance?
This music, bro. What the fuck? This is 4.5 minutes long. What?
We're not going to be moving. Probably
right. You got some planned process up there.
Yeah. We want to start getting the balls.
Oh, shit. This is like Hezbollah tier. This is Hamas Hezbollah propaganda tier. This is amazing. They got the bass drops. Fuck. This is really impressive. Okay. Fuck's sake, man. This video is gonna make me ACAB. They actually filmed the operation. I thought it was prep.
Right now, we're inside of the Hamilton building in the Columbia University. We're on the 3rd floor of the methodically going through the building, looking for the student protesters that took over this building. As you can see, the emergency service is behind us, conducting operations. We're checking each floor. We're checking each door. If we come over here, you can see that they have set up sort of an encampment inside of the classroom. There's sleeping bags all over the place. And when we actually came in here, they actually had
remember when I blockaded this? It was crazy.
The desk barricaded up to the window so that thinking that we were going to come in and get them.
Thorough job by ESU so far, as professional as can be, making sure everything is safe before we move on. Feel totally comfortable, totally safe with these guys. Man. This is who you call when the police need help.
It's kind of underwhelming when you see it from the inside, isn't it? Oh! Oh god. Read what they had on the blackboard. Where's the blackboard? Is there a blackboard here? Do they even have blackboards anymore? Wait, sorry, who uses a blackboard? In 2024. Earlier. The cops had something on the blackboard. First room. Oh, the uni or the cops? Bro, I remember the days of the blackboard. I feel like teachers who used blackboards deserve so much more credit than they were ever given. Attack when your enemy is weak and you are strong. Political power comes from the barrel of a gun. The countryside surrounds the city. What the fuck? I feel like they're not really, they didn't really live up to these principles when the cops arrived, did they? What? They had security detail? Is that what that is? Ivy League still use blackboards for the aesthetic. Mate, if you teach with a blackboard, you're a demigod. You understand that you don't have any... It's a complete mess if you make a mistake or if you have to replace whatever you've written. Like, you don't have the internet, you don't have any of these like slideshows or anything. It's just you and a little bit of chalk and a blackboard up against the rest of the world. Attack when your enemy is weak and you are strong. Oh God. Oh shit.
Feel totally comfortable, totally safe with these guys, man. This is who you call when the police need help.
They were gonna go Sun Tzu on the cops. Yeah, like fucking anime gamer Sun Tzu.
All right, it's 10:35. We're on the campus of Columbia in the tent city, which you see is cleared. Just a remarkable plan.
Just a remarkable plan. Nothing bad ever happens to the Kennedys or the NYPD.
An execution by the NYPD, and more importantly, these cops on the perimeter who got this.
Nothing bad ever happens to the cops on the perimeter.
Who got this secured. Special thanks to our emergency service, our SRG group. Second to none. As of right now, this campus is secure by NYPD personnel. This is how we get it done.
This is not a tent city, this is New York City. It's our city. And if you're thinking about doing something like this, take a look around, see how fast we cleared it out. This could be you.
This could
The conditions
be
in this courtyard are just deplorable. It smells bad.
Oh.
It just reeks. And no student, nobody should have to endure this and being on the campus. Like I said before, lawlessness, that's what this...
Why is the music still going? He's just talking about the smell.
That's what this, we thought it what symbolizes. And we're not going to have lawlessness in our city. So Columbia reached out to us. We came in here, we took action. And this is the result of our action. To any other individuals that want to protest, there are other ways to do it besides setting up tents and living like this. This is not the way to get your point across.
Timmy, again, if you want to set up tents on the lawn of a university, that's fine. Go ahead. The fact is, though, is that people always forget the second half of civil disobedience. I mean, actual 60s civil disobedience is you do your thing, you protest what you think is an unjust law, or you break the law in order to protest a gross injustice or whatever. But a country like America, in a liberal democracy, typically, if you're doing civil disobedience, the first half is you break the law. The second half is you accept the penalty. You say, all right, the cops are here. It's time. Let's go. Rather than this fucking setting up setting up in the fucking LARP bunker and going on a barricading yourself inside and going on the blackboard and writing fucking strike when the enemy is weak. Show no mercy, for they shall show them no mercy, for you shall receive none. Like, okay. We shall strike like the coiled viper.
You're thinking about setting up tents anyplace else in the city. Think again, because colleges will reach out to us.
A protester uses his strength for knowledge and defense, never for attack. Unless the person you're attacking is weak. Apparently, okay.
And we'll come there, we'll strike you, take you to jail, like we did over here. Thank
Gosh.
you. Have a good night.
Let's see. Strike when the enemy is weak. Oh God. They got shields and shit. By the way, you know, in Ukraine, people did do this. They armed up and used shields and shit like that. They did that after the Berkut were firing on peaceful protesters. Oh, I need to get... Oh, can you imagine how this looks to Anastasia? Ukrainian Anna, the Maidan protesters? The fact that they were peaceful and then they got beaten up at first and then spat at by not only cops but also counter-protesters, and then they started to garner sympathy. More people joined in. The cops get fucking a bit edgy, they're a bit more violent, and then people get more sympathy, and then there are a lot of protesters, and then Yanukovych starts to shit himself, and then the cops start firing on protesters, and then it's a full-blown revolution and people are going around with shields and like guns and shit like that. Like, people don't understand how one exactly led to the other. But I guess it's such a weird thing. Is it just because they're getting all this, they're inspired by tactics that are being used by other people in massively different circumstances in different parts of the world? There's no need for that. What the fuck? You're in America, bro. All right, let's see. Okay.
Yeah.
They're not really in formation, are they? They're a little bit loosey-goosey. What are they doing? God, it doesn't really help that this cop is like a human bowling ball. This is like you know when people take cocaine. I wouldn't know, obviously. I'm only speaking for other people who would do such horrible things. Like, you think you can take on the world, right? That's why you see those videos with John Zerka, where he starts fights with absolutely fucking everyone and always loses, because he probably isn't in a space where he thinks he's like coked up enough that he thinks he can handle it, because it's... Wait, there must be a clearer shot of this, right? What was it? Remember I was arguing in that panel and Doe was talking about how you should de-arrest your friends? That's like a way, it's like get your friends de-arrested at protests, like fight with cops, basically. And I was like, it's easier to tell other people to do that in a protest situation. Like, What a... What are you doing? What'd I do? I didn't even do anything. United States of America, First Amendment. Okay, all right. Apparently there's a cleaner shot. Okay. Oh no.
Yeah.
Where did this happen? Why are they out of formation? Stop, you're under arrest. Stop. I'm sorry. It's not. I don't like watching people get hurt, but it's like the guy made his deal with God, didn't he? this guy made he's an adult. He he made a decision. Did that shield bend? What's this? Who the fuck is this? It's fucking Wolverine with like adamantium bones. His shield is bendy. What is his shield made out of? Is it like a wrestling trash can? I'm sorry, I get it. Fuck me. Plastic. Oh god. Okay, one more time. I just.
Yeah. Hey, stop! I got it right now. Stop, they're doing their job.
Okay. Wow. Oh well. That's what you do. You decide to play a game of man versus car or student versus cop. Captain Palestine in the back. Yeah, I saw that. The Palestine Avengers. Oh no. Eek. What is the sentence for assaulting a cop? This guy is assaulting a cop, right? Like he's trying to he tried to ram into a cop with a shield. With a piece of bin and a helmet on. Oh well, it's a good thing his parents can pay for a good legal defense, eh? If this is Columbia, private university. Oh well. What's the plan? There is no plan. The plan is to... I don't know. It's almost as if... It's almost as if these guys don't really have a plan. Like they lack the discipline. I feel like Jon Snow talking to the wildlings. You don't have the discipline. Well, rip. Sorry that happened. Were they trying to escape? I don't know what they were trying to do. The guy said, "Stop, you're under arrest." And the guy didn't stop, and he was like, "We'll see about that." Strike. Remember what they said in the blackboard. That's what he was thinking. He was thinking, remember what they said in the blackboard. Strike when you're strong and your enemy's weak. Pinhead Larry, thanks for the $5. When's this movie releasing? Yeah, well. Niall, thanks for the $1.99. This looks like a Tim and Eric skit. I don't know what that is, but I'm sure it's funny. Thanks for the 10 Canadian, Samuel Jones. This police video is so cringe, I'm embarrassed for whoever made it. Yeah, well. Copaganda. Okay. Shall we... Oh, apparently FD Signifier mentioned me in a conversation with this guy. Who's it? Remember this guy? Was it here? Oh, it's only a 14-second clip. I don't know. Apparently FD Signifier spoke about me in this. Okay.
Destiny?
Be careful with Destiny.
Okay.
Because
I've never
I know this guy. We watch this guy's videos. He makes like he's kind of small creator. He makes videos making fun of like Hassan, FD Signifier, Noah Sad, like internet. Yeah. He's like a kind of. I'm pretty sure he's like a liberal dude who makes fun of internet leftists. Anti-fresh and fit, blatant racist. Sorry, anti-red pill. He's quite funny if I remember correctly. Steven Crowder, Hassan, you're being radicalized. Actually, a couple of his videos did really well. This is the one we watched, the worst political streamer. Got 300,000 views. Damn. The anti-Hassan well is just... it's never ending, isn't it? It's bottomless. Okay.
Be careful with Destiny.
Be careful with Destiny.
Okay.
Because
I've never spoken to him.
Right, does FT Signifier just go into all these different people's channels and tell them to look out for that dastardly Destiny? What? Why? Like a fucking mother telling their kid to stop hanging around with those hoodlums. What the? It's so strange. What? Okay. Ugh.
There's a good chance you will in the near future if you keep going, even if you don't become anti-SJW.
Sure.
There's a good chance you will in the near future.
Oh no, you'll become an arbiter.
My political issues at Destiny, I recognize that he is a entertaining media figure and a skilled creator. But he is a cannibal.
You said a cannibal?
See, what's much better is if you hang around with this crowd, right? With these guys, with like FD and Noah Samson or Professor Flowers, and you have like little fucking 4-hour circle fucking wank sessions talking about how this one person is transphobic. None of you can really explain why. It's just a kind of vibe. And then she debates you on it with Kidology, right? She debates you on it and she asks you why do you like, what did I say that's transphobic? And he just like starts linking her ContraPoints videos and shit. Like, oh God. Ugh.
He is a cannibal of channels.
Oh wow.
And so like you're don't become an orbiter.
Sure. Yeah. I hear you.
You know what I'm saying? But yeah, because some people, they don't realize they become that till they do, and it's like, ugh, good luck with that.
I
You know what's interesting is Hassan and Vosh were both orbiters. That's how they started. They were both orbiters. They both started with like no audience and went to Destiny's stream and got their views. Does that? I feel like a lot of people don't know about the Hassan one though. That just doesn't get brought up very often. Except Hassan kind of posed as a much more moderate social democrat Bernie kind of guy before then, until he eventually started letting slip and realized that to just regurgitate the most surface level communist propaganda was actually very, very popular in 2019.
I hear you on that becoming like an orbiter of really anyone. I hear that you don't want to be like become a prisoner to that. I think in fairness to Destiny though, I think he's you know, they definitely distanced themselves from him, but you know, he gave Vosh some kind of started his career. Hassan, he gave him a lot of clout. So I don't know, maybe it has a little bit more to do with how the people handle it. But
that was a different era. Right?
Fair.
So that was
Hassan at TYT audience has been consistent. No, his views might have been consistent, but the way he presented his views was absolutely not consistent. You are pissing in the wind if you think that his views were the same in terms of his rhetoric and the way that he engaged. Absolutely not. Before, he was like a unions, healthcare. Well, he still does it though. Whenever he's talking to big channels, he will talk about unions and healthcare and all the SOCDEM stuff. And when he's got his more extreme audience, it's re-education. It's like the evil Zionist devil machine or whatever. Yeah, he switches to and fro with it. Yeah. Or what is it like? That like in his society, like no one would be allowed to do private industry, like private businesses. So no, he's not. Yeah.
A different era. Bosch's career has not, like, Bosch and Destiny were kind of in an arms race, and he lost.
Who lost, Destiny or Bosch?
Bosch lost. Oh no, Bosch, very clearly.
Yeah.
And you go look at Vosh's numbers, you go look at Destiny's numbers. Now, Vosh didn't help himself with the Pedialyte shit, and
recently he got fucked up.
Trying to be within this leftist sphere, but having pretty reactionary tendencies around race, etc. Like you can get away with that as a centrist or
Would
as
you
a
say
liberal.
that segregation
You can't get away
is
with
natural
that
in
Oh, it's someone else's chat.
certain aspects, like how some black people usually socialize in a barbershop and some
also,
white
to be
people
fair
do
to
so
them,
playing
Hassan
golf.
looks like a model and is very charismatic, and Vosh is very charismatic.
Sure.
Most of Destiny's orbiters know
somewhat
some shade, no shade, but somewhat just being real. They're not very talented.
Sure.
They're not really built for getting larger platforms.
Sure.
And the ones that could have larger platforms, the Destiny stink can be a not just I don't want to call it the stink.
Well, you definitely did.
Yeah.
Okay, what would you want to?
I will say, whose fault is that? I don't really know if I'm the one to blame that when I have arguments with someone, the best counter argument they have to me 99% of the time is, oh, you're friends with Destiny. I'm like, okay, well, first of all, that makes me feel good because it suggests you have nothing against what I'm actually saying, or you can't meaningfully engage with what I'm saying because I tend to know more than most of these cunts. But I don't really know. That's like a boogeyman problem. That's not my problem. Like if people want to use that defense.
I'm gonna call it then.
The basically like so Destiny has probably
because you nitpick everyone on the left of you. I think you think it's nitpicking because again, if you thought there was any actual, if I was wrong about anything, you wouldn't complain by calling it nitpicking. I don't think it's nitpicking. I don't think it's nitpicking when the people I'm opposing have radically different views of what they think the solutions should be to certain problems, right? It's not nitpicking when the conclusions of the people I'm arguing with are literally that Israel should be abolished and fucking replaced by a single state of Palestine and that'll be fine. That's not, when I criticize people who have those conclusions, that's not nitpicking. That's a pretty substantive disagreement. And if you're complaining that what I'm doing is nitpicking, that's usually because most people who engage in politics in this space have a pretty simple routine where they grab a bunch of headlines or bullet points about any particular thing, they list them all, and then I point out one or two and I'm like, okay, wait, first of all, this one's wrong for this reason. Let's go into a bit more depth. And they're like, oh, you're nitpicking. That's kind of the what I've been used to for the last few months now. That's kind of what I've noticed, but you know.
Like, I don't know, 800,000 subscribers.
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
But he has one of the most rabid fan bases.
Sure, yeah.
That fan base.
Very intense.
Like, when you become, they're intense, and they can build you up.
Sure, yeah.
They can bring you into like prominence.
Sure, yeah.
But that's probably you guys. I will say you guys are rabid.
As soon as you get on Destiny's bad side, which is pretty much inevitable, like there's not a single person that hasn't except for Abba, and I won't
speak.
Oh, they're saying nice things about me in the chat. That's cute.
I won't go further there.
Hey,
no, let's not.
It becomes kind of like then you end up a Destiny anti-hero. You become one of his rogues galleries.
I hear you. I don't know. I feel like there's a couple new ones now. You got like Erudite and Loner Box. I don't know. I feel like Loner Box.
Oh, he's mentioning me. Do you think FD is going to say nice things about me after hearing? I've interacted with him like once and barely. I guess it was nitpicking, wasn't it? Oh God. The only interaction I've ever had with FD Signifier was I responded to a video that he had about deplatforming because I disagreed with him. Let's see. How long ago was this? Like 2 years? 2 years. God, it's a while ago. Live channels fill up very quickly. It was around here. When he made this whole case for deplatforming on one of his second channels, and he brought up 3 studies that he claimed had supported the idea that you should get conservatives or reactionaries, very vague term for how he would use it, but that you should deplatform them as quickly as possible. Get them fucking out, deplatform them more, and when they're smaller so that they can't grow and take their audiences with them to other platforms. And I looked at all 3 of those studies and had a little skim through and found out that he had basically misrepresented all of them, that he had exaggerated and basically lied about their claims. And then he actually did leave a response, but kind of didn't really address that main claim. Is the response even there? Oh, there he is. Yeah, he actually... But he didn't really mention the thing that I was saying, so okay. And that's the last I heard of him. And then I used the studies that he'd mentioned to make a full video essay about actually the opposite argument about why deplatforming doesn't actually achieve what people like FT Signifier think it does, and why the studies generally. So what studies generally say about deplatforming that I saw, the ones that FT Signifier put forward actually, were that it helps to make a particular website or platform better in the short term. That it basically, if you're YouTube and you deplatform extremists, your platform will be more advertiser friendly, it'll be less toxic, and yeah, that works, right? But what it doesn't account for is what it does to the greater internet ecosystem. That if you deplatform people from YouTube or from Twitter or wherever else, they're going to go somewhere else. And the more aggressively you deplatform, the more quickly you are pushing people into alternative platforms. And those alternative platforms might never grow as fast as the big ones, but they don't need to. They just need to grow big enough that there can be a sufficiently alternative, large alternate media space where people become more radicalized, more disconnected, more absent alternative views. And that is actually quite threatening, because at the end of the day, it doesn't take a 51% majority of extremists to take over a country or to cause sufficient damage. Most of these countries in Europe that have really like nasty right-wing presences, they started doing that when right-wing parties, like those far-right parties, only had like 20% of the vote. They don't need to dominate. They just need to be big enough and extreme enough to cause that kind of damage. And it seems to be that when we deplatform people from mainstream platforms, they do become more toxic in alternative platforms. And what do we have now? In the United States, we literally have a country where the majority of voters for the opposition party believes that the election was fake. That's insane. That is horrible. Do you think they're learning that on mainstream media and YouTube? No, they're learning that on Truth Social, or they're learning that on Rumble, and they're learning that on all these alt platforms that other people were pushed out of, or pushed into. So Facebook is probably an exception, yeah. But anyway, I made that case, and he, I guess he's still grumpy about it, maybe. I don't know. That's the only impression the only back and forth I've ever had with him, though. Yeah.
Maybe out of following before him. I don't know all the lore, but I think I understand what you're saying. But sorry, I cut you off.
Erudite and Lonerbox could be bigger if they were more Lonerbox. Well, Erudite probably in particular.
Oh,
Lonerbox not so much. I don't think Lonerbox is all that great.
Okay. Oh well. Damn. Still mad. Still sulking. He's right about the first half. He is right that I would be bigger if I didn't go the way I did over the last 2 years. If I just stayed appeasing that partisan left-wing audience forever. Of course I'd get, yeah. I think that's very obvious. Because I think, first of all, I did have my own audience way before speaking to Destiny. The first time I spoke to Destiny was around here, I think. But, I had all this going on. But I remember very clearly when my channel growth, which was actually pretty fast to begin with, like the first video, 500,000 views. So, like, the plateau started around the time when I started challenging people on the far left. And then things started to slow down. People started to lose interest. Algorithms less friendly. Like, because it doesn't take much to piss off that left-wing orthodoxy. It was like there was Rittenhouse, there was Ukraine, there was the Queen's death, there was Bad Empanada in Palestine, and then there was the trans genocide shit that happened around here. So yeah, that did absolutely hurt my channel growth, and I plateaued ever since then on this place. I also started producing less videos and went more live. But at the end of the day, I would rather stream to 100 viewers for the rest of my life than have stayed on this trajectory of constantly just avoiding any topic that might rock the boat with the far left people, and just trying to appease them and kowtow to them all the way up. Like, I would, even if it meant 1 million subs by now, fuck that. Like, can you imagine if I'd stayed on the appeasement fucking bandwagon all the way until now, where I'd be locked into a corner of having to repeat the fucking rhetoric of pro-Hamas people, or to repeat the fucking, or to even just like do, or even just not be able to criticize that part of that part of the conflict. That would be insane. Fuck that. No, thank you. So, yeah, I don't know. I hope FD Signifier doesn't just care about the views and the size of the audience. I feel like it matters more to be able to say what you actually believe, even if the consequences are what they are. But we all know that if you're a creator and you build an initial audience that is very specific and you rock that boat, it's very hard to come back out of that. Like, honestly, over the last year or 2 years, there were plenty of periods where I just thought I was done. I just thought I've rocked the boat too hard. There's not coming back. Or if I do come back, it's going to be the most cringe, embarrassing fucking, like, tone policing or being hyper careful with my words in every video essay. Like, no, fuck that. Absolutely not. No, thank you. No, 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 no. Because I told you guys about this before, right? And I'll say it again. You understand that left-wing audiences, the ones who aren't fully bought in, because not all of them are actually as bought in as they might look from the outside. Left-wing creators are scared of their audiences. They know what happened with ContraPoints over the slightest break from orthodoxy over what? I don't even remember what it was over. Was it like non-binary people or some shit? Even though she still has a pretty progressive view on non-binary. Like, I don't even know. I don't remember what that was about. But she was like taken to fucking hell and back for that. Not even to mention whether it was like people saw what happened there. People saw that, and people know. People also read their own comment sections, and they know what happens when 1 or 2 lines in their video can get dropped, and people will respond to it pretty fucking aggressively, right? Like, even just like if you throw caveats in, this has happened. Like, that's all you need to do to rock the boat with people. It's really it is quite scary. And I know this because whenever I've had the odd spat every now and then with other left-wing creators and things like that, or even just on Twitter, or when I've been, I don't know, cancelled, I guess. But like, whenever I've been through any of those phases, whether it was Rittenhouse or the Queen or the trans genocide or the Palestine stuff right now, I always get big left-wing creators, at least 1 or 2, appearing in my DMs, or sometimes maybe once or twice in the comment sections, saying that they actually found my position like quite convincing, or they thought, or even if it was just like, I don't really know why people are so mad at you. This doesn't seem like that much. I feel like this is a bit disproportionate. Like, I've had that every single time. Oh yeah, Lindsay Ellis as well. Yeah, I've had that every single time. I don't blame them for not speaking out, because it's usually over things that are maybe not the priority on their political agenda, so it doesn't really matter. I actually knew people as well who agreed with me on Rittenhouse, who were insanely far left, who agreed that it was self-defense, but they were just like, yeah, I just don't really care enough about the issue, though. I don't really care about fighting over that, because it's like at the end of the day, it was like one incident, you know. It was an altercation that happened in one town at one protest. Like, that's not my political goal, is to fight over that. So it's like, okay, fair enough. Like, I don't even blame people for that. But no, I'm not dropping names, you moron. That's a reason a lot of these really far left people didn't make videos about Ukraine. It's because they knew that the left was split on Ukraine. The left was split from the very logical argument that if a country gets invaded for no reason, it's like, there's not really that much nuance there. It's pretty straightforward, even if that country that's being invaded is being supported by the United States. But people went quiet about it because there was a left-wing split. There was a split between the tankies and the maybe more social democrat leaning or Demstock left. There was so that's why people stayed quiet. So, no, I actually have no regrets, really. No, I'd do it all again. Okay, anyway. But also, yeah, whatever, like, fuck. What was your take on the Queen? I just said it was cringe that people were celebrating her death, because the problem is that in order to celebrate someone's death, especially someone who is, you know, technically kind of like a civilian, right? Then you have to have some pretty strong justifications. And because most people don't really know anything about British history or the Queen or whatever, they just started making shit up. Like, people started saying that she opposed, that she supported keeping apartheid in place, even though she actually did the complete opposite. Yeah, it was just, people just kept on like fabricating stuff about her to justify the hatred and shit. I just thought it was really dumb. Yeah. Even though there are plenty of critiques you can make of the Queen and the monarchy, it's actually quite straightforward because it's a queen and a monarchy, like, bro. But yeah, I don't know. Someone, remember I had that debate with someone who was like, she should have pushed to get the Falklands handed back to Argentina. And I was like, what? Do you have any idea how the Falklands and Argentina and the British, how that actually came to be? What? Yeah, I don't know. God. But okay, whatever. Does it continue?
Wow.
Erudite in particular could be bigger, I think, if she was less beholden to being a part of Destiny's crew. I think she could have built herself a bigger platform. She could have maybe popped in once or twice to get a buzz, but like, you'll understand as you get, like, it's hard to see from certain perspectives.
Sure.
All I'm really getting at,
Oh, thanks for defending me, you Kamal people. Thank you very much, Chatters.
is I
That's
think
cute.
you have this video that was talking shit about me that I didn't think was true and disagreed with. I watched most of it,
some of it,
and enjoyed what I watched. I wasn't just watching it to see.
Oh, these guys are
who's talking shit about me.
These guys are nice to me. Oh, that's really cute. Oh. Hey. Oh God, I actually have a bit of a regret now because when I made this civil rights video, I think in this phase, I just wasn't really up for fighting. I just didn't really, because I'm not always wanting to fight people. Not always, most of the time. But this time I was like, I just want to make a nice little video about civil rights movement, you know, like do all the research and blah, blah, blah. So even though I knew that FD Signifier had said very dumb things about MLK and Malcolm X and shit, I was thinking about dropping in some of his clips and like responding to them in this, but I chose not to. Maybe I should have. He was one of the ones who was suggesting this idea that MLK was only non-violent for practical reasons and not moral, even though he explicitly over and over and over again said it was a moral position. But yeah, whatever. Whatever. Is what it is.
Me now.
Learner box bashing SMH.
I was like, oh, this nigga's funny.
Thanks, man.
That was a funny cutaway joke. That is a funny delivery of a line. I see, you know, the ridiculous cuts and the.
This is a pro learner box zone.
First like 5.
I like FD, but this is nasty work. Damn, they're not falling for him. Damn. What the fuck is it? What is this? Why is he going to this little creator's channel and telling him who to hang out with and not? Ooh, that guy's bad news. You know, you want to stay away from those kids, those troublesome truckers. Fuck me. Can you? How embarrassing? How embarrassing? Anyway, I know he did that to Kidology too. Yeah. And she didn't take it. She stood up for herself like a queen. God damn. Like, how desperate are you to be the fucking daddy-o of, like, black political YouTube? Ugh. I should start finding small Arab creators and tell them who to be friends with and who not to. I should do it. Start with Slicker. I don't know if that's a good idea. Okay. So the Breaking Points debate is out. Just popping on Rising Stars call shows. Yeah, I should. I should be like, hey, that FD Signifier, that dude there, yeah? You watch out for him, all right? He's nothing but trouble. Bad dude. He'll purity test the fuck out of you, and if you step out of line once, he'll call you a racist, transphobe, fucking reactionary, white supremacist genocide. Which is ironic because he actually would. Anyway, okay.
You're saying that Israel needs to...
The fuck, why is that so loud? Okay. So your audio is weird, is it? What's weird about my audio? Okay, guys. Israel, Palestine, Destiny, Omar Badar. What are we? What are we today, guys? Are we pro-genocide? Are we anti-genocide? Are we somewhere in the middle? Let's find out.
You're saying that Israel needs to allow Hamas to stay there, who's been breaking international law of armed conflict for 20 years?
As opposed to Hamas allowing the Israeli government to stay there when they're breaking international law for even longer than that.
It's not peace. Nobody wants peace. People want justice.
Oops, it's just war. Gaza's unlivable anymore. Too bad it can't support Palestinian life. People are starving. It's just all an accident.
It's crazy that the numbers are so poor for a country that could kill so many more people. They're doing things that no other country's done. And there's a reason, by the way, which you will never recognize, why all of the surrounding Arab states have abandoned the Palestinians too, because their history has been one of violence, that first they've been encouraged by the surrounding nations and used by them, and then now they've been abandoned once the other nations have used them up.
That's a racist anti-Palestinian
racist?
Wait, how is it racist against Palestinians to say that the Arab countries have abandoned them? Does anyone seriously still think that Hezbollah are like because they're the contenders, right? And they're spending more time fucking people up in Syria right now. Okay.
Happy Friday, everyone, or Thursday night if you're a premium subscriber, breakingpoints.com if you want to get the show early to your inbox. I'm Emily Drashinsky, and you probably recognize the man sitting next to me. We're about to tee up a fascinating debate. I'm joined, of course, also by my co-host, my wonderful co-host, Ryan Grim. And these two gentlemen that you see here are not debating for the first time. They debated in the past. Maybe some of you have watched that. They sparred over the question of Israel actually earlier this year, and then kind of subsequently continued a bit of a back and forth. So we know that we're not going to settle the debate once and for all here today, but I think what we want to do, Ryan, is really push for more moral clarity, push for more contrast as we reflect on just this last week of absolutely historic protests, rocking dozens of campuses across the country. So we have two popular proponents of the respective sides here, and we're excited to get into it.
Yeah, and to introduce them both, we've got to my right here, Omar Badar. He's a Palestinian-American political analyst who's been following the situation in the Middle East for many, many years. On the other side, we have Stephen Bennell Jr., who's better known by his streaming name, Mr. Borelli, or whatever or by like a dozen different names from, if you guys watched the Norman Finkelstein debate that kind of thrust Destiny as a streaming name into this conversation. So we want to start with the campus protest before getting...
Zach, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Lonerbox is the most charismatic Destiny arbiter. Okay, wow. Listen, I feel like I'm quite confident in most of my qualities. I don't know if charismatic is one of them, okay? I'm actually quite awkward. But hey, Camden Reed, thanks for the $5. Feeling the love right now. Oh, that's so sweet. Thanks, guys. Thanks for supporting me through these hard times with my impeded channel growth that could be much larger were it not for that dastardly Destiny. True.
To the war itself. This week saw a militarized response over at VCU, UT Austin, Columbia, and a vigilante response at UCLA. So just curious for your read in general on these protests as they've unfolded. And have you seen any double standard when it comes to kind of the free speech warriors that we've seen championing the cause of free expression on college campuses, now championing the cause of shooting fireworks into peaceful encampments?
Yeah, it's the double standard is incredibly...
It's a very loaded question, but it's probably true. I think a lot of the pro-free speech people are saying that there should be suppression, like because if you want to argue for arresting the protesters, it's because it's a private university where they're camping beyond the time that they've been allowed to by the university, and second, because they occupied a building, right? That's probably fair. I don't think people should be getting arrested because they're saying intifada or even for waving the Hezbollah and Hamas flags. Not in your First Amendment states of America, whatever. Like, that's very silly.
glaring. I mean, you would have to put on blinders to actually miss it. You have, I think these student protesters are the conscience of this country. We are witnessing an absolutely horrific situation unfolding on the ground.
Thanks for
and
keeping
American
your
policy.
criticism of the left charitable despite all the weirdos that show up to purity test you.
Thanks for the $10, KTQ25. I try to be charitable, even if I'm quite mean. SK, thanks for the £5. Love channel, keep it up. I think you got space to make content on UK/Europolitics too. I think there's a big gap here still. I suppose there is, yeah. Yeah. I think the problem is that people think like being mean is the same as being uncharitable, so that might be quite confusing, but I don't know. I think it's... Yeah.
Is to insist on continuing to send endless weapons unconditionally to a military force that is mass slaughtering children by the tens of thousands. And these students are saying we're taking a stand. This is not okay. If we can't impact the policy makers directly, we're going to make sure that our institutions and the money that we're paying to these institutions is not playing into this kind of mass slaughter. And what we witnessed, like from my perspective, in a better world, cops would be going after the people who are violating American law to make sure that weapons can continue slaughtering children, rather than going after people who are peacefully protesting, overwhelmingly peacefully protesting, in order to change that policy, change American investment in it. And you're absolutely right. You have a level of demonization of these protesters, constantly talking about them as if, it's just like anti-Semitic mobs or whatever. The people leading these protests, there's very significant portions of progressive young Jewish people who are the leaders in many cases of some of these protests. Groups from If Not Now and Jewish Voice for Peace and many others. And they are on the receiving end of tremendous hate and violence, and nobody talks about that. And as you mentioned, what we're witnessing in UCLA is absolutely horrifying. These protesters being attacked by, bear spray and fireworks, and some of them being beaten up. And
just to be clear, not only do most American Jewish people, even youths, have a position on Israel that would easily be considered Zionist by people like Omar. Percentage who say that caring about Israel is essential or important to what being Jewish means to them. For the youth, it's what? 71%. That's for the youth. This is 2020. Just in February this year, more youths than not said that the way Israel is carrying out its response to Hamas's October 7th attack was acceptable. That's the majority Jewish opinion, okay? Even amongst the youths. So, I mean. And as for, given that these protesters are being led by organizations like SJP and lecturers who are part of that movement, are quite actually, one of their red lines that we saw from SJP was that you don't criticize violent resistance, like armed resistance. It's a legal right by any means necessary, they say. It's not actually a legal right, but they say it is because they don't understand General Assembly resolutions. But that's what they say. And this is what Jewish Americans think about the October 7th attacks. These are probably not the most likely people to be walking around with paraglider imagery and Hamas flags or Hezbollah flags or pro-Hamas chants. Anyway.
You see like some serious injuries, but because the climate in this country is one in which one side gets demonized, that empowers and emboldens the response, not just from police, but also from vigilantes. And I just want to note one last thing, just because Stephen is here, and I think it's really relevant, is there's a person that I know named Simone Zimmerman, who...
She's in town today for an Intercept event.
That's right. And she's one of the most conscientious and decent human beings that you'll ever meet. And she...
This was SJP Columbia's little guide to principled solidarity. If you look for one of them, so they believe that the two-state solution is a myth, because obviously they believe in full right of return, which is incompatible with two-state solution. And this, the right to resist by all available means. This is like, and they preface this by talking about their basic red lines. the fundamental principles, the Palestinian red lines. One of them is armed resistance by any means. This is also what they're linking here is a General Assembly resolution, which was passed in 1983. But again, General Assembly resolutions are not international law. They're opinions. Incidentally, this, you can look at the vote record of this particular resolution. The countries that vote in favor of this are almost all dictatorships. The vast majority of the countries that vote in favor of this were dictatorships. It's like, okay, yeah, General Assembly resolutions don't mean anything. That's why people don't respect the partition plan, because it was a General Assembly resolution. It was not legally binding anyway.
He knows personal people.
But that's very incompatible with the opinion of the majority of American Jews, who would say that the way Hamas carried out their attack was unacceptable.
In her life, who have lost loved ones on October 7th from the attack that Hamas carried out. And she was horrified by that attack. And she's equally horrified by Israel's response and the mass slaughter. And she's one of those people who is fighting for a better future for Palestinians and Israelis. And she was at Passover Seder at Columbia, joining the protesters and talking about how beautiful.
Do you think Omar would say it's unacceptable? He would, but then he's taking away from the fact that the leaders of those protests don't believe that. Those leaders have a red line over challenging armed resistance by any means. That's what I'm talking about. Is he's covering for the. This is what I mean. It's not open Hamas defense. That's the majority opinion. That's not what I think. I've said that a million times. The problem is the amount of cover that they do for it. So when you look at, for example, Joseph Massad, who was one of the lecturers who was invited to speak at this thing, on October 8th, he's fawning over Hamas's attack in their battle against their cruel colonizers. He doesn't mention, it's the only time he mentions the human toll is when he talks about bombs going off in Gaza. And this is October 8th. Jubilation and awe. They're cruel colonizers. That would mean what? Mostly civilians living in Israel. Those are the cruel colonizers. He wasn't the only one as well.
It is that she's in that setup. And Stephen quote tweeted that tweet and said that he would like to donate.
Oh, remember this guy, Mohammed Abdu. This was another one of the lecturers, the Mr. 1492. It all started in 1492 for Palestine. Yes, I'm with the resistance, be it Hamas and Hezbollah and Islamic Jihad, but up to a point. Oh, what's the point? Given ultimate differences over our ethical political commitments, that's the difference between a strategy and a tactic too. How do we stand in solidarity with Wumeksen in Iran refusing the hijabs while being critical of a neoconservative cis-hetero-Islam, the mullahs, and at the same time adopting an anti-imperialist interventionist stance that counters an attempt to divide Iran as Iraq before it? He didn't say anything about opposing their attacks on Israeli civilians. He supports Hezbollah and Hamas on October 11th with a caveat that he's not too keen on their policies towards Wumeksen. These are the guys who were the intellectual thought leaders of the Columbia protests. This is why they didn't listen. They snubbed Finkelstein when he said when he disagreed with the River to the Sea. When he said, say, Palestinians will be free, not Palestine will be free, because again, Finkelstein opposes the one-state solution, and they ignored him.
Thousands of gallons of kerosene, presumably so these people can set themselves on fire. And it's just such an ugly and distasteful thing to say. And I'm genuinely curious of what you were thinking when you tweet things like that.
If everybody celebrated Bushnell doing his protest, if more people want to protest that way, then God help them, I guess.
Yeah, but this is not about Bushnell, though.
But let's keep going in response to that, because Omar set up an interesting juxtaposition here between anti-Semitic mobs and peaceful protesters. So what we're seeing on these campuses anti-Semitic mobs, or is it peaceful protesters from your perspective, Stephen?
From my perspective, I mean, it really depends on which series of videos that you watch. I think from an American perspective, it really shouldn't matter if they're anti-Semitic mobs or if they're protesting foreign policy or whatever. In the United States, we don't have hate speech laws. You should be allowed to say really whatever you want in protest, assuming you're not violating any social or whatever the ordinances are. I know, like for some college campuses, you're not allowed to block pathways, or you can't protest if they've got events planned for graduations or whatever. And as long as you're not disrupting the peace in a way where you're like, you can't blow loudspeakers, I think, on college campuses. As long as you're following the laws, you'll be able to protest however you want.
But if you are, say, what we saw from NYPD and LAPD actually last night, if you're violating laws, university rules even, with an encampment, if you broke into the hall like they did and have been barricaded up in there, what did you make of the NYPD response just at Columbia, for example?
I like to wait till the dust settles on this because I hear so many different things about how students were all being peaceful. I've seen obviously the videos of like some of the stuff being broken into. I think that when it comes to an analysis of how to respond to these particular events, I think that the start and stop needs to be what are the rules and regulations in place, because a lot of people will jump in and start arguing, well, it's a public area so they can be wherever they want or do wherever they want without even understanding the rules and regulations in place. I think as a blanket rule, I don't know why this particular situation would need any kind of unique analysis. It would be the same as all protests. If you're in a private college, my understanding is they can remove you whenever they want. It's private property. If you're in a state-funded or public university, then there are certain areas that are supposed to remain open to the public, and they can't remove you unless you are not there in an ordinary manner if you're disrupting some other event. I don't see anything about these particular set of protests that would call for any type of unique analysis that escapes like that fundamental rule to protest in the United States.
And your fundamental rule then to quote tweet with the kerosene.
I thought it was insane that you had delusional people, especially young children in the United States, that don't know any part of this conflict whatsoever, which is probably the vast majority of the people protesting it, that people are celebrating people setting themselves on fire. That is just unbelievable to me. You saw a guy do it in front of I think one of the New York City courthouses for the Trump stuff. You saw the Aaron Bushnell guy do it for who knows what reason. I guess because he thought the whole world wasn't already paying attention to this issue. And yeah, the idea of people ever celebrating themselves in a democratic first world country, setting themselves on fire for an issue that already has an unlimited amount of international attention, is unbelievably stupid to me.
Yeah, but how does it relate to this particular instance? I mean, this is a bunch of Jewish students celebrating with pro-Palestinian students over Passover and talking about a climate in which they're coming together. Like, why did you decide to drag the Bushnell thing into this? That's
the one. I think it's funny when people disingenuously load phrases like, "Oh, all the Jewish people are protesting with these people. There are so many Jewish people." That's not true. The last Pew Research thing I saw, I think, for 2023, shows that like 90% of people who are Jewish support the existence of Israel. So the idea that there's this huge group of Israeli who are
all over the
Jewish
place.
people.
Yeah, this is not about the existence of Israel. There's no question about the fact that so many of these protest leaders are in fact Jewish. These groups, they're not imaginary. They're not a figment of your imagination. You can actually go see them and look at how.
But they're not But can you admit they're not the majority? That's the point, right? The problem. This is what. Oh god, yeah. And I think this is what always bugs me is, and this is why I think it's disingenuous, is when people. If you want to say there are Jewish people at these protests, that's fine, but you have to acknowledge that they are a minority. That's it. Like. Because people usually talk about the presence of Jewish people at these protests as a way of deflecting accusations of anti-Semitism. It's almost like the fact that most Jewish people disagree with them is inconvenient. That's the problem.
Large their gatherings are, how loud their voices have been, the people who are getting arrested in Congress, so many of them are progressive Jewish organizations that are leading this effort. This is not about some broader, what are the views of American Jews about the existence of Israel. What are
the protests about?
The protests are about ending the slaughter of the children of Gaza. That's what the protests are about.
Like?
What do you mean, what does it look like?
What is the end condition of the it's not just ending the slaughter, it's also stopping the blockade. It's also reaching a just resolution to the Palestinian conflict. It's also probably the unlimited right of return of 6 million refugees. It's probably the dissolution of Israel as a Jewish majority state. It's probably the what all does that entail?
You're conflating a ton of different things. A lot of these protesters have varying views about this. Some of them support a two-state solution, some of them support a one-state solution. But what's bringing everybody together in this moment is a realization that what Israel is doing to Gaza is absolutely unconscionable. That you slaughter people at that scale, that Israel is clearly waging a war on the civilian population of Gaza. That's what these people are upset about, and they want it to come to an end.
And the specific thing...
That might be true, but their chants don't suggest that that's all it's about. And the people who are leading the protests definitely don't think that's all it's about. They don't think it begins and ends at stop the war in Gaza. So what, if Israel just pulled out of Gaza and just went and just took the blockade down, that would be it? No, of course not. They don't want, it's not, this isn't just about ceasefire. When you say river to the sea, Palestine will be free, that's not about ceasefire. And yeah, we did see that they called the two-state solution a myth. Those were what were they called? The Students for Justice for Palestine.
that they're protesting, and maybe we could actually find something to agree on here, because I've seen you describe yourself as kind of a moderate who like tries to balance the.
And it's not only that. I'm sorry. Wait. Oh God. I hate using anecdotes because I don't always trust them. But we had someone from Colombia saying that they were literally booed out of the room for talking about opposing the attacks on civilians. And we've seen lecturers going there who openly support that stuff. And again, this is when they talk about myth of a two-state solution and full right of return, they're talking about these are red lines. These are their red lines. And this is SJP Colombia. Am I getting lost in the weeds? True.
Extremists on each side here. So the specific thing the protesters are arguing for at all of these different campuses is opening up the books of basically the hedge funds that run their universities and divesting from firms that are either linked to the war in Gaza or linked to Israel more generally. Brown University reached an agreement with its protesters that they would abandon their encampment in exchange for.
How would one get from Gaza to the West Bank in a two-state solution? I think they were going to build a bridge. I think that was the idea. It's a highway. It's not that far. It's like 30, 40 miles, maybe a bit longer. Big bridge, big highway.
For a vote.
Or I think Trump's plan was a tunnel. Yeah, that'd be a big tunnel.
October to divest from that. That gets to the question of resistance and the right to resistance. And so for years, it has been the kind of policy of the right here and a lot of the center here in the United States to make it illegal to try to ban people from participating in boycotts or divestment efforts or lobbying for sanctions against Israel. At the same time, you say, well, armed resistance is clearly off the table. So if you rule out both, you only leave people with one option. So even if you don't support boycotting or divesting from Israel, do you support the right of people here in the United States to
I would have to check the explicit for how states have banned some of the BDS participation as a fundamental right to boycott. I think in the United States you should always have the right to boycott everything except for our currency. I think, yeah, you have the right to boycott whatever you want. I don't know why that should ever be made illegal, but I know that there are particular things
Look at that.
BDS stuff that I think states look at. But yeah, of course, you should always have the right. I wish that the people that would talk about conditioning support for Israel, though, would also talk about conditioning support for Palestine, because they are some of the highest recipients of aid in the world per capita. The United States contributes a lot of that aid. It's interesting to me that it seems like we're always talking about how we need to condition aid to Israel.
Congratulations, Congress just banned all funding of UNRWA. So
yeah, I have seen that. Yeah.
Well, so actually, because Stephen raised an interesting point that what's the kind of end goal of the protesters after BDS in the service of what? What does that look like?
It's a one-state solution where Jews are the minority.
Well, so you said
this person is asking the right questions. I wonder if Destiny's maybe coming off. There's a little bit too much. I know it's chill, but it's like the word choice is a bit combative or the tone is a bit combative, because I feel like if you're talking about the students, I don't think it's too difficult to concede that most of those students, although ignorant, probably don't want what their leaders want. I don't think most people are sitting there thinking like, go back to Europe, one state and all that. I think they're like people who chant river to the sea don't even know what the fuck it means half the time. I feel like if it was me, I'd put it like this. I would say, I think most of those protesters are just appalled by the scenes in Gaza, as any human being would be. It's not nice seeing any war, even if it's being fought properly. It's still not. And I also don't think that most of them are anti-Semitic, even if they might. But I think the problem is that the people leading them and the people directing those protests and the people who are giving marching orders and who are spreading talking points are problematic, and they are pushing for demands that would ultimately lead to the destruction of Israel, and that has a complete disregard for the civilian lives of Israelis, and that basically supports solutions that one would be horrible if they worked, but two won't work anyway. Like supporting armed resistance, and that be like the armed resistance of people like Hamas and Hezbollah against Israel, is what you support if you want loads of Arabs to die. it's not even a nuanced discussion on armed resistance, on whether you would pursue the tactics of the first intifada or the second one, or lethal violence versus non-lethal violence, or military targets versus civilian targets, or sabotage versus guerrilla warfare. It's none of that either. It's just armed resistance by any means. That was the line of the Students for Justice for Palestine at Columbia. That was the lines of some of the lecturers. And I think focusing on the leadership might be more important, because I think if you're not focusing on the leadership, you might just come off like some crusty boomer who just hates the youths, which is probably not great. Focusing on some of the talking points of the leadership might be more valuable, I think. That's probably how I would go about it.
Said earlier that, you know, it sort of depends on whatever video you're looking at, that this is an anti-Semitic mob or peaceful protesters. And I think that's actually true. There's videos showing all kinds of different things, which is part of the issue of piecing together these stories via social media. So if the one-state solution is kind of the ultimate goal of the people that are protesting for BDS, what is your, like, do you think they're fundamentally anti-Semitic? Do you think they're fundamentally, are they, from your perspective, just mistaken, misguided, or are they bigoted?
I don't care. Trying to sort out like the difference between like anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism is almost impossible. And in practice, the two look almost identical sometimes. So the obsession of trying to figure out like what is the driving thing here between anti-Semitism versus anti-Zionism, I think in some cases it's good to find differences. So some people are discriminatory against poor people. Some people are discriminatory against certain races of people. And figuring out the difference here is really important. When it comes to anti-Semitism versus anti-Zionism in regards to Israel, I think that the talking points of somebody who's an anti-Zionist are indistinguishable from the talking points of somebody who is anti-Semitic. So I don't know.
There are a lot of Israelis who don't support the Netanyahu policy.
That's not
Zionism. Oh, this is what that Gremlo guy did in my replies as well, was I was talking about Zionism and he starts talking about settlements and the government. I'm like, wait, that's not what but that's what people think. That's what people say. Zionist is a pejorative. I think some of them just think Zionist is when you support the most right-wing version of the state of Israel.
Anti-Zionism such that they want a one-state solution. Even Palestinians don't want a one-state solution.
Omar, do you want to respond?
Yeah, it's utterly grotesque to conflate those two things. Opposition to Zionism is opposition to the state of Israel, the way it came into being at the expense of hundreds of thousands of Palestinians who were driven out of their homes. And there's a different vision, that instead of having a Jewish state that privileges one particular group of people over another, that you have a vision for a state in which everybody is equal.
But the problem is Palestinians don't want that right now. They don't want that. And if they're achieving that by armed resistance, that by any means, then it's going to make it even harder to achieve, but okay. I wonder if that's going to get brought up.
Would be familiar with what that vision actually looks like. You remember the era of Jim Crow and what that meant, and people who are demanding a different kind of country in which everybody is equal. Okay. That's not the same as being anti-white. It's absurd to even put these remotely in the same category. Can I just if I can finish just on the point of BDS. BDS also, by the way, has been clear about the fact that they don't take any particular political solution. It does certainly happen.
They don't, but the logical conclusion of what they want is a one-state solution, right? Obviously, full right of return, and unless they are flexible on right of return, I don't know if the BDS organization is. Anyway,
a lot of BDS activists do support a one-state solution, but that is not the position of BDS itself as a movement that is calling for boycotts and isolation. And just on the free speech angle, you have states all over the country that are passing laws that basically make it punishable to boycott not just Israel, but Israeli settlements that are built in the occupied territories. And those settlements are war crimes under international law. And so you have a situation in which this country, part of its founding is that we celebrate boycotts of, as part of deep entrenched part of American culture, the boycott of British tea during the founding of the country, the Montgomery bus boycott during the civil rights movement. And now you're saying that boycotting the war crimes of a foreign country is somehow punishable. People being denied the ability to work with state governments or schools or medical facilities or anything that is affiliated with the state. Those are transparently unconstitutional laws. They have been challenged by organizations like the ACLU.
Are settlements war crimes or just against international law? I don't think I've seen war crime. I thought war crime had to do with actually like attacks on civilians, either intentional or reckless. I don't think that's what settlements come under. It would be a violation of IHL. But no, the problem is when people say, people think violation of IHL is all war crime. That's the problem. Because a war crime sounds worse, right? War crimes. The mental state required for it is willfulness. Either purposeful attacks on civilians or civilian casualties that result from certain forms of recklessness, which includes conscious disregard or unjustifiable risk. So that's kind of like well, there's a military target. There's like 100 civilians, but fuck them. This military target. That would be like recklessness. Negligence would be when the attacker doesn't know but should have known the consequences. This would be like a mistake that should have been avoided if due process was followed. That would be more of like a negligence thing. But no, I don't think war crime has anything to do with settlement expansion. It's a crime, but it's not war crime. Yeah, but yeah. People do that though. Every time there's a thing, you have to make it one step above. Every time you see a violation of IHL, it has to be a war crime. Every time you see a war crime, it has to be genocide. That's just how it goes. Yeah.
They have been defeated in court in many cases, but unfortunately they keep popping up faster than the rate at which you can challenge them, and that's a serious crisis. Anybody who's serious about being committed to free speech and saying that Americans should be able to exercise the right to boycott, including when it comes to Israel or Israel's atrocities, that's an absolutely critical issue that we're not talking enough about, that you have the power of the state being used to silence people's rights.
You have to outrage Max.
That's a really important angle.
I want to move to the conduct of the war by Israel pretty soon, but on the one state versus two state question, isn't it the case that the current Israeli government position is one state?
Yeah.
Like, there's a complete rejection across the board.
River to the sea.
Of a Palestinian state, river to the sea. So
yeah, I would say I think the Likud platform has essentially always said as much. Yeah.
So okay, so more agreement. Like you oppose that. You think that.
I oppose it. He's in favor of the one state where the Jews live as a minority in that state.
Yeah, no, just to be clear, the Netanyahu government and the Likud are in favor of a one state in which Jews are privileged over Palestinians, with Palestinians occupying multi-tiers. If you're a citizen of Israel, you have a certain amount of rights. If you're in the West Bank, you get this many rights. And if you're in Gaza, you're completely under siege and there's nothing that you can do.
Which is every country. You've described every country.
My vision of a one state.
Usually have more rights than non-citizens.
Yeah, well, in those countries, you don't permanently occupy those people and prevent them from having any rights and deny them citizenship as well. And that's the fundamental problem, is that Israel's vision is Palestinians can never be free. They can't get their own state and they can't live as equals within Israel. So your status is just to be permanently occupied and helpless without rights. And that's a vision that I think is absolutely nobody who has a conscience can actually support. And what
is this? UCLA Survivor speaks out. What? Survivor? Why are they calling him a this Destiny subreddit? Okay.
Encampments at UCLA have been torn. As you know, most of the encampments at UCLA have been torn down. There are still some survivors, and we desperately need humanitarian aid. We need water bottles. We need vegan food. We need
no, this guy's a plant. This guy's a plant. No, he's a plant. He's a plant. He's a plant. His fucking.
If you have them.
He's a troll.
Stop. We need first aid kits. If anybody has enriched uranium, that would be super helpful.
Yeah, he's a troll. Okay, God. Jesus Christ.
Or weapons-grade plutonium. You have a free-range rocket launcher. We need a rocket launcher. If anybody has those old SS uniforms from the 40s, we need those. We need wheelchair-accessible paragliders for some of our disabled comrades. Oh, guard towers. We need guard towers. If anyone's been to Poland and they can get their hands on some guard towers. We are still fighting the good fight on the front lines, not discouraged. I think we're pretty close. We're probably a couple weeks away from freeing Palestine. I need to get back to my ethics class, but I will see you all soon with some more updates from the encampment.
All right, good memes. Good memes. Whatever, dude. Oh, there you go.
Vision of a one state would be one in which everybody actually has equal rights and everybody can live equally.
Oh, that's a sundowner again. The Jordanian aid drops. It's so. Why is it so blurry? Anyway.
Precisely the way that we live in the United States.
Which is a really fun position to take in the West when we have like no stake in the game. I think it's fun to scream that at protests. I think it's fun to go on Twitter and do that.
Bro, just talk about the point. Fucking yeah.
At the end of the day, that's
how do you feel about the fact that most Palestinians don't want that?
Is ultimately destructive to Palestinians because everybody knows that that's never happening. It's a pipe dream. Less than 30% of Palestinians are in favor of a singular state where Jews and Arabs have the exact same rights. Literally, nobody wants that. People in Israel don't want that. It's literally you're just virtue signaling and paying lip service to an idea that is grossly unpopular across the entirety of Israel and Palestine. Not only that, the idea that you would have a singular state created where 6 million Palestinian refugees are then brought back into the state. There's no shot that any Jewish person living there who has lived through the Second Intifada, who has lived through Hamas attacks, who has lived through Hezbollah attacks, who's lived through international support for Houthi attacks is going to feel safe in such a state. And they know that there would be absolutely no international support for them if that state were created and Jews were to start getting slaughtered en masse there.
Yes. Let's pass it to Omar with that for a response. And also, I'll sort of add to that, maybe to narrow it down a little bit. What is then, let's say, hypothetically, we take the best faith.
I support a two-state, but how many from both sides support a two-state? I think it depends on which questions are asked, but last poll I saw from Palestinians when they were asked between two states, one state with unequal rights and one state with equal rights, their popularity was in that order. So two states came on top, one state with unequal rights was second, and one state with equal rights was third. That was from PSR. Fucking, hang on, PSR, unequal state, Equal state solution. Was it here? It was here, wasn't it? But usually, like if obviously if you have any of these polls and you ask them their opinion on river to the sea, that'll be number one. So it depends on how you phrase the sentence. If you say, do you want one state with unequal rights, it'll be less popular. But if you say, do you want one state from the river to the sea, they'll all say, yeah. It's very strange. Like a Palestinian state from the river to the sea. Is this it? This is a different poll, I think. One equal state, 27% each. Two state, 30% of Israelis, 29% of Palestinians. One unequal state, actually the more popular one, 35-36. Well, how did PSR get different results? But here, 43% support two states, so Palestinians, 56% oppose it. It seems like you tend to get the highest numbers for two states, but I don't know. It's weird that you've got, oh yeah, that makes sense, because two-state confederation is not the same as two-state solution, is it? I think two-state confederation is like two states within one nation or some shit. Yeah, I don't know. Is this the most recent poll? Nope. I don't know if there's been a more recent one on this particular question. See what PSR is saying about this one. Is this a newer one? This is the two-state, one non-democratic state without equality, one democratic state with equality. It's funny that they're both kind of similar. September, this is 2020, 2022. It's kind of the same, right? One state with equality went up 5 points, 4 points. But yeah, here, two-state, unequal state, and then at the bottom, you've got democratic state.
Argument, not from Netanyahu, but let's say an Israeli citizen who's both concerned about their safety and concerned about Netanyahu's leadership. What does the path towards peace from the perspective of an Israeli, what does it look like when they see the level of support for Hamas? And we can obviously get into why so many people in Palestine feel like they need to support Hamas.
Yeah, no, in a way you're putting your finger on the problem precisely. I mean, Israel is upset that there's so much hostility towards them, but the reason there's so much hostility is because of the way that they have treated Palestinians for decade after decade. Just the level of brutality that Palestinians have experienced under occupation has been absolutely horrific. And, you know, when you talk about the prospects for peace, there was a time in which Palestinians recognized that there's a significant power differential, that they can't actually get freedom from the river to the sea in their own homeland. And there was an indulgence of the idea that maybe we can have a two-state compromise in which Palestinians would only get the West Bank, Gaza, and East Jerusalem, which is about 1/5 of the entire territory of their historic homeland, and Israel gets to keep the other 4/5. That, from Palestinians' perspective, is a massive Palestinian compromise, bending over backwards to facilitate some kind of two states. And all what Israel was required to do is not grant Palestinians some sort of favor, but simply comply with international law by withdrawing from the occupied territories. They're obligated to do that anyway. The occupied territories do not belong to Israel. And during this period, Palestinian support for peace with Israel was skyrocketed. Public opinion showed that there's significant support for a two-state solution. Support for Hamas way down, even though Hamas was trying to destabilize the situation at the time, committing acts of violence. They did not enjoy any support among Palestinians. It is only when it became clear that Israel has no interest whatsoever in allowing Palestinians to have a state, and spent the entire so-called peace process building more and more and more settlements, just expanding them throughout the occupied Palestinian territories, where Palestinians saw the prospect for a Palestinian state shrinking by the day on the ground. They understood that this entire process was a sham, and the fact that Israeli restrictions were increasing, Israeli violence was ongoing, it became clear that this was not going to be a path in which Palestinians can get a real state. And that's when you got the shift in public opinion back in terms of supporting for armed resistance as the only way, because clearly Israel could not be talked into seeing Palestinians as equal human beings and granting them.
But then what now?
A shorter version maybe for Stephen to respond to is that the way to defeat Hamas is through peace, not war. What's wrong with that?
It sounds really brutal, but the issue is that the unlimited amount of international support for the Palestinians means the Palestinians will never look to peace. They shouldn't. They always have an unlimited reservoir internationally of people who will encourage the delusions that if they continue to fight, they're going to get a better deal. It's the reason why they walked away in 2000 from Camp David. It's the reason why they walked away from the Taifa Summit. It's the reason why Abbas walked away in 2008 from Olmert. It's the reason why the Oslo Accords were never negotiated in 93. That period of violence that he's talking about from 93 to 2000, where the Israelis were continuing to expand settlements into the West Bank, is true, but Palestinians also continue to engage in terrorist activities. A lot of people didn't trust Arafat because Arafat would sign on to a deal for the Oslo Accords, and then he would go over to Switzerland, and he'd make speeches in universities about how, like, yeah, we agree to this now, but, you know, we're going to get them as soon as we get a little bit, we're going to take more, which is ironically what they've accused Israel of doing for the past 100 years. I think that in order for this conflict to actually start to reach some kind of resolution, I think that, again, it sounds mean, but Palestinians need to feel like they have something at stake, and it looks like they do, but in reality, politically, Palestinians have never lost anything because people continue to make them feel as though they can always go back to borders that existed 80 years ago. People will constantly say, you just said it here, well, what's the fair thing? They only want a sliver of this land, 1/5 of the territory. Yeah, they tried like 3, 4, 5 different wars to get more, and they lost. You can't continue to go back to the first try over and over and over again and demand the deal that was on the table before. You walked away from the partition plan in 47. You can't go to war 5 times and then keep going back to another set of borders. They're always one generation behind when it comes to accepting some type of actual peace deal. So as long as Palestinians have people like Omar internationally that will support them in an unlimited delusion to fight forever, Palestinians will never try to accept these. And they shouldn't. They really should. There's no reason to.
So, but Omar, just what, in one sense, if you have public polling that shows some 70%, this was from a Palestinian polling firm in December, 72% supported what happened on October 7th. So, and we can talk about why, and we will, I'm sure. So with all of that said, what now? What if if you were in charge of Israeli foreign policy in a hypothetical sense? And I think this will be a response to what Stephen just said. What happens now to get to a position where, to your point, there can be justice?
I'm happy to address that, but I have to go back to a particular point. The idea that Palestinians are rejectionists because they have so much international support, I think, is just thoroughly absurd. Palestinians are paying an...
Yeah, they didn't really have that much international support around the Second Intifada, did they? Throughout the 90s, they were really on the back foot because they just lost the Soviets. Huh. Okay. Yeah, the person I like, Elizabeth Holmes, is asking good questions. Yeah, she's a good contributor to this.
Unbelievable cost every single day. Their lives are completely brutalized under occupation, and the idea that they see no cost to continuing to fighting on forever is just completely ridiculous. It's detached from reality. It's as if you're unaware of what Palestinian conditions are under Israeli occupation. The reason why they were willing to bend over backwards, I mean, if you look at the history of negotiations, you look at the Palestine papers that got leaked shortly after. I think
her name's not actually Elizabeth Holmes. I'm just saying that because she's got like a low voice. It was a joke. Okay, God.
In the mid-2000s, it's obvious that Palestinians were bending over backwards to try to make that deal work, and Israel insisted.
She has the voice that Elizabeth Holmes pretended to have, right? Because Elizabeth Holmes did that on purpose. She's the real deal, though, right?
On expanding more and more settlements. And yes, you can say that Palestinian violence was ongoing at the time, but so is Israeli violence. I mean, the attack that happened on the mosque in Hebron, where nearly 30 Palestinians were killed by a Jewish terrorist named Baruch Goldstein, that happened during the so-called peace process. And Israel responded by putting Palestinians in Hebron under curfew to prevent any possible retaliation. Those are the conditions, but nobody looks at that incident and says, oh, well, there was Israeli violence, therefore the Israelis, we're not, that's the reason why they can't.
All over Israeli history. There was a massacre in Hebron in 29 where a bunch of Palestinian Arabs killed
The point I'm making is that this is besides the point, that yes, we can point to individual atrocities, and that does not change.
I feel like also for the peace process, I feel like I'd be really bad at these debates because I feel like I'd just concede too much. I feel like it's quite easy to see where the problems were on the Israeli side with the peace process. The fact that they elected Netanyahu for 3 years of it because of basically the violence of people like Goldstein inspired more violence from Hamas and back and forth, so that it ensured a right-wing government for 3 years of the peace process, where he was roadblocking the situation, where there was settlements expansion was still happening, when every prime minister apart from Rabin didn't even distinguish between security and political settlements and just kept the political settlements going. The fact that even up to Ehud Barak, who seemed to be at least the more honest actor by the end of it, was still delaying the redeployments because he wanted to use them as bargaining chips, even though the Oslo Accord says don't do that. But if you're going to say all that, you have to accept that Arafat had his role as well. He did not disarm militants in the way that he said he would. He didn't deal with Hamas in the way that he said he would at certain times. And when it came down to it, when it came to the Clinton parameters, and when time was really running out on whether or not you would have a Democrat in the US and a left-winger in Israel again, he just delayed and delayed and delayed and set up very evasive language over the Clinton parameters. And then by the time the Intifada properly goes into full force and Sharon gets elected, it's too late. And also Arafat saying dumb shit like we can't, like his position in the Temple Mount being based on the fact that he thinks there was no Jewish temple there. Because that's like the trope of that part of the world. But yeah. And also just maybe mistakes. Maybe they went into the second Intifada thinking that it would be similar to the first one, that it would push the cause forward, but it obviously didn't because it just meant suicide bombings and crazy shit like that. Yeah.
Is the fact that throughout the peace process, if Israel were genuinely interested in allowing for a Palestinian state to exist, they would not have spent the entire so-called peace process taking up more and more and more of the West Bank. So it's the disingenuous nature of Israeli policy that's the reason why this is a problem. Now, to your point of what now?
Yeah, I was going to say they are genuinely interested in a peace process, and you're in charge.
Yeah.
What do they do?
Right now, we have a situation, right? There is a problem of the fact that the overwhelming majority of Palestinians support groups like Hamas. You have a majority of people in Israel, overwhelming majority, support the most vicious policies of the Netanyahu government and just carrying on. And they think that they're not going far enough in Gaza and so on. And that just, it's important to know that hatred is a symptom of the conflict and not the cause of it. People get this stuff backwards. When you think of apartheid in South Africa, there was plenty of hostility. And we eventually had a reconciliation process between white and black people in South Africa, but only after apartheid fell. That's when you can have reconciliation. But the idea that you can try to work on how people feel about each other in the midst of one side occupying the other, controlling every aspect.
You did have that, though. You did have Mandela making all these assurances to the white population, and you had a situation where of course they considered that throughout the struggle as well. That's why that's why Mandela specifically avoided targeting civilians. Like they even for the most part avoided operations that got civilians killed. And when civilians did die, the ANC, albeit sometimes delayed, would own up to those failures and apologize for them. But okay.
Aspect of their lives and brutalizing them day in and day out. There's no surprise that there are hostile feelings. And yes, when Palestinians do respond with violence, Israelis who are out of touch with the reasons why all of this is happening.
Surely that's the equivalent of Arafat recognizing Israel. The difference is that people, let's even say that that's the equivalent. Arafat was still sometimes a little bit snaky about certain terror attacks that he would refuse to condemn, and I think he went to South Africa once and said that his recognition of Israel was like a scam. He compared it to some period of like Muhammad's conquest when someone pretended to make peace and then just ended up turning on them anyway or some shit. Like Arafat did give people reasons not to trust him, but even despite that, at the end of the day, when there was the Clinton parameters in place, it wasn't just, I don't know why they keep saying it was settlements. Is why that Arafat never agreed to anything. I think it was everything. There were sticking points on Jerusalem. There were sticking points on refugees with the way that they were talking about it. There were sticking points on borders as well because of percentages. But I think for the most part, the Clinton parameters had solved the border problem pretty much. I think it was like 98 or 97% of the West Bank by that time with the land swaps. And also I think access to, there were parts within Israel. Was it Jaffa? I can't remember. But I don't think borders and settlements were the reason that they fell apart. They were still a failure on Israel's part, or it was bad faith on Israel's part to keep on expanding them. Like it was very insincere of them, but that wasn't the reason the process fell apart. But I don't know.
Happening are going to develop hostile feelings as well. This is a moment in which the international community has to step in. This is not about making Israelis and Palestinians like each other right now. This is about making sure that one side does not get to dominate the other until the end of time. And the status quo leading up to October 7th is one in which Israel dominated every aspect of Palestinian life. So you can say, yes, both sides hate each other, but one side is in charge of everything. One side gets to decide whether they want to put the people of Gaza on a diet, as they were talking about, when they first imposed the siege.
He's writing that down because I think he knows the red lines. We're not so much putting them on a diet.
On Gaza. Just Palestinians don't get to decide how much food Israelis get. They don't get to demolish Israeli homes at will whenever they feel like it. They don't get to humiliate Israelis at checkpoints day in and day out. So because there's a dynamic in which one side is imposing an illegal occupation over another people and taking over their land, that has to come to an end, and you can bring it to an end through international pressure, primarily from the United States as the country that has the most leverage over Israel, to say not another penny until that occupation ends. And when that occupation comes to an end, we can talk about sorting out the exact specifics of how we get more conciliation and cooperation between Palestinians and Israelis.
And when it comes to international support for Palestinians, there's one side that has had the international support of the world's great superpower, and right, the political and military support as well, Israel.
What about the Soviet Union supporting the Arab states?
The Soviet Union has had a very complicated relationship.
To be clear, the Soviet Union
also the
Soviet Union armed the absolute shit out of Arab states when they were going into. Yeah, I think in the beginning of Yom Kippur, was it both Arab? I feel like, oh fuck, I need to look back at this. I think at Yom Kippur at the beginning, the Arab countries might have, in some parts of their military, had more up-to-date technology than the Israelis at the beginning. I don't know, whatever. I'll need to double-check that, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. Obviously, Israel went crying to America, and then things turned around. But, you know.
Arab states before the United States didn't truly start supporting Israel until about 66, 67.
Soviet Union also hasn't been here since 1991.
That's true, but the conflict also didn't start after the 91, after the collapse of the Soviet Union. But
the point is that Israel has had a lot of agency, and Benjamin Netanyahu in particular, as the prime minister for most of the last 25, 30 years, has had an extraordinary amount of agency as well. And I wanted to read to you a piece of an essay published in Haaretz recently by Israeli historian.
How did they get blown out in the 6-Day War? Because that's a different war, Soy Division. That's why. It's a different war. That's why. I'm talking about Yom Kippur.
Yuval Noah Harari. He writes, given the murderous nature of Hamas, this time its allies gave Israel free rein for many months to conquer Gaza, liberate the Israeli hostages, change the situation in the Strip according to Israel's best judgment, and create a new order in the region. The Netanyahu government wasted this historic opportunity and also wasted the bravery and dedication of the soldiers of the IDF. The Netanyahu government failed to exploit its battlefield victories to reach an agreement on the release of all the hostages and to advance an alternative political order in Gaza.
Did they start No. So what the Soviets did was that between 67 and the Yom Kippur War, the Soviets updated a lot of the Arab military technology so that they actually did get quite advanced by that period. There are lots of reasons that they got smacked up in the 6-Day War, but the Soviets were still a strong contributor to those nations, and even to the PLO. Anyway.
Instead, it decided to knowingly inflict on Gaza an unnecessary humanitarian disaster, and in so doing, inflicted on Israel an unnecessary political disaster. One by one, our allies have become horrified by what is happening in Gaza, and one by one, they are calling for an immediate ceasefire and even for a weapons embargo on Israel. Even during the worst moments of October 7th, Hamas was nowhere near vanquishing Israel. But the ruinous policy of the Netanyahu government following October 7th has placed Israel in existential danger. So when I ask you, it seems like a pretty fundamental irony that if Israel had listened to critics like Omar and myself after October 7th, who warned against enacting violence just for the purposes of revenge and potentially for ethnic cleansing of Gaza, they would ironically and paradoxically be in a much stronger global strategic political position than they are now, where they're facing not just isolation, but charges before the ICJ and potentially before the ICC. So are they making a mistake in following kind of the more bellicose advice that they're getting from their so-called allies?
That's a touching essay. Who was the alternative order politically besides Hamas that would have risen up in the Gaza Strip? If there was an alternative political order.
Also, the problem there is that this is where right-wing, this is probably my most right-wing position in Israel, is that if, and I think I said this at the time, if Israel had October 7th happen, and Hamas, I think on October 9th or 10th, said they would give back all of the hostages in exchange for Israel just not going into Gaza. That's it. Just don't come into Gaza. Whoa, we didn't expect to do that much. Shit. Listen, take the hostages. Please don't come in, fuck us up. Let's say Israel does that. Then you've told everyone in Gaza that you can inflict that kind of damage on Israel, and as long as you get enough hostages, you'll be fine. You're not going to get bombed or whatever. Hamas popularity would be through the ceiling from that. And also, what does it tell to Hezbollah? What does it tell to anyone else who's getting ideas? because this is Israel's whole thing, right? Their whole thing is, and this is what they did in the 70s as well with Yom Kippur and when they were charging towards Cairo. Like the idea of them doing that is, at least in part, is to say, if people try to fuck with us, we are going to fuck them so hard that anyone else who gets any ideas won't want to do it. And that seems to have worked in part alongside diplomacy and concessions. That did work for the rest of the Arab countries, for at least a lot of them, like Jordan, Egypt, etc. So, and the other problem is, the more humanitarian issue, is that if October 7th happens and Israel just takes all the hostages in exchange for not invading Gaza, then Hamas are still there. They're still dug in. You're just going to get the blockade, but on steroids. You're not going to get any more humanitarian money briefcases going into Gaza from Qatar, because everyone's going to say, well, this might be Hamas money. This might be October 7th money. So you have to accept that. You have to accept that the blockade would just get worse. Like a lot worse. You'd have bigger buffer zones and you'd have more jitteriness about airstriking tunnels that cross into the buffer zone or shooting people who cross the buffer. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's necessarily the if only you'd listen to us thing that people think it is. But I could be wrong. It's very much historical counterfactual, alt history.
I would love to hear it. Even in the West Bank, there's a reason why Abbas suspended elections 20 years ago. Even in the West Bank, Hamas enjoys pretty broad support.
I mean, there are answers to this question. If it's not rhetorical, do you want to take that?
I mean,
well, also, hold on, wait. Well, before he does, also to elaborate a bit on the military objectives, I think Hamas needs to go. I don't think that there's any future that happens where Israel can negotiate anything, whether it's peace or war, with Hamas remaining as the government in the Gaza Strip. I don't think any of the surrounding Arab states wanted Hamas to remain as the government in the Gaza Strip. It's a disaster. You've had a series of conflicts. In 2008, you had Qas Led. 2014, you had Protective Edge. 2018, you had the response to the Great March of Return. And now in 2023, you had a massive attack on October 7th. The idea that you would just allow them to stay here after spending at least a year preparing for what was probably the single largest day of violence against Jews since the Holocaust, that's an untenable position. I don't think a single...
What if Israel withdraws and demands Hamas and their hostages from the people? What? Israel withdraws and says, hey, Gazans, give us Hamas and the hostages to Gazans. The Jews tell that to the Gazans, and the Gazans, they foment a coup. They incite a coup, an uprising. And then the Gazans are like, yes, Yahud, we shall. Like, oh, bro.
Other country or person in all of human history be asked to keep a government like that in place.
Can we pause for 1 second?
Yeah, Israel starts inciting a Gazan intifada against Hamas, bro. And then everyone clapped, and it was so epic.
The quote response to the Great March of Return, for people who don't know, the Great March of Return was a civil society-led Gaza initiative that was a nonviolent demonstration where every Friday people would meet.
Oh no.
And kind of march to the fence, symbolically gazing out at land that they had lost.
See, this is, oh God. And again, I don't defend the IDF response to the Great March of Return, just so you know. I think because they knew it was called the Great March of Return, and they expected Hamas to at least have a presence there, they probably thought that there was going to be some kind of like military incursion through the border. They probably expected a lot more than actually was happening. I don't think they expected it just to be a few hundred people crossing into the buffer zone with incendiary balloons and kites and fucking Molotov cocktails and people trying to bust the fence. I don't think they expected that. And they acted in the typical IDF fucking jumpy, disproportionate, mental way and just shot people and shit, even though for a lot of them, they probably didn't even need to. But if you'd only heard about the Great March of Return from Ryan Grim just there, you would think it was just people standing at the border with signs. And that's it. And getting sniped by the elite genocide sniper squad. I don't know why people can't just describe something accurately. We all understand this for January 6th, right? We understand that even though most of those protesters were peaceful, the ones who broke through the barricades and into the Capitol building made it a violent protest. Even if it was a minority of people doing it. We know that. Like, why would you say that, Ryan Grimm? Why would you tell the story in that way? It's so weird. And I know why they do it. They do it because in a minute, Destiny's going to talk about the violent elements, and then he's going to make no apologies for the IDF response. And they're going to say, oh, what? So it's okay to shoot people because they're throwing stones and Molotov cocktails? It's like, yeah, that's what they're going to do. Because, yeah, that's the propaganda machine. It's the pyramid game. Oh, God, it's the fucking pyramid game. Yeah. I'll show you the pyramid game. Actually, how does this work for this? So there's 3 things here. And they're all bad. And this first one is peaceful symbolic protesters go to the border wall to protest symbolically, and they get shot by crazy IDF snipers who just wanted to take out as many innocent, peaceful, symbolic protesters as possible for the lols. And then we have, actually, no, it was more like this and this. This might be like violent elements, violations of the buffer zone, but still a disproportionate response from the IDF. And this would be they were posing a real threat and they should have got it. But because it's one of these, it's like all 3 of these are still bad. But it's like someone says it's this, you say no, it's actually more like one of these, and you're like, oh, so what? You think these things are good? It's like, bro, shut the fuck up. You started with this. Why have you already moved off of this just quietly? And you can fuck me, yeah.
Over the years, the IDF.
That's probably the debate technique I encounter the most in this sphere, and it's so fucking annoying. Oh God.
Responded by killing a pretty significant amount of Palestinians, but also maiming, I believe, tens of thousands, to the point where the UN put out a report noting that it had become commonplace to see people walking around with one leg, missing a leg, missing an arm. There were IDF soldiers who said, yeah, we were told shoot out the legs. You know, one guy said he hit like 40 plus legs, like in a single day. Hamas opposed this at the start because it was nonviolent, because it was civil society led. Hamas eventually caved under public pressure and ended up supporting the Great March of Return, which I think goes to your question: what is the political order that can replace Hamas? If there is a nonviolent movement that can gain traction, then Hamas is defeated by that. Hamas is pressured into supporting that just by the kind of public support for it, like happened with the Great March of Return. The Israeli response was not to say, wow, let's embrace this nonviolent civil society-led movement.
He's really digging his heels into it, isn't he? Like, again, what you would just add, like, that is the most propagandistic retelling of the Great March of Return you could possibly come up with. Like, it is just a propagandist retelling.
And marginalize Hamas and reach a deal with this Palestinian force that could even see a unification between the West Bank and Gaza toward a long-term peaceful solution. It was, let's annihilate this. Let's shoot and kill and maim the peaceful protesters, which only then fortifies Hamas's position and allows them to say that we were right all along. We told you can't deal with Israel. We warned you against this, that violence is the only way forward.
That was a fantastic read.
Also, the question is as well, let's assume that's all true. Let's assume that's all true. Like, why does... I guess he would agree that Hamas's answer doesn't work either. I don't know why people have to assume that there has to be some kind of like military solution to the problem for people in Gaza. For the West Bank, you can understand it because there's settlement infrastructure that you can target and try to frustrate the expansion of, and there's a military occupation still there. There's like running throughout the entire place. With Gaza, there's no military action in Gaza that's going to help anyone. Like, but I guess he's making the argument that's what Hamas convinced people of. But yeah, that retelling of the Great March of Return is insane.
Retelling that is almost entirely fictional for the Great March of Return. It did start off as a generally peaceful protest. The idea behind the March of Return was returning to Israel. The UN has released a report where they've gone over a lot of the shootings. It's very curious that if you actually read the entire report, you'll notice that almost every...
This is what I would say to Ryan. To Ryan, I would just say, is like, why did you omit this, and this when you said non-violent? Like, it's kind of like me talking about a non-violent protest on January 6th. It's like me saying that there were people non-violently standing outside the Capitol complex chanting for a recount of the vote or something. And I just didn't mention everyone the minority, because it was a minority who broke in. Yeah.
Single shooting happens between 50 to 100 meters in range, which is
100 snipers being there before the protest gets started, gets ignored a lot. No, I said that. I literally said that the IDF expected more than what was actually happening.
curious. If these are, because I was told, actually read the entire report, you'll notice that almost every single shooting happens between 50 to 100 meters in range, which is curious. If these are, because I was told, I believe by, I think Finkelstein himself said, or it might have been Rabbani, that this was a crack team of Israeli snipers, but apparently their rifles only worked up to 100 meters. The reason why...
Maybe they're just lazy.
Or maybe the reason why is because there is a no-go zone between the fence and 100 meters, because when people get too close, people try to cut the fence open, people try to break through, which is what was happening towards the end of the...
So they had no choice but to shoot all those unarmed people.
So now, see what he's done now? He's just moved. He doesn't he does not give a fuck that he completely mischaracterized the event. Now it's just, oh, so that's okay. Why didn't you say that? Why didn't you just tell the story properly if you think shooting them was unjustified?
It doesn't matter if you're armed or unarmed, if you're approaching an area that you're not supposed to be in, and then when people start to try to break through the fence, that's the rules of the border. If you try to cross any militarized border, you're probably going to get shot at. Also, towards the end of the Great March of Return, there were people that were throwing stones, that were sending over incendiary balloons, that were causing like fires to spread on the other side of the fence. All of this is documented even by the UN, and that was when the majority of the firing from the Israeli police happened. If you want to say that they shouldn't be shooting at people who were close to the fence because you don't like that policy or whatever, that's fine. But characterizing that as like just open firing into a bunch of innocent people that are standing there with the goal of just maiming people for no reason is the most unbelievable retelling of what happened towards the end of that event.
It's exactly what happened, actually.
Just to characterize it, just get a even more complete picture.
You said they shot non-violent people, but now you're talking about throwing stones and balloons and okay, whatever.
Israeli policy is people in Gaza have no right to go in and out of the cage that they've been placed into. They're under complete siege. Their economy is in shambles because Israel does not allow them to trade with the outside world. They can't have an airport because Israel doesn't feel like they are entitled to an airport, can't have a seaport. When you look at the rates of unemployment, over 50% in Gaza at the time. And if those people who are trapped in this cage come a little too close to the border, then we open fire at them and kill them, even when they're unarmed, because that's border policy.
It's more than 6,000, according to the UN, quote unquote, more than 6,000 unarmed demonstrators were shot by military snipers week after week at the protest sites by the separation fence.
There's no denying that, yes, some people try to open up and some people send incendiary balloons over the border and so on. But by and large, when you look at the cases, human rights organizations have been clear about the fact that people were targeted when they posed absolutely no threat to Israeli soldiers. So Israeli soldiers opened fire on people and targeted specifically medics and journalists and children and people who are disabled in wheelchairs.
There's a very clever game that's being played when we say pose no threat to Israeli soldiers. There was one UN report that came out that analyzed it, that claimed that every single shooting except for one was unjustified. But the way that they got that is they didn't analyze that as an armed conflict. They analyzed that as a policing event. And when you analyze things internationally as a policing event, typically police aren't allowed to shoot or kill anybody unless they pose a direct threat to the individual.
Yeah. Why would it be analyzed as an armed conflict if one side wasn't armed?
Because Hamas was present.
But they weren't shooting. They weren't.
People were. I don't know if it was every protest, but there were people with guns. I don't remember how many there were though. Armed. Let's see. Great March of Return. So I'm not sure if you're unarmed if you have like Molotov cocktails and incendiary balloons and shit like that. I don't think that counts as unarmed. Yeah. I think a better way to phrase that would be that it was like it was in the context of a national conflict with a border where there are two different governments on each side of that border and two different militaries, and one military wants to wipe the other one's civilian population off the face of the earth, like their charter, and there are people from that military who are there, the Hamas people. Do you rule out Israeli plants being put into Gaza to cause chaos sometimes? In Gaza, I don't know. West Bank, that wouldn't surprise me if they did that. I don't know if it's happened in Gaza. Maybe it has.
Doesn't matter if they were shooting. If you've got an enemy military that is present amongst people that are performing actions that are Hamas.
No, that's dumb. They're not symmetrical forces. They don't need to be symmetrical forces. If you are a country, you have to defend your civilian population. And now that we know what happens when that border fence is breached in Gaza, and there are potentially thousands of people who could run through it. Now that we know what happens, you have to protect your civilian population. It doesn't matter if you don't need to make it a fair fight, unfortunately. You have to protect your population.
Hamas is considered the oppositional force, and if you've got people that are participating
and if
in
you don't have guns at the time,
doesn't matter if you have guns or not.
Of course
guns
it does.
have nothing to do with being
international humanitarian law is
force.
absolutely clear about the fact that a situation, you can only kill combatants if they're in combat and they're armed. You can't find somebody.
That's not true at all. What's it? Hors de combat. You can be someone in even like an IDF person in a drone operation room with a joystick. They're not a combatant. Huh. I feel like they are. No, hey, fuck. This is like the whole thing with Iraq, wasn't it? With the Iraq invasion of Kuwait when they were retreating, and people said it was like they were surrendered, even though they hadn't surrendered. Yeah, fuck. Yeah, highway of death.
Absolutely not true. You do not become hors de combat. You do not all of a sudden gain the protections of a civilian if you're an enemy combatant without a gun. That is absolutely
if you happen to go home, of course you do. You should familiarize yourself with international humanitarian law.
Enemy combatant. Google.
It's when you're no longer participating in hostilities. I wonder where's the where's the IHL on Hors de Combat? Let's double check. Okay. Where would you find something that tells you the entire qualification of Hors de Combat? Out of action is one, but again, how do you confirm that you're out of action? This is only part of it. Hors de Combat. Enemy combatants who are captured, surrender, or who are out of action because of, for example, injury and therefore incapable of defending themselves must be protected. They must not be made the object of attack. They must be treated as POWs. Check Discord. Okay. Stream chat. Cornell. Hors de Combat. Cannot fight due to being sick, wounded, captured, or incapacitated. Not allowed to be attacked or harmed because they pose no threat. Is there any elaboration on it though? On someone who doesn't visibly have a gun, for example? Commentary for Rule 47. ICRC Rule 47. Oh. Person hors de combat is anyone who is in power of an adverse party, anyone who is defenseless because of unconsciousness, shipwreck, wounds, or sickness, who clearly expresses an intention to surrender. Clearly expresses an intention to surrender. Yeah, retreating is not surrendering. Retreating can be to survive and try again later, or to resupply or anything. Yeah, there are a million reasons you can retreat and still be a military target. Let's see. The Hague Regulations, this is what they will probably use though. Forbidden to kill or wound an enemy who, having laid down arms or having no longer means of defense, has surrendered at discretion. So you have to surrender, yeah. And I think part of surrender as well is you have to take instructions from the people you're surrendering to. Additional Protocol 1 prohibits attacks against persons recognized as hors de combat and provides that such attacks constitute grave breaches of the protocol. Under the statute of the International Criminal Court, killing or wounding a combatant who, having laid down his arms or having no longer means of defense, has surrendered at discretion. This is the thing. I know people will take this and just ignore the fact that you have to surrender at discretion. Yeah, anyway, let's see. Non-international armed conflicts. Such attacks are defined as a war crime, blah, blah, blah. Military manuals which are applicable in or have been applied in non-international armed conflicts prohibit attacks against persons recognized as hors de combat. Specific categories of persons hors de combat. Do they have anything about whether or not they're armed? Loss of protection. Immunity from attack is conditional on refraining from any hostile act or attempt to escape. Oh! Ooh. Uh-oh. This is also set forth in several military manuals. The commission of these acts signifies that the person in question is in fact no longer hors de combat and does not qualify for protection under this rule. The Third Geneva Convention specifies that the use of weapons against prisoners of war, especially against those who are escaping or attempting to escape, shall constitute an extreme measure which shall always be preceded by warnings appropriate to the circumstances. Huh. So the good source in that. You think I took too much Adderall? Shut up. Okay. Retards. Nice.
Sure, that's fine. Yes, let's do that. But absolutely just to go back to a point that you made earlier about sort of.
Wait, hold on. Just to be clear, I just want to So you're saying that like if there's a military and you're fighting the enemy and you guys are going to lose, if you just drop your guns, you can just like run back and nobody can shoot at you?
Yes, if you drop your guns and raise your arms, you can't be shot anymore.
No, that's surrendering. That's different than running away. You can't drop your guns and just run away and you can't get shot because you have no firearms.
If you're a military threat at the time, it's a military engagement. You're fighting with each other.
That is absolutely not true.
Okay, I just
see. Ryan's fact-checking.
We can have the control room look this up.
Sure, you could do it.
You're wrong.
Control room.
That's a level of detail. Again, you start like playing up imaginary scenarios of somebody shooting at you and then dropping their gun and turning around.
No, but that's what your rule would lead to. We have to be able to analyze. Like this is the problem. We can't even acknowledge like the basic realities of armed conflict.
This brings up a really fundamental reality, actually, because Omar was talking about airports and the seaports, and I think we all agree it would be miserable to live in a territory that doesn't have an airport, doesn't have a seaport. The argument from Israel and supporters of Israel is that if you put an airport in Gaza, Hamas would immediately seize it and use it to use parts, use the technologies to kill Israelis.
Yeah. And
did the control room ever, because I wonder, if the control room comes back, it'll be probably because they looked at the first sentence and spoke about that whole intention to surrender thing without the first half of the sentence. But if control room doesn't come back, does that just mean they looked for it and didn't find it? What does control do? Control!
And nobody asks if you have an airport in Israel, will the Israeli government use it to import weapons from the United States that they then use to kill Palestinians? You see, there's an inequality here that we never really acknowledge.
And I don't think that's unfair. I just mean, so what is, like now, what is the path to creating a Gaza that can have an airport?
Do we think Hamas would use the airport and the seaport to bring in weapons?
I have no doubt that they would, exactly in the same way the Israeli government imports weapons and commits massive atrocities. Their terrorism against Palestinians.
What can people in Palestine do to create a situation where that's not, and what can people in Israel do, frankly, to create a situation that's different?
No, and to Stephen's earlier point, that which we did not address, is like, he thinks the goal of removing Hamas from power is absolutely essential and you've got to do it. First, I want to point out that double standard is nobody says we have to get rid of the Israeli government.
Because the Israeli government is infinitely better than Hamas. It's not even close.
It's not. It's not.
even close.
Not by any
Better
measure.
in what
Really?
sense?
I'm serious.
Better
Hold
in
on.
what sense?
Better in that it's a democracy, better in that it responds to international global pressure, better in that their goal isn't the entire annihilation of a group of people. If you think that the role...
It absolutely is their absolute intention is the absolute erasure of Palestinians.
Then
from
how
that
is it
land.
the
That is
Palestinian
exactly what they're
population
doing.
has exploded in the Gaza Strip over the
Because
past...
they're doing it in slow motion. There's
slow motion going the opposite way? Is it like when you go faster than light and you go backwards through time?
That's a very, very cute talking point. But when you look at what actually Israeli policy has been for literally decades, it's been confining Palestinians to smaller and smaller areas. You can see it unfolding in the case of Gaza. They've just given up on Gaza. They've basically besieged the entire thing. It's a cage. Palestinians can do whatever they want there. They don't care about Gaza anymore, and that's how they wanted to leave it. In the case of the West Bank, they absolutely are squeezing Palestinians into smaller and smaller areas. So you can talk about the Palestinian population increasing in terms of numbers, but they're in the areas that Israel is interested in taking over, they're absolutely decreasing. When you look at Jerusalem, every few years you look at it, and the number of Palestinians in Jerusalem is actually decreasing. It's a deliberate policy of pushing Palestinians out. But so from my perspective,
when you say the number of Palestinians is decreasing, are you saying because some of them are getting citizenship for Israel now? Because Israel
No. Because Israel is demolishing their homes and replacing them. And
is the Arab population in East Jerusalem, is that going up or down? I thought it was going up. Could be wrong. Population of Jerusalem by group. Growth rate might be dropping, but let's see. For both, actually. Let's see. Well, this is 67 till 2012. There are definitely some areas where they're changing the demographics, but I don't think they're okay. Yeah.
In some cases, you see it actually on video of Palestinian families being thrown out of their homes in East Jerusalem, and Jewish settlers come and take over those homes.
There is citizenship available for every person living even in East Jerusalem. There's a lot of people that don't want it because they don't want to be part of Israel. Right? Do you think, real quick, because you mentioned between the Hamas and the IDF, do you think if Hamas ran Israel and Jews lived in the Gaza Strip and the West Bank, do you think the situation would look the same, or do you think Hamas would treat them worse?
I have no idea.
Take a guess. You couldn't possibly.
What would it look like to be treated worse than Gaza's being treated now?
I love that he has to ask that question. Are you fucking kidding me, bro? We know that Hamas killed most of those 1,200 people in less than 1 day. How many days has the war been going on now? 180? And that's with far less military capability than the IDF. Okay.
A million times. It could be actual starvation. It could be actual diet.
There is actual starvation in Gaza.
So
people are dying by the dozens.
I
in Gaza
understand
have
we've
already
had
died.
that. I wish I brought a list of me. I have like 52 different stories between October and now where verge of famine, imminent mass starvation, almost famine, about to start. It's been happening for 6 months. And then prior to this, people will say it's been happening for 20 years.
Dozens of children dying.
If you go by Al
famine-related.
Jazeera reports, the number is 32. And that's the most favorable. Al Jazeera re-reporting the Gazan health.
So that's acceptable for you.
I didn't say it was
so that's a
acceptable.
humane
I'm just
But
saying.
you just said famine, you fucking Lord Voldemort. What the? It's the thing again. I think there's a mass famine. Well, it seems to me that even by Al Jazeera numbers, the number of people who have died of malnutrition was like 32. Oh, so is that okay? Like, bro, it's not fucking okay. It's just...
The idea that this place has been starved for decades and we have 32 possibly deaths to show for it.
You're
Because when
conflating things. You're once again conflating
not
things.
conflating
They
anything.
have
I asked
not
you a
been
very simple
starving
question that you're not
Gaza.
going to answer, which is if Hamas ran Israel, do you think that the treatment would be better, worse,
I
or
don't
about
see
the
the
same?
point of speculating about things that
Because
we
you
have
said,
no idea what
you
it's
said
going
that
to be
the
like.
IDF is worse than Hamas.
Yes, in terms of the scale of the atrocities they're committed,
So in
there's
terms
no
of
question.
Proportionate to your military capabilities kind of matters though, right? Like, if we're talking about moralizing and shit. I don't even know why you'd bother. Like, is it not easy to see? Is that not quite clear? Like, you don't even need to. You can just say, yeah, Hamas would do worse, but look, they can't because Israel's got their protections. You know, just say that.
Okay, so in that case, you agree that the United States is worse than Hamas, and that basically every single large country is worse than Hamas because of the scale of the country?
I think the genocidal campaign that Israel is currently engaged in Gaza is kind of unique. It's not commonplace for countries to engage in that level of violence.
When you say that, does October 7th count as genocidal? Or
let me just.
I just want to note it is fascinating that we won't answer
so many things.
No, I'm not saying
having me chase the ball into different directions.
Let me just be very clear, and then you can answer everyone.
Sure.
Okay. I am not saying so many things. I will ask a very clear question. You won't engage, and then you're going to yap about a whole bunch of unrelated stuff like genocidal campaigns. I'll read it one more time. You're not going to answer. I understand. My very clear question was, if Hamas was in control of Israel, and then the IDF in Israel was in control of the Gaza Strip and the West Bank, do we think that Hamas, who would now own nuclear weapons and a full military and everything, would they be treating the Jews better or worse than the Jews are treating the Palestinians?
Yeah, and my answer is I don't know.
Okay, of course.
So. You mentioned that Hamas has to go. I think the Israeli government has to go by that logic. And the question then becomes, what cost would be acceptable to impose on Israeli civilians in order to get the Israeli government out of power?
I think if you want to square that, also, of course, what a weird, I don't know. Okay, got him. I agree that the Israeli government has to go. I think if Hamas are gone and the Israeli government is still river to the sea, like Likud are, I don't think the rest of the world should support them. Once the threat of Hamas is dealt with, once they're gone, and that seems to be Israel's goal, is once they're gone, I don't think an Israeli government that is river to the sea should have international support. I think they should be, if they need to be kept alive, like defensively, whatever, for sure, but not like, I don't think they deserve any like support beyond that.
Or would you impose starvation and all that? Of course, nobody would endorse that. Everybody understands that that's a completely monstrous idea for a government that has committed far greater atrocities than Hamas has. And then you have the second point of, if you want to get rid of Hamas, it might be useful to ask yourself how Hamas came into being. How did they come about? How did they get support?
They were funded by
And it's
Netanyahu.
obvious that brutality towards Palestinians is how Hamas came into being, because they created it literally. And it's even if you want to leave out the part where Netanyahu was effectively indulging their existence as a means of dividing Palestinians. Israeli politicians have been quite explicit about the fact that they see this as a useful policy to prevent a Palestinian state from existing. But Hamas gained support as an alternative to the Palestinian Authority that was pliant, that was bending over backwards to try to accommodate Israel. And they said, no, we can get you freedom because we're going to fight. And that's how they gain power. And if your idea is to defeat Hamas and get them out of power by brutalizing Palestinians even more, that's just completely delusional. Even if you get rid of Hamas as an organization, whatever replaces it, whether they call themselves Hamas or not, you're creating another generation of traumatized people who are going to be desperate for revenge. And you're just basically perpetuating conflict forever.
That was the point that I was making earlier. Some of the founders of Hamas, as children, lived through massacres in Gaza in the 1950s. This is well-known history. It doesn't justify what they did, but it raises questions about whether or not tactically, strategically, those massacres worked to Israel's benefit. Now, if you are Netanyahu and you want to divide Palestinians and the extremists are good for you, then it does work to their benefit. But if you're trying to defeat Hamas or the ideology of kind of armed resistance to Israel.
And if you really want a two-state solution.
Or if you really want a solution to this crisis, then why would more cowbell, like more violence, why would that finally work?
I don't think more or less violence will work. There has to be.
We could try less. We've tried more.
It's not less, hasn't. Of the entire history of the Palestinian people against Israel since 48 has been one of violence. Right. Nonstop.
All right.
So the idea that like if you're just peaceful for a little bit, it'll fix things isn't going to work. The Palestinian people.
I think this might be a good point to bring in the history, because I think Israeli policy, like Yishuv policy, was there's a havlaga they called it, like restrained defense. Like you would dig your heels in and defend where you were, and then people started to become very disillusioned with that after the Arab Revolt, because then they started to think that we're giving people an inch, they're going to take a mile, and they're going to keep on attacking us more. And also in part because of some wacky Scottish Christian Zionist who supported that, who like helped them finesse that alternative, which was to like disproportionate reprisals on villages of people who had committed attacks on you and all that. But yeah. Like, again, that radicalization goes both ways as well, unfortunately. Unfortunately, Israelis learned from changing up their policies that the more aggressive they were, the more it would keep them in place. Like, yeah, I don't know. That's when they switched from like defense to aggressive defense, they called it, yeah.
Don't want peace, they want justice. And in their mind right now, justice has to do with acquiring some amount of Israel. Now, whether that is the entirety of Israel into a single state or whether that's a two-state solution, again.
But that's not acquiring parts of Israel. If you're talking about two states, that's acquiring occupied territory that is not Israel's and Israel has to withdraw from.
It's not anybody's. What do you mean it's not Israel's?
It does not belong to Israel.
Who does it belong to?
International law is extremely clear about the fact that they have to withdraw from that territory.
International law is not extremely clear. What are you talking about?
It is extremely clear.
You're going to reference a single advisory opinion written by the UN in 2004 when they had a one-paragraph treatment.
No, you haven't even read those reports.
Wait. He's going to talk about 242, isn't he? Okay.
Stephen, the mountain of UN resolutions that make absolutely clear that Israel has the right to be in the occupied territories.
Yeah, and resolutions.
Before we get into the resolutions, since you raised the virtue of the Israeli government, I did want to ask if you had seen the Plus 972 article on the Lavender AI program. I imagine you saw this.
Yeah, I bet Ryan Grimm loves that shit. All those like half snipped up sentences. And
So let me read you a little portion of it. So the IDF used artificial intelligence to identify Hamas members. It used to be that you had to be, I think, colonel or above to be, specifically targeted by an airstrike, and there had to be some precautions taken to minimize the civilians that you might be around. The IDF, after October 7th, got rid of both of those precautions. They said any Hamas member is now able to be targeted by an airstrike, and civilian casualties don't matter. In fact, maximize.
Why would you say don't matter? Like that's not even what the article said. The article said that they were willing to accept high levels of collateral, like very high levels of collateral, which seems to be true. He's editorializing the editorialized piece. Okay.
Civilian casualties seems to be a feature of the program. And I'll just read from this, if you can put up the 972 magazine article. They write, during the early stages of the war, the Army gave sweeping approval for officers to adopt Lavender's kill lists with no requirement to thoroughly check why the machine made those choices or to examine the raw intelligence on which they were based. One source stated that human personnel often served only as a, quote, rubber stamp for the machine's decisions, adding that normally they would personally devote only about 20 seconds to each target before authorizing a bombing, just to make sure the Lavender-marked target is male. This was despite knowing that the system makes what are regarded as errors in approximately 10% of cases and is known to occasionally mark individuals who have merely a loose connection to militant groups or no connection at all.
So, again, they're saying errors in 10% of cases. How many did they? The whole with the article didn't say how many errors humans make. It didn't say what percentage of, because there's a part in here later on when one of the people is saying that they're using AI because they trust it more than someone who lost like a relative on October 7th. There's something about the statistical approach that gets you to a certain norm and standard. There's been an illogical amount of bombings in this operation. It's unparalleled in my memory. Much more trust in a statistical mechanism than a soldier who lost a friend 2 days ago. Everyone there, including me, lost people on October 7th. The machine did it coldly, and that made it easier. Like, they just leave parts... they leave a lot about... Yeah, it's like, even within the article, it's just not what the... And I blame the writers of the article as well for sensationalizing the shit out of it, but...
Moreover, the Israeli army systematically attacked the targeted individuals while they were in their homes, usually at night while their whole families were present, rather than during the course of military activity. According to the sources, this was because, from what they regarded as an intelligence standpoint, it was easier to locate the individuals in their private houses. Additional automated systems, including one called Where's Daddy, also revealed here for the first time, were used specifically to track the targeted individuals and carry out bombings when they had entered their families' residences. And 972 argues that the reason that you've seen so many women and children killed is that they were identifying men. Sometimes something like 10 to 20% of men in Gaza are named Mohammed. Like if you go through the Ministry of Health list of casualties.
Oh, okay.
Many of them have same last names because they're from the same family. So they're using AI to identify a particular man and then follow him to his home and then killing him with a bomb in his home. Oftentimes, this is an apartment that doesn't just have his family sleeping there, but also has many other families sleeping there.
Which is where the Where's Daddy name comes for that program. They wait for them to be with their families, and they think it's easier to bomb them in their homes rather than try to fight them in the field, and where they're more difficult to find.
Well, so how could because of the field,
So how could this be worse? Try to design.
Try to design, bro. This guy's never heard of any military campaign in any urban environment ever. Why is he so incredulous? It's just kind of scratching his head. How could you do urban warfare worse than 30,000 dead in 6 months? Okay.
I could
a government that behaves in a worse way than this.
The most obvious counter is the numbers don't support the idea that civilians are being targeted en masse. It doesn't even come close to it. I've seen estimates at anywhere it's like 9-to-1 for civilian to military deaths historically in conflict. And the idea that in the Gaza Strip, one of the most densely populated places on the planet, those numbers right now are, depending on whose estimates go, anywhere from 2.5-to-1 to like 4-to-1 in terms of civilian to militant deaths. So the idea that people are being wiped out with innocent family members, there just don't seem to be any numbers at all to support that. Something that's also very frustrating is Hamas engages in behavior that has been documented by the UN, by Amnesty International, by other NGOs, that is supposed to induce the death of civilians. I don't know why nobody seems to ever care about this. Hamas in the Gaza Strip exclusively fights in civilian clothes. Do you acknowledge that?
I was not familiar with that.
You don't care. Hamas will fight from hospitals.
He doesn't aware of it. I don't think it's exclusively. Maybe maybe in Gaza, how... That's the propaganda machine is like, How would you not know? Oh, okay. I guess you wouldn't if you're just clothes. I thought they were mostly in civilian clothes, but I thought they went into Israel, they were in military uniform, or it seemed to be. Some of them were anyway. Civilian. Say clothes. What is this? Men in uniform have been declared targets for airstrikes. As a result, while outside in the terrain, uniforms are to be discarded and civilian clothes are worn. This is the Ministry of Interior in the Gaza Strip. Huh. Wait, what? Sorry, what site is this? What am I reading? Why do I care about this? Who the fuckers? Lawfare. Oh, it's those guys. Exchanging uniforms for civilian clothing whilst fighting the IDF. Some report no evidence of Palestinian armed groups placing civilians in areas where attacks were being launched or engaging in combat in civilian dress or using a mosque. Contrasted with Israeli international media reports that fires war. Which report is this? Is this the Amnesty report they're talking about? I think it might be. Yeah, this is the Amnesty. A UN fact-finding by Goldstone. Oh, okay, they're talking about Goldstone. Okay.
Do you acknowledge that?
They don't fight from hospitals.
What happened with the most recent raid on Al-Shifa?
Let me.
That?
Right.
I was not familiar with that.
You don't care. Hamas will fight from hospitals. Do you acknowledge that?
They don't fight from hospitals.
What happened with the most recent raid on Al-Shifa?
Let me. Okay, so. You've actually gone. No. I'm going to address this. I'm going to address this.
You're going to address it because you're not. But so let me just get my thing.
Well, I mean, he said he doesn't think that they fight from hospitals. But he just said no. He doesn't think that.
Yeah, but I just want to just for people listening, I guess. One of the frustrating things about asymmetrical warfare is that as law of armed conflict has evolved past the 90s, the collapse of the Soviet Union, states are having to do more and more fighting against non-state actors, which has posed a huge challenge to the ICJ and the ICC in terms of how you analyze this conflict. And the reason why it's such a challenge is because international law only works if it allows countries to effectively operate so that countries will want to follow it. So international law tries to balance, for law of armed conflict, two very, very delicate things. One is the protection of hors de combat peoples, people that shouldn't be killed ever. And then the other is a state's ability to conduct warfare. Because if you deprive either of these, if you don't protect civilians, everybody dies. And if you deprive a state of the ability to defend itself, nobody follows law of armed conflict. The issue with Hamas as an asymmetrical opponent is every single behavior that they engage in is meant to induce maximum civilian casualty. That means that they exclusively fight in civilian uniforms. It means that they operate out of civilian, supposed to be special protected areas like hospitals. The Al-Shifa raid recently is a good example of that. They booby trap corpses. They booby trap houses. This happened a lot of Protective Edge in 2014. Amnesty International reports show that. There was footage taken out of Al-Shifa Hospital in 2008. Amnesty International did a report on that there was an interrogation center in there. And we saw captured CCTV footage that showed hostages being brought into Al-Shifa Hospital. That Hamas will store munitions and they will fight even from zones that are supposed to be declared safe. And they store ammunitions in places like mosques or homes. All of these behaviors are designed from the Hamas perspective to induce the maximum amount of civilian casualties. And then when it happens, nobody has anything to say with Hamas and everybody has something to say with Israel. Why hasn't Hamas, by the way, these are also considered failures to uphold your duty under international law. Why hasn't Hamas tried to protect the civilian population? All those tunnels they built, they couldn't build one bomb shelter. Why hasn't Hamas tried to set up a humanitarian area? Why is it exclusively on Israel and the international community and Hamas can't do any type of collaboration or cooperation to do it? It's because they don't care, because the goal is to induce the maximum amount of civilian casualties.
Just one tiny point. If they did build a bomb shelter for civilians, Israel would bomb it and say that, look, they're putting
all roads lead to Rome, hey?
Civilians in the tunnels.
And if it would happen, that would be the end of the conflict. Because if there is a civilian bomb shelter built and there were no Hamas military and Israel hit that, then it's over.
But they've hit hospitals, and then I don't believe the hospitals have it.
At that point, who supports Israel?
They're bombing entire neighborhoods.
I want to get Omar's response. Being fought for. Let's get Omar's response to the hospital.
You've gone through a lengthy record. Allow me to do the same, actually, for just 1 second. One of the things that you had actually said recently, I think it's on the Comedy Cellar podcast, is that it is quite blatant to you. You said patently obvious that Israel is doing everything it can to protect civilians in Gaza.
Or I don't think I said. I think I said more than any other country ever has in the history of armed conflict.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think. Do we have?
Go ahead, Omar.
That's not. Oh, actually, it turns out we do have it. All right.
It seems if you engage with it honestly, and I hate to say this because
they're putting a clip.
when you engage with it honestly, it seems obvious, like patently obvious, that Israel is doing everything they can to minimize civilian casualties. That it's like undeniable because the numbers would be so much different if they were just indiscriminately bombing or carpet bombing, as everybody says. So, but I mean, they still have to manage the PR aspect because at the end of the day, perception is really the only thing that matters in international communities with other countries. So,
frankly, the claim.
I don't think I would go that far. I feel like they did more. They used to do more to avoid civilian casualties back in like the previous wars when it was only going after very, very like the most high-profile targets with the lower possible civilian collateral. But I think because they're trying to destroy an army, they've obviously expanded that. Compared to the United States and like Mosul and shit like that, I think there's still more the IDF could have done. Yeah. That was a bit exaggerated.
That Israel's doing everything it can to minimize civilian casualties is by far the single most absurd thing that I have heard Stephen say, period. Let me run through the record for you.
You wouldn't target a soldier at his house at night if that was your goal.
And with the thing that you mentioned with Lavender, it's specifically, when they're at home. But beyond that, just if I can run through that record. Because
1 second, like, quick, do you stand by saying everything?
Do you agree that Israel does more than most other countries? Yeah, more than most. Yeah, because what other countries do wars? Like what? Saudi Arabia, Myanmar, fucking Russia. Who else is in a war right now? Sudan, Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis. Who are we comparing them to? Yeah, they're probably not as good as the United States. Probably not as good as like NATO countries. And NATO countries have a lot less at stake. DCR, yeah, fucking Ukraine. Well, Ukraine's fighting in their territory against soldiers, so it's like I don't know how easily Ukraine can accidentally go around hitting fucking people in Moscow. Yeah, it's a low bar. Ukraine has hit Moscow. I don't think they've hit civilians in Moscow, though, have they? They hit wasn't there a drone that went off of the Kremlin? Yeah. Ukraine's in a unique position, though, because it's quite easy for Ukraine to... I think 3 civilians died when they took out the Kerch Bridge, which is a clear military target and was being used to move military equipment and hardware all the way from Russia through Crimea and into Ukraine. So that is clearly like... That probably, the Kerch Bridge probably passed the proportionality test for 3 civilians, unfortunately. It's quite cold to say that, but it's just rules of war.
More basically, yeah.
Okay.
But, the more
Back to Omar.
more than any other country ever has in the history of all of armed conflict.
Perfect.
Sure.
So let's run through the record. Human rights organizations, who are the objective observers on these situations, every single one of them in every subsequent invasion of Gaza, including the current one, talk about Israel engaging in massive indiscriminate bombing of civilian areas. They talk about flattening entire neighborhoods. They talk also about deliberately killing civilians who pose absolutely no threat to Israeli soldiers. They go through and describe these incidents. They raise them with the Israeli military. The Israeli military says we investigated and we saw that nothing wrong happened. And human rights organizations' assessment of the way that Israel conducts itself is that it's completely in violation of international law and that their self-accountability is a complete sham. It's not actually serious. And then you look at what Israeli leaders themselves also say. And by the way, that 972 magazine, there was a article. There was one that came before it as well, in which they described that Israelis' policy in Gaza is to basically shock the civilian population by doing massive devastation in civilian areas as a means.
But he loves the 972 articles, doesn't he?
Of putting pressure on Hamas. And that included an example that they listed, toppling a high-rise residential building without warning on top of the people who are inside it. So that's
there's a name for it.
And that's that's based on power targets.
Power target, yeah.
And that's
again, power targets. The 972 article, this is what I found really weird, is that they're quoting an IDF person talking about power targets, but they leave a very important part out. Let me see, 972 article, power targets, Israel. It's actually interesting they took that one up because that's usually that was the most obvious example I could find of them being quite weird with their citations. Let me see. Power targets. Because it's one of their links that leads to the IDF website. So they say, is it here? Is this the IDF website one? Yeah. Compared to previous assaults on Gaza, the current war, which has been named Operation Iron Swords, and which began in the wake of Hamas-led assault on southern Israel on October 7th, has seen the army significantly expand its bombing of targets that are not distinctly military in nature. These include private residences, as well as public buildings, infrastructure, and high-rise blocks, which sources the army defines as power targets. The bombing of power targets, according to intelligence sources who had first-hand experience with its application in Gaza in the past, is mainly intended to harm Palestinian civil society, to create a shock that, among other things, will reverberate powerfully and lead civilians to put pressure on Hamas, as one source put it. But they link to the IDF's description of power targets, and so they're saying primarily to induce shock. So, power goals. The targets, this is the IDF's phrasing of it. The targets of the IDF attack in the Gaza Strip are carefully selected, and some of them even constitute power targets, strategic, security, and informational targets of the terrorist organizations. Power targets, as the intelligence division explains, are considered attack targets of security and awareness significance for the terrorist organizations. These targets, which constitute unique terrorist assets, are a crucial part of the military strategic damage to the PLO activities that come out of Gaza. Why are they saying PLO in 2019? Is this a mistranslation? Okay. Our goal is to build targets that will constitute substantial damage to the terrorist organizations in the Gaza Strip, explains the head of the Palestine Arena Squad of the Intelligence Division's Research Division. They know how to point out that the hostile sabotage activity against Israel is carried out in them. How do you establish, there's a Q&A here. How do you establish a powerful target that is a unique terrorist asset before an attack? Before the offensive activity against the forces targets in the Gaza Strip, the members of the research division are required to base the information on those targets in order to transfer it to the operational level. Before the attack itself, you have to work on training the target. My squad and the entire section work around the clock to create intelligence that will be an operational and operative edge to hit Hamas for the decision makers, he describes. The research process and locating the targets is very complex, continues the head of the squad. Creativity and the use of accurate intelligence is required here. Therefore, we must think outside the box, and research all the required information as soon as possible. How are the organizations affected by attacking these targets? When we bring to attention of the decision makers, the unique assets of Hamas, their attack will be carried out according to the effect that harming them will have on the organization. Emphasizes the head of the squad and elaborates. For example, in previous attacks, I can say that if there is an asset that is a security mechanism, such as an asset used by the military intelligence force of Hamas, the result of his attack will be an operational and psychological damage to Hamas. In addition, the attack on the broadcast tower of Al-Aqsa TV, which was carried out at the time, is a damage to the central incitement mouthpiece in the Gaza Strip. Like a wildfire, the perception of the magnitude of the damage begins to permeate the enemy, who feels the tactical and mental damage are each central focus that stands in the crosshairs. The effect is reflected both in social networks and in the general mindset of the public. The effect is reflected in social networks and the mindset of the public. So they're saying that the effect it has on the public is actually secondary, not, and this is their link, not mainly intended. And they don't even mention that the power targets are Hamas. They just say that they're random, like fucking, they make it sound like it's just random infrastructure. Whoa. And they don't clarify. They don't say anything like this is different. Like the IDF describes it like this, but I was told that it's actually more like this. They don't say anything like that. They just selectively clip out the part about shock, about the impact on civilians. And it seems to be taken from this. So it's not like they're lying. It's not like they've made something up. They've just selectively picked part of this and not really... What's the difference between power goals and non-power goals? The main difference is measured in the degree of influence. The unique assets of Hamas allows us to achieve massive damage to the organization such that is not possible with other attacks. Adds the head of the squad, it is a matter of extensive damage in any attempt by the Hamas organization to thwart our operations. The secret headquarters of Hamas, which was attacked in this wave of attacks and is used by the organization's general security, general intelligence, and military intelligence, responsible for gathering and researching intelligence against Israel, is a central government asset of the organization in a similar way. The same goes for the internal security offices of the organization, which are used by its people for military purposes, which was bombed in the last day. That's what, so the thing you could call out here is if they're talking about a radio station or a TV station, if that TV station isn't actually serving a military purpose, then I don't think it would be a military target. But I don't know how that works. If it's a TV station that's used to incite the population and to direct the militants, or it's got like a dual use, then I don't know if that's actually a military target. That's why people talk about targeting Hamas. It's not really targeting Hamas like people, because I don't think party members are generally seen as military targets. The military target would be more like is Al-Qassam brigades. But Al-Qassam brigade is not all of Hamas. So I don't know if like, that's why people were talking about like Hamas, pro-Hamas journalists. Like they wouldn't be military targets. Like Quds News Network would not be a military target. But if it's communication that's run by the organization that is serving secondary military purpose, I don't know where that falls. I'd have to look into that. But it's definitely not just like random civilian targets to shock the population. Like that's not with the primary purpose of it being that. That's not right at all. But yeah. Internal security offices. When a significant building collapses in the heart of Gaza, the organization is aware of the matter and understands that Israel has risen to a higher level of action as the damage continues to intensify. Concludes the same officer. This is our job to see in the morning the price of the enemy paid, and assist in the campaign. Yeah, well. So it's very misrepresented, that thing about power targets.
It's based on interviews with Israeli intelligence officers about Israeli policy in Gaza. And it's long been stated Israeli policy, frankly. If you look at people like Giora Eiland, Israeli general, who later became the national security advisor in Israel, they talk about the policy being to punish the civilians and to induce so much suffering among them in huge numbers to put pressure on groups like Hamas and Hezbollah. And this is not new here, by the way. During the 2006 invasion of Lebanon, there is an incident in which Israel dropped 1 million cluster bombs all over towns and villages in Lebanon, prompting a high-ranking Israeli commander to say, quote, this is, you can find it on Haaretz, what we did was insane and monstrous. We covered entire towns and villages with cluster bombs. That's how they describe what Israel actually carried out at the time. And then you look at current Israeli statements right now from all of this. Benjamin Netanyahu has been quoted saying in Israeli press, again, talking about what the strategy is with Ron Dermer, and he said the strategy is to thin the population in Gaza down to a minimum. That's what he actually wants to do. He uses genocidal language like the Amalek, which is a quote from the Bible about murder.
Hey, the Amalek, the genocidal language. I'll do it again. Let's go. The genocidal language that is somehow allowed to be placed on the Hague building, on one of the Hague buildings in the Netherlands. Remember what Amalek did to you, never forget. In Dutch and in Hebrew, eh? Bro. Because apparently the Hague is okay with having genocidal statements against Germans, I suppose. Like men, all the Germans, the women, children, cattle, and asses, calling them Amalek. Bro, so dumb. Ugh.
Murdering the children and babies of your enemies.
Amalek appears outside the Hague. The idea that it's exclusively used to describe animals is not true. But
and you have then
you need to. Okay, you can just like you kind of like mumbled that a little bit. Wow. Pre-watch.
Israeli soldiers,
even though I've been saying that for months
themselves, so in case there's a misinterpretation of that, celebrating that they're going to kill Palestinians, Palestinian civilians. They're chanting about the Amalek and how we're going to destroy them. And you have people who are actually posting videos of themselves talking about we're killing them by the tens of thousands. Isn't that great? So that's the rhetoric of Israeli soldiers themselves on the ground. Then they're caught on tape shooting children in the head when they posed absolutely no threat. It happened in Jenin, even in the West Bank during this current crisis, where you saw 2 young children being shot in the head with basically very obviously posing no threat. You saw in Gaza a grandmother holding the hand of a young child while carrying a white flag, and they shoot her dead while the child is holding her hand, and the child freaks out and everybody else runs away. You have a pattern that is documented on video of these kinds of crimes. You have American doctors who visit Gaza and talk about the horrors they see in hospital, how there's countless children who come in with single sniper bullet wounds to the head. They can't keep track of how many of these are coming in. And you have the president of the United States Joe Biden describing Israeli bombings of Gaza as indiscriminate. The idea that you can look at this mountain of evidence.
Joe Biden also said that he saw videos of beheaded babies. So, okay.
Between what
this Omar guy is good at what he does. I think he is quite he remembers these articles like quite accurately, it seems. Anyway.
Human rights organizations are reporting what Israeli leaders are saying, what Israeli soldiers are posting of themselves, and what the American government's assessment of that bombing is, and to say they're doing everything they can to minimize civilian casualties is just so thoroughly dishonest on behalf of an apartheid government that is committing atrocities before all of us. It's just, it's mind-boggling. Steve, you honestly would have to be either naive to believe that or dishonest, and you just don't strike me as a naive guy. You're a very smart guy. I don't understand how you can actually say that.
It's just funny because the entire yap you just did is completely destroyed by a single question. How do you explain the numbers? How do you explain the ratio of even what Hamas has claimed?
I think
is militant
70% women and children. How do you explain that percentage?
70% women and children. So I have hold on, I'm sorry, because for children we're saying 18 and under, as opposed to the
19 and under in Gaza, but no, by Hamas, I think it's by Hamas's numbers of the Al-Qassam brigades. They said 6,000 out of 30,000.
The traditionally fighting age is what we would usually talk about in these conflicts, but everything when it comes to Palestinians are special rules.
You can bend this however you want.
It's not bending.
But
I'm asking,
when the bombing is worse than Dresden,
how do you explain the fact that even Hamas admitted, I think it was 7,500 or 8,000 of the people killed were militants?
I don't remember what their exact numbers are.
So I have an analysis from March 12th. So this is from...
Wait, what are we... Okay. Resident of Yappington. Wow. Did he compare it to Dresden? I think because in Dresden, like 50 or 40% of the civilian buildings were destroyed. That Gaza Health Ministry only counts above 14. They only count above 14. What does that mean? Like you're an adult if you're above 14. Oh, okay.
just security. As of this date, the IDF reported 29,000 airstrikes in Gaza. At that date, the number of reported civilian deaths in Gaza was roughly 29,200. The number of Hamas fighters killed in action has been claimed by the IDF and Hamas, both without evidence. The IDF claims 12,000 fighters killed, while Hamas claims 6,000 fighters killed. So we can look at those numbers given the demographic data from the health ministry. Out of 29,200 deaths, about 9,700 were men, and the rest were women and children. If the IDF claim is true, this is equivalent to every man being killed in Gaza being a Hamas fighter, and several thousand women and
Oh, she's good. This is what we've been saying as well. Yeah, it would mean that every man who died was Hamas. Yeah. Fuck.
Children being Hamas fighters. This is extremely unlikely, but to be extremely conservative, I will use the IDF reported Hamas casualty numbers, 12,000, to give a lower bound on civilian deaths in Gaza. In addition, we need to subtract deaths that would normally happen for this population, so about 4,900 deaths per year on average, equivalent to about 1,800 in a 4.5-month period. This gives us a minimum number of civilian war deaths of approximately 15,700. Based on 29,000 airstrikes, that leads to an average of 54 civilians killed per 100 attacks. And just lastly, this
54 civilians per 100 attacks from the air. Gosh.
Analysis goes on to say, despite
that's not even to, that would be obviously, that's assuming it was all airstrikes, which it wasn't. They've been on the ground shooting people. This person's cool.
Over the high rate of civilian deaths in Raqqa, one finds the minimum equivalent in Gaza, 54 civilians killed in 100 attacks, is 8 times greater than the Air Wars-based estimate and 32 times greater than the DoD estimate. And recall that 52 number is a lower bound for the Gaza ratio, is likely far higher than
I can't imagine anyone following what she's saying, though, if they don't already know the content. Yeah.
So, Stephen, do you dispute the validity of those numbers?
What was the ratio of fighters on the lower bound? What was the ratio of fighters to civilians there? Did it say Hamas claimed 6,000?
6,000.
Yeah.
So and the death toll at that time was how much?
29,200.
About 9,000 men total.
So 6,000, and it was 29,000 total deaths?
29,200 total deaths, 9,700 were men.
So if you're taking that's the Hamas reported number, you're at 1 militant to 4 civilians. And that's for the Hamas reported number. How can the ratio be so horrible if Israel is on a genocidal, indiscriminate campaign against Hamas?
Yes.
How can that possibly be the case?
They're doing it, again, in slow motion to give plausible deniability that this is happening.
It's the all roads lead to Rome, eh? They don't want you to look like a genocide by not doing a genocide, basically. Yeah. They're targeting Hamas. How does that work? The slow motion, how would that work? The way it would work is like they bomb Hamas targets, but because they're genocidal, they bomb a bunch of civilian targets that are nothing to do with Hamas. And then for the rest of the bombs, I guess they just drop a bunch in a fucking field. How does that work? The slow down bombing, slow down munitions. Again, an exceptional claim requires exceptional evidence. By Hamas's numbers, because I think the true number might be closer to Hamas numbers for for reasons. Well, never mind. Hamas thinks 6,000, they say 6,000 died out of, we'll say 30,000 rounding up. It means 20% of the Al-Qassam brigades were killed at that point, and 1% of the civilian population was killed. And it seems that Israel are willing to kill at least a couple of civilians, 3 or 4 or 5, for one Hamas just like regular fighter. Sometimes even more, sometimes it's less, because sometimes it's just Hamas that dies. Well, then at the end of the day, then you're killing 20% of Hamas and 1% of civilians. It's probably because you're targeting Hamas, and because of how Hamas fights, and also because Israel partly, I don't think, cares as much as Destiny says they do. They're willing to let a few civilians go as well. 6,000 was a few months ago. 6,000 was when it was 29,000 dead, though. So I'm just rounding up to 30,000. Are they including brigade members killed on October 7th? I don't think so.
This is a joke.
It's obvious. Look, they've destroyed 80% of the buildings.
No, they haven't.
Oh, he's wrong. He's wrong. He did the wrong thing. Oh, no. Wait, we had this loaded up. Fuck. Why do I always forget where this source is? 80% of the buildings destroyed. He's doing the thing again. He's taken a number, which looks pretty bad, is pretty bad, and he's putting it on steroids. He's read the thing, and he's like, you know what this needs? It needs juice. We need to give it some gear. Where is the data on the buildings? There are 2 of them. Unostat. One from 2023, one from 2024. So people have been saying 70% of the buildings destroyed since like last year, I think. So last year, November, it was at like 18% for destroyed, severely damaged, or moderately damaged. 18% in November. Now that we're at April, this is UN data, by the way, we're at 50%. It's never been, and that's including destroyed, severely damaged, moderately damaged, and possibly damaged. So damaged or destroyed, you're talking between 37 and 50%. Actually destroyed, less. Actually destroyed would be like 15%, 15, 20, right? Completely destroyed. Another one's damaged. But he said they destroyed 80% of the buildings. Like, bro, Lord Voldemort, once again, denying. Where did the 70 to 80% thing come from? Possibly damaged. They're using that, the way they do that is they use aerial photographs and use AI to estimate, basically. It's just AI. And obviously because of pixelation, like, yeah, there might be, some are vague. Bro. Where did the 70% thing come from? I have only seen it on infographics. I don't even know.
What is the point of debating the specifics of this conflict so closely? Both sides naturally hate each other. Ultimately, at this point, shouldn't the goal be trying to figure out how to end it?
Thanks for the $10, Dr. Gonzo 1971. I appreciate the contribution. We talk about solutions as well. We can't just talk about that all the time. I think there's also virtue in trying to be correct, I suppose. I think that's a fairly noble goal.
They've displaced 90% of the population. Can you name any other conflict in which you displaced 90% of the civilian population?
No, because usually they just destroyed them. You think in Dresden they told the civilians to flee? Do you think in the Tokyo firebombings they told the civilians to leave? For Nagasaki and Hiroshima, did we tell the civilians to leave? Can you acknowledge?
Well, I think for for one of the nuclear bombings in Japan, they did drop leaflets, didn't they? Obviously, well, not that they were particularly useful.
Hold on. Yeah. Can you acknowledge that what you just said was incredibly fucking stupid?
Oh,
no, they don't tell civilians to leave first.
No.
Normally, they just kill them.
Yeah.
So
because we knew.
No, I need to hear it.
Oh, did Hamas tell people to flee? Did Hamas drop leaflets?
Because he thinks that's such a clever line. Let me explain something to you.
He's not going to acknowledge it.
No, I'm going to acknowledge it. I'm going to acknowledge that, yes, they told civilians to leave, and then they dropped massive 2,000 bombs on the safe zones that they told the civilians to flee to.
There was one safe zone, the beach or whatever, and they haven't bombed it.
There have been countless incidents of them dropping. Now you're just lying.
I'm not. I looked it up. You can look up all the data on all the safe zones. There's 4 hours of roads that they make safe per day where they guarantee travel.
There's a New York Times investigation.
There's
a New York Times investigation and there's an NBC investigation. Both of them document the fact that Israel is bombing safe zones where they tell civilians to flee.
And Israel.
Safe zones are not, so telling someone to flee somewhere doesn't necessarily make it a safe zone. Safe zones are actually like when you designate a humanitarian zone, which they did for Al-Mawasi. Yeah, like here. For some reason it moved. They shifted its boundaries a little bit after 3 days, and then they moved it all the way down here. But yeah, it's pretty small. And not many people can get in there. Afraz Kazmi, thanks for the tier 1 sub. If PA and Hamas switched places, it would be better. What if Hamas were in the West Bank and PA were in Gaza? Oh, okay. Maybe. I don't know.
Israel admitted this. Israel admitted this.
Hold on.
Israel admitted at CNN that intelligence indication that these places were safe houses for commanders of the Rafah Brigade of the Hamas terror organization. This was back in December about bombing areas that were supposed to be evacuation routes.
Evacuation routes are not safe zones. There's been one official declared safe zone.
Shouldn't it be safe?
Shouldn't. Okay. Ryan Graham.
Shouldn't Hamas not operate from there? I mean, we're talking again.
That's a good question.
There's one zone. I wish I could remember. Is it It's Al Moa something? It's the beach west of Khan Yunis or whatever. nobody knows the name of it. This is the only singular.
They told people to go to Khan Yunis; it would be safe there.
No, they did not. They absolutely
did not say that.
They didn't say it would be safe there. Safer, but not safe. Okay.
Khan Yunis would be a safe zone. No, that's absolutely.
Why did they tell people to go there?
Well, initially because most of the combat operations were in the north.
Concentrate them and kill them there. Why else would they say go there?
If you're a Palestinian,
How would they concentrate them and kill them there if it's all slow motion? If they're concentrating them and killing them there, why was the one place they haven't bombed as much as anywhere else, Rafah, where most of the people are concentrated? It's slow motion and fast motion.
So are we going to see 20, 30, 40, 50,000 deaths soon then? Are we about to see like 100,000 Palestinians go up in smoke? That's what they're doing. They're herding them all to one city so they can blow them all up? Wait, but I thought we said they were going for plausible deniability. Now they're herding them to one giant kill zone and blowing them all up?
Yes, and now they're going to tell them that it's time to relocate because we're going to invade Rafah and send them to places where there is no food, water, or shelter and have them scramble for themselves.
And they're going to be on imminent starvation and death like they have been for the past 5 months?
It's going to be ongoing killing rate, killing them by the tens of thousands and saying, oops, it's just war. Gaza's unlivable anymore. Too bad it can't support Palestinian life. People are starving. It's just all an accident.
Nobody said it's an accident. It's crazy that the numbers are so poor for a country that could kill so many more people. But they're doing things that no other country's done. Do you acknowledge that no other country does leaflets, phone calls to buildings, roof knocking sirens? You get that no other country's done that.
Human rights organizations,
including. You're not going to answer that.
The U.S. cleared Mosul.
Human rights organizations said that roof knocking is not actually that effective.
Other countries do it. Yeah.
I mean, you literally interrupt me.
And before we went into,
you literally interrupt me to tell me I'm not going to answer
because
something
you're not answering. You're rambling.
Okay, so Omar, go ahead.
You were saying no country has done anything like roof knockings and leaflets and all that. And when you look at what human rights organizations say about these, they say they're completely pointless because there's nowhere for these civilians to go that is safe. So you can drop a leaflet. It's a game, and right?
Pointless. Do you think the people in Gaza City are just as in danger as the ones who went to Rafah or to Al Mawasi? Would you say that? Yeah.
And like the fact that people like you fall for it, it's just kind of really embarrassing.
You still have no explanation for the ratio, for the 1 to 4 on the lower ground.
They tell civilians to flee because here we're going to be so nice and make sure that you don't die. And then when they flee, they kill them as they're fleeing or they kill them wherever they arrive.
The numbers are so disproportionate.
If you were a Palestinian, what would you do if you lived in
Probably go south to the whatever the beach was. I wish I had the name of it right now. But there's been one singularly declared safe area, and it's that beach.
How many Palestinians do you want to crowd into that, whatever that small beach is?
1 point, however many million.
How many bathrooms are there? How much water is there?
And
it's better than getting blown up by a bomb. If you want the war to stop, how about just have Hamas leave and release the hostages?
Or Israel could just stop bombing Gaza.
Why would Israel stop attacking an enemy that committed the largest terror attack per capita in the history of the entire country?
It's a ridiculous double standard.
Hold on. You think it's reasonable to tell Israel, hey, Hamas, I know that you guys did a little bit of a large terrorism against us and have been, by the way, which is a violation of international law, indiscriminately launching rockets for decades from this law. And every single one of those is a violation of international law because those are by definition indiscriminate, which by definition fail the distinction principle that is essential to law of armed conflict, one of the 3 prongs. So you're saying that Israel needs to allow Hamas to stay there, who's been breaking international law of armed conflict for 20 years?
As opposed to Hamas allowing the Israeli government to stay there when they're breaking international law for even longer than that.
And I want to put a fine point on that.
Seriously, honestly, I want to get an answer to that. Why is it that you think that the Israeli government, having committed all the atrocities that they committed...
Because the Israeli government is a democracy that can be reasoned with. Their neighbors have reasoned with them. People have signed peace agreements and people have reached agreements with them. The Palestinians have not. And there's a reason, by the way, which you will never recognize, why all of the surrounding Arab states have abandoned the Palestinians too, because their history has been one of violence, that first they've been encouraged by the surrounding nations and used by them, and then now...
Did Destiny just draw a circle on his paper? Did he just draw a circle? What did he do? Did we just have a fucking autism? An oval. Hey, he likes circles. What's wrong with that?
Yes.
Autism short circuit.
You think it's reasonable to tell Israel, hey, Hamas, I know that you guys did a little bit of a large terrorism against us and have been, by the way, which is a violation of international law, indiscriminately launching rockets for decades from this law. And every single one of those is a violation of international law because those are by definition indiscriminate, which by definition fail the distinction principle that is essential to law of armed conflict, one of the three prongs. So you're saying that Israel needs to allow Hamas to stay there, who's been breaking international law of armed conflict for 20 years?
As opposed to Hamas allowing the Israeli government to stay there when they're breaking international law for even longer than that.
And I want to put a fine point on that.
Seriously, honestly, I want to get an answer to that. Why is it that you think that the Israeli government, having committed all the atrocities that they committed...
Because the Israeli government is a democracy that can be reasoned with. Their neighbors have reasoned with them. People have signed peace agreements and people have reached agreements with them. The Palestinians have not. And there's a reason, by the way, which you will never recognize, why all of the surrounding Arab states have abandoned the Palestinians too, because their history has been one of violence, that first they've been encouraged by the surrounding nations and used by them, and then now they've been abandoned once the other nations have used them up.
That's a racist anti-Palestinian stereotype.
Racist? What happened in the 70s? Why did the Palestinians get kicked out of Jordan in the 70s? Why did the Palestinians assassinate the Jordanian king in 52 in Jerusalem? Why did the Palestinians get kicked out of Lebanon? Why does Egypt want to work with the Palestinians?
Do you believe he's a racist, Omar?
Yes.
When he talks about Palestinians, nobody likes them and nobody wants them and nobody whatever. Yes, absolutely, that's a racist description.
Why do they?
I don't like. Let me be clear. This distinction between like there's a category of people who are racist, a category of people who are not. I think that's a simplistic thing. What he just described is a racist stereotype. There's absolutely no question about it.
I'm not. I don't want
to get into who he is.
It is to a lot of people that are pro-Palestinian. I understand that history is like the most traumatizing.
If you don't understand that the Egyptian dictatorship is collaborating with Israel to suppress anything that is Muslim Brotherhood affiliated, and that's why the reason they're collaborating against Gaza.
Was Nasser collaborating with the Israeli government when they locked all the Gazans in the Gaza Strip and didn't let any of them leave?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I think it was 1952 or 3 when the Egyptians finally let Palestinians into Egypt, and not that many of them. The Egyptian occupation of Gaza was not nice. Let me see. Egyptian. The problem is like. I'd like to imagine he believes he's saying that when he means Palestinian leadership, not just the entire population. But yeah, but every time I say Palestinian leaders or Arab leaders, I'm like, I feel like I'm just wasting syllables because you should know what I mean when I say that. I don't know. Hello, Palestinians out of Gaza. Was it 54 or 56 when Egyptians let Palestinians out of Gaza? I don't remember. I think it was sometime in the 50s. 52, yeah.
Steve, you do this thing constantly, where you bring up random anecdotes that are completely irrelevant to anything that
I'm sorry. The reason why that wasn't random is because you applied today that the dictatorship in Egypt. First of all, you said dictatorship, very loaded. Yes, Egypt's had a history of dictatorships. You're implying that they're collaborating with Israel in a unique way. You're acting like they're collaborating with Israel in a unique way. And even from 48 to 67, when Egypt had control of the Gaza Strip, the Palestinians were still locked in that Gaza Strip.
Let's be clear about.
Just kidding. It wasn't random. I just brought that up for a particular reason.
Let me be clear about something. Right now, this rhetoric, I'm gonna let it go for now. The idea is looking at all the surrounding Arab governments who are collaborating with Israel, it's a sign that they hate Palestinians. When you do opinion polling in any of these countries, all of them, including in Saudi Arabia, the overwhelming majority of the population wants to cut off any talk. They want to isolate Israel diplomatically. They don't want to deal with them. The people of the region absolutely oppose what Israel is doing to Palestinians. And the fact that you can cite a handful of governments in this...
I wonder, I would love to see, because obviously polling might not even tell you anything about that. But I wonder what percentage of people in the Arab world would take up arms against Israel. Because it's kind of what you would need to do to get them out, to get them bye-bye. Because I feel like the problem has always been, even since the 48 war, is these leaders and their governments and militaries have just struggled to get the same level of readiness and willingness from their population as Israel has, right? Like Israel conscripted people quite effectively in the 48 war, and the Arab leaders, sometimes there were protests because they weren't conscripting enough, but the problem is that unfortunately, if you're Egyptian or Jordanian or Lebanese or whatever, like it's always going to be less of an incentive for you to fight for someone else's country, like Palestine, right? Whereas if you're what would you call it? If you're Israeli, then like you either fight or you die, is how they see it, because they see it if they lose, they all die, or they all get fucking kicked out. Not even King Hussein blamed Palestinians for the assassination of Abdullah. He rather blamed Egypt and their Jordanian officers who organized it, but he omits it since he doesn't fit his narrative. Oh, for King Abdullah, was it not an al-Husseini supporter though? I thought it was one of al-Husseini's guys who killed. 5% of the Jordanians fought for Palestine in 48, all of them volunteers. 5%. And I think Haganah conscription was something like 20% or something. Maybe a bit under. But yeah, there is a discrepancy there. The Arab populations are different from the Arab leaders, like right now.
Surrounding area, who all effectively belong to the US orbit and operate under and get tremendous privilege and financial privilege and security privilege for collaborating with the United States. And to try to paint that as some sort of validation that they have anti-Palestinian sentiment, I think is completely ridiculous and ignorant of the dynamics that actually exist in the region, a region that I grew up in, by the way.
Okay.
What you have, I grew up in Kuwait, Jordan, Yemen, Oman, and the United Arab Emirates, and I visited Palestine on multiple occasions.
Gotcha. Wait, you grew up in Kuwait in what years? Was that when Arafat was supporting Saddam Hussein expelling?
I was born in Kuwait in 1982, and I lived there until that war.
Okay.
And yes, when Arafat made statements in support of Saddam Hussein, that became the reason why many Palestinians could not go back to Kuwait.
Yeah, which was a really big deal too, which is also funny because those Oslo Accords, we point to Israel not being a good partner for peace. The only reason why those Oslo Accords were so horrible is because Arafat was desperately looking for a way back into Palestinian popularity after supporting Saddam Hussein when he expelled.
Speaking of Oslo, yes, and you know what was also happening, and the reason why Oslo happened is because while Arafat was looking for a way to get validation as the leader of Palestine,
the delegates were being snubbed. Hanan Ashrawi was getting fucked over by Yitzhak Shamir, because he's a piece of shit, who wanted to just expand settlements for 10 years whilst he was negotiating or pretending to.
And come back. Israel was dealing with the fact that there is a Palestinian uprising, the first Intifada,
that too.
Overwhelmingly non-violent, in which Palestinians were doing civil disobedience, sometimes throwing water.
I heard overwhelmingly non-violent. I get what you're saying. Like, if you looked up every single action of the first Intifada, probably most of it was non-violent. But I don't think that really. But you could say that about January 6th. The majority of the actions taken in January 6th were non-violent. But again, that's not really, when you're talking about the character of the protest or the an essential component of the protest, at the end of the day, the leaders of the first Intifada, even the cold weapon ones, like the majority, they still said they were still okay with violence. They were okay with barricading the places. They were okay with throwing stones. They were supported people throwing cocktails, and they supported people chasing the IDF out of these communities so they could do the non-violent things, so they could do the self-governance and the autonomous shit, like, and all that. And so they could raise parallel structures. That was facilitated by the violence that got the IDF out of their communities, like out of Jabalia and out of the other places. So, and also they call it the Stones Intifada. So I'm like,
Roxette soldiers, and Israel was brutalizing them for year after year. After they killed so many of them that the Israeli officials started being concerned about the optics of it. So they said, don't kill them, beat them up and break their arms instead.
Yeah.
And what you ended up with...
I'm so curious. And what you ended up with, I'm so much more
And what you ended up with... Allow me to finish. You have to let me finish my thought every now and then.
Yeah.
And what you ended up with...
Murder of the children. I understand. We get it.
They started beating up Palestinian protesters and seeing them brutalizing them and breaking their bones on video, and that ended up being an even bigger disaster for Israel. And they did not know what to do with that civil uprising of people who wanted to be free from occupation. And so they struck a deal with Arafat and brought him in to suppress the Intifada on the fake and false promise that they might grant Palestinians a state. Arafat fell for it, and it was all a sham made to suck the energy out of a genuine Palestinian uprising for freedom and to turn it into the fraudulent...
I think the first Intifada was already dying down before the Oslo Accords, no? The Oslo Accords were like the official ending of it, but I'm pretty sure the most heated years of the first Intifada were, 87 to 91 too, I think? I don't know. I thought that was the case. But, okay.
An Oslo process in which
get those
Israel
circles
had
out.
cover.
How's he gonna circle his way out of this one, eh?
And more settlements and entrench the occupation under the pretense of peace. That's
2018 was the last election in Palestine. They chose Hamas. When was there an election in Palestine in 2018? 2018? This is just something that no one's ever spoken about ever, and I don't think so. 2018. They agreed to hold elections in 2018, but they weren't held. They did what? What the fuck? What are we talking about? They didn't. The last election was 2006, the parliamentary, the legislative. Get your circles. Yeah, okay.
The history of what happened. Okay.
So what could Israel have done after October 7th that would have been, and I don't want to lump you into this camp. Some people said it's about proportionality. What could Israel have done after October 7th that would have either been proportional or given some of the legitimate points that Stephen made about a densely populated area where you have a military and a civilian population crowded into hospitals, et cetera? What could Israel have done? What should they have done after October 7th that would have been a just response?
And I promise I'll address that directly, but just on the context that you just described before that, you have a situation in which it's impossible to have a situation in which Hamas is fighting not in civilian areas. I mean, when you talk about the difference in power, one side has a full-fledged military, has air force, has tanks. Hamas can't just go out in the field and confront them directly, so they do.
Why are you acting as if they have to fight a war against the IDF? Like, what's the idea there? How does that work? How does it work? I've never heard this. I've never heard someone explain why a military in Gaza going to war with the IDF is what Palestinians need. I've never heard someone explain that. Apart from that it gets shit in the news. Like, fuck me, bro.
Civilian
so they do. So they do. So they do.
That's just a
thank you.
total lie.
You'd have to let me finish my sentence every now and then, Stephen. Seriously, like just try. In the words of Norman Finkelstein, try to have the self-possession to just listen a little bit more.
And in the style of Norman Finkelstein, be wrong about everything.
Yeah,
Keep
great.
going. Yeah.
You have a situation.
Oh
in
no, she likes it. The Elizabeth Holmes likes the joke. Oh no. Uh-oh.
The balance of power makes it so that those militants have to effectively use guerrilla tactics, and guerrilla tactics involve hiding in civilian areas. That's how that actually that happens. And if you're really upset about,
fuck me, bro. Oh God. If you were Stephen right now, you have to ask, why are you assuming that there has to be a military conflict between Gaza and the IDF? Why are you assuming that that has to be the answer? And if you want to say nothing else has worked, well, okay, but why does this one work? Why is it just because? Just why? I want to hear it, because every answer I get is always just like that guy saying at least they died like men, or it's good for propaganda, like it's good for getting it in the press. I need to know
that, and you think that that's a real problem. By all means, arm Hamas the way you arm Israel, and then they can have military on military war, and we can spare the Palestinian civilians if you think that's really.
What? Why? Why does it need to be a military war between Gaza and Israel? Israel's not in Gaza anymore. Israel's not there. If the problem is that there's a lack of statehood and there's problems in the West Bank's a whole different thing. People in Gaza, like, they could maybe ship some militants over to the West Bank if they wanted to. I guess they kind of do with the way that they support. Doesn't a blockade or occupation inherently mean military conflict? Not really, no. Not in this. I mean, you can call it that, but again, the blockade came after the rockets. So yeah, the blockade came after the rockets. The first rockets were fired in 2001. I'm just saying, the problem is, and I don't know why people find this so hard to accept, even if it's less poetic. The fact is that if Hamas on October 6th dismantled their entire military and just started doing internal policing and just started building fucking souks and shit, like, with the humanitarian aid that they got, you wouldn't have had Israel invading Gaza. You might have had some Israeli drone strikes on individual, like, militants or insurgents running around or trying to get close to the border or whatever. The buffer zone would probably be the way it is for a few more years. But at the end of the day, you're not going to get a mow the lawn operation or cut the grass, whatever, if there's not a lawn to mow. But the problem is that people just see that as defeatism. The only reason, by the way, people don't like that suggestion is that it sounds kind of gay, like boring. That's the only reason people don't like that suggestion. There's not any logical problem with it. Like, they have humanitarian aid money. It might be difficult for them to get resources in, but if they just use that humanitarian aid money to build society, like civil society and infrastructure, and said, bro, what the fuck? Why are you blockading us? We have no military. Why aren't you letting stuff in so we can build up? They'd have a really strong case. They'd have the strongest case in the world.
What's the underlying motivation? But of course, nobody would ever consider that. We only arm the criminals on one side with massive armaments. Now, on the question of what Israel should have done, there's two separate questions that often get conflated. There's the question of, is it a just war to begin with? And then there's the question of proportion. And you can imagine if people in Gaza were free and Israel was not controlling their lives and deciding how much food they get to eat and whether they can go and come back, and then some kind of attack happened, you might expect some kind of Israeli retaliation. And then the only conversation would be about proportionality. Are they doing it in a way that is defensible? And what they're currently doing is obviously not defensible, to be devastating the civilian population in order to thin that population.
If they did, wouldn't people look at their military history and say, sure, bro, nice one? For a while, yeah, they would. And maybe Hamas would have to replace themselves with someone else. But that's the thing, is like they could call a legislative session and vote down their charter and do a new one. They could do that. And they could publicize that, not just go into the press with a PR statement that isn't even called a charter and just say, yeah, this is a new one, sure, yeah. Don't worry about the other ones. Never mind. If they did that, if they actually showed, like, maybe they could make a whole fucking PR thing about them dismantling their armaments factories or dismantling their military infrastructure. I feel like the yeah, bro, nice one defense from Israel would work for a while, but I don't think they could do it for 5 or 10 years. Can you imagine if they're like, hey, Israel, why are you still blockading? The fuck's wrong with you? And they're like, oh, you know, Hamas, they're really bad. Remember what they did? And they're like, mate, they haven't launched an attack in 10 fucking years or even 5 years. Look at them. They're like, they're not doing shit. They've dismantled their infrastructure. They've changed their charter. They've actually changed their charter, not just pretended to. Yeah, I feel like you could. I don't know. I feel like you could make a convincing case. The old new charter have the same naming in Arabic, which translates to the document. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. Wait, so the new charter is called the Covenant? Is that how it translates? Wait, Hamas Covenant. In any case, there's a difference between what Hamas did and what the PLO did with their charter, right? The PLO charter, they held a legislative session and voted down. And they voted for the changes and formalized them and then reiterated them as a majority body. Whereas I don't think Hamas did any of that. So what's the new one called? Covenant 2017? I thought it was an interpretation of the document. Let's see. The Hamas 2017 document in full. I agree, but I think the argument citing by name is rather weak. Yeah, maybe. It's rather weak. It's actually rather month or year. All right, whatever. Because, okay, was it called this? A document of general principles and policies. What was the first one called? Because was it called the Covenant? It was called the Covenant for, that's always referred to for PLO, right? The Fatah or whatever. It's always called the Covenant, yeah. The 64 one or whatever the fuck. 1988 charter. Is this wrong then? Are these two, is Wikipedia lying then? Is Wikipedia bullshitting me? Oh no. How does the translation work here from covenant to document of general principles? Well, come on. The fucking right to left shit is... It's just mistranslation. Ooh. Those bastards. Okay. Document general principles, policies. And this one says what? Charter. These are mistranslations, though. I don't even know these fucking words. The little smiley face there, though. Eh. I love the Arabic smiley face. All right, whatever. I'll keep those up. We'll come back to it.
By the words of Israel's leader right now.
There's no source for that quote, by the way, which is it comes from the Red Line.
It comes from Israeli press reporting on internal strategic conversations
which has
that
never
happen.
been substantiated.
So yes, Israeli media makes things up.
When the population has always had a calorie surplus.
Yeah, even the diet part.
Calorie surplus.
They literally have. That's why when the famine started, when all the people were moved, I believe it was UNRWA that made the statement that this is a region that has never experienced hunger before.
That's what's so infuriating.
And that's also why Finkelstein got mad, because if you try to cite, really, wait, these people are starving? By what metric? You can't find
that's what's so infuriating, Stephen, is that you want to start counting calories and try to discover whether they have a surplus or not, when you're missing the fact that...
Well, it turns out they were in a they had a surplus, though. Okay. Okay. Whatever.
Israel getting to decide what food gets into Gaza is itself outrageous.
Right.
One people does not get to control whether another side gets to have cookies for their children,
and you know
or potato chips or sodas. You don't get to do that. That's a level of dominance and oppression that is unacceptable.
But you're not capable of having it because you won't even admit why the blockade exists. So you don't even deserve to be in that
What do you want him to admit? What do you want him to admit?
Why is there a blockade in Gaza?
Yeah, you tell me.
Why is there a blockade in Gaza?
When you look at the fact that Israel is preventing cookies from going into Gaza, you know that it's not motivated by military.
Why would cookies be prevented from going in?
And
so it's like, you know, it's not because of cookies, but is that the same reason that they give it for pipes or for concrete or for fuel or for is every blockaded item as trivial as cookies?
Have some rockets fueled with.
Yeah, with cookies? Yeah,
with sugar and fertilizer. Yes, that's how they made the early rockets. The first generation that was
we're going to
literally
deny Palestinians in Gaza sugar because it might be used.
You know what? First of all, they're not allowed back in because they use more sophisticated rockets. But again, he's not going to admit it. I just want to be clear another time. Another thing you're not going to admit. Why does the blockade exist? It's literally just because of the evil Jews trying to kill the Amalek, I guess.
Hamas fighters breathe air too. Maybe Israel can restrict air from going into Gaza to make sure that.
But he's saying then the burden should be on Hamas not to use.
No, Palestinians have no agency.
No.
Rape is the language of the oppressed.
You don't.
They can't help themselves.
Wait. Okay, sorry. I don't think my interpretation is a bit different because I don't think every item had sugar. Every trivial item didn't have sugar. I think I disagree with Mr. Dustin here. At least this is my interpretation without having looked too far into any of it. Let's have a look. This is my vibe. Let's go pyramid. Let's build a pyramid, guys. They blockade because bad when Arab get cookie. Okay? This is Mr. Omar's statement. Is fair to say? Fuck! Why can't they blockade because bad when Arab get cookie. So this is the Omar statement. Oh my god. I just get a bigger triangle. Fuck. Because I think once I do this, I can't move the... Oh, here we go. Okay. This will be close enough. Okay. We'll do with that. All right. Then we have the Dustin position. All the blockade items can be repurposed for military means. Okay? I think, from my own feminine intuition, I think some items are blockaded for clear security purposes. Others are possibly blockaded for punitive purposes. I'm pretty sure that's I don't know. I feel like when Israel talks about aggressive defense or iron wall or whatever the fuck, especially with the Israeli right, I think they tend to approach these things with two lenses. One is security. Obviously, concrete is not getting blockaded because of like they just don't like it when Arabs have concrete. They're blockading concrete because it's used for tunnels and infrastructure. Same with like steel or electrical supplies and things like that. That's why there's always very, very careful checks and balances and anything like that can go in. That's also why building infrastructure is very difficult in Gaza because of that. But because they have dual use. But I think there are other items, like I think pasta was one of them at one point. I honestly think they just do that because they feel like they want to set an example or to be like, look, this is what happens when you make fucking military base in your strip, and this is why you should fuck off Hamas. I don't know. I think it's punitive, some of it. Neo Omar. Does Hamas dress in civilian clothing? Does Hamas operate in civilian buildings? Does Hamas fire indiscriminate rocket? Okay. You could extract sugar from pasta? Well, shit.
Civilian
and I'm the
population
racist
to
one?
get at military ones. You don't punish civilian populations.
Like indiscriminately shooting tens of thousands of rockets decade after decade into Israel, like what Hamas does?
The scale
punishing
of
the
Israeli
civilian
violence.
population, like selling some of the humanitarian food back to the population.
I just want to make sure.
Digging up tunnels of water pipes and using them to fashion rockets.
Just want to make sure.
Taking all the international aid that comes in and building tunnels and tunnels of cement.
Stephen, did you say that Hamas is turning
cookies into rockets? Hey. Let's see. I have to look up a flour dust explosion. You can extract sugar from like anything that's got sugar in it, can you? It's not impossible. But I feel like some of these blockades measures were taken back though in like 2009-10 because Hamas had like used more sophisticated methods and they didn't need that shit anymore. Like the early improvised rockets. Let's see. So this is an explosion that you can do with flour, apparently. Okay. Getting hit by a cookie probably hurts. I didn't know flour could do that. Okay. Is this guy setting fire to his own head?
This is gonna work.
Whoa! Dude.
Ready?
Yeah. Well. John, thanks for the $5. Lorna, you should create bingo cards for these debates. Nah, someone else can. That would take effort and time, which I could otherwise spend productively.
Cookies into missiles.
My understanding is the reason for the restricting of sugar-based products was that the first generation, I think they were called Qassam rockets, were built in really crude shops using combinations of fertilizer and sugars that they would use.
Do you know what the primary component of Hamas explosives is now?
I'm pretty sure now they use more sophisticated stuff, but I don't know. You tell me.
Unexploded Israeli bombs, because they've dropped so many. Over the last,
it's an impressive pivot, but we're not really getting away from the sugar issue, are we? Like these fucking propaganda machines. I feel like this is a really good tactic as well. Is like just talk about the thing you're interested in. Just like rather than concede anything or like just be like, how can I? Okay, wait. Hamas, sugar products, rockets. Okay, right. What can I talk about that actually is Israel? Yeah, the Hamas uses. Do you know what else Hamas uses? They also use bits of broken building from Israeli strikes to repurpose to make rockets. Like any electrical wiring or any concrete or anything like that. Yeah, they'll use that for military infrastructure and rockets as well. Yeah. Any steel that might come from a building that's been hit.
That's true.
Decade.
I doubt that's true. I'm sure they do.
With a 10 to 20% failure rate. Hamas then digs them up, the Yasin 105s that you see, blowing up all these Israeli tanks, primarily fueled by Israeli explosives.
But I doubt the majority of them are.
But there's
I'm sure there's some amount.
It's
but also, again, just to reiterate,
more so than cooking.
You have to focus back again. Why are we taking from different fucking time periods? Okay.
You're not going to tell me. Well, that's why cookies are no longer the Yeah, why does the blockade exist?
I'm going to tell you why the blockade exists.
Okay.
And the reason, by the way, why it includes banning cookies and soda pop and potato chips.
Yes, the Oreos aren't going into the Gaza Strip.
No, I'm sure it's very funny denying children the ability to eat chocolates and toys because they are Palestinian and not Israeli. That's just so incredibly.
This guy's funny, man.
Trivial, incredibly trivial.
The emotional appeals.
And potato chips.
It's working. We're two more virtue signals away from free Palestinian people. Keep going.
It's you trivializing. If it was the other way around, if Hamas was imposing a siege,
he's being very petulant here, isn't he, Stephen? I think this Omar guy is not really reciprocating this. Well, he's being snarky in his own way, but.
Israel, in which Israeli children were not allowed to do any of that stuff, you would not be sitting here making light of it. It would not be trivial to you because you understand that Israelis are human beings and their children deserve.
If I was being told that right now, I'd be like, "What's trivial is like the amount of fucking like propagandizing this dude is doing to just dodge any question like that's coming in." Yeah, I don't know.
To eat potato chips.
Jewish people. I'm sorry, hold on. How many Jewish people live in Arab countries around the world?
I don't know the number.
They all left.
How
many? When we talk about the Nakba and the expulsion of Jews, how many Jews lived in the West Bank after 48?
Thank you for the deflection.
I didn't deflect. I'm just answering your.
Let him answer about why the blockade exists.
He's not. He's got to do the 52 different talking points first.
The blockade exists.
Oh my God. Okay.
The blockade exists because they want to punish the civilian population in Gaza as a means of putting pressure on Hamas. They're saying as long as we have a government in Gaza that does not play ball with Israel the way the Palestinian Authority plays ball with Israel in the West Bank, the civilian population is going to suffer as a means of putting pressure on them and getting somebody else to be in power. The evidence for that is overwhelming. Children's toys were not allowed in at the beginning of the blockade. And when Israel came under intense pressure after the flotilla incident, a bunch of activists tried to basically force medicines to be delivered into Gaza.
On the flotilla incident, there were 2 of 5 of the ships were empty, and they were aggressive ships that were designed to fight against the IDF when they landed. You realize that footage is available. There's 100-some people on the deck with chairs throwing Israeli soldiers overboard. And makeshift weapons and everything too.
Makeshift weapons.
Wow. Yes, I know. Well, that was all they could bring from Turkey with them, I guess, because they were inspecting the boats. But those were not peaceful activist ships. And if you read any of the reports, if you open more than a Finkelstein book and read what actually happened or watch any of the footage that actually happened,
were on that flotilla.
Were they part of the fighters, or what? Were they?
Listen to yourself. Listen to
myself. What? You can watch the videos.
There were people who, fought back when Israel boarded their ship in an act of piracy in international waters.
Why did Israel border the ship?
Because they don't want ships to get to Gaza.
There you go. Because there's a blockade, and because they announced you need to stop.
They don't get to impose that blockade.
They absolutely do.
No more than Hamas gets to impose a blockade on Israel. This is ridiculous. Of course, they don't get to decide what ships get to go.
I want to reiterate by the end here. He's saying that the blockade exists because the Jews are evil.
No, he's saying they're intentionally.
That's a despicable thing to say.
Really?
I'm not saying anything about Jews. I'm talking about the Israeli government policy.
What?
Being
You can't. Okay,
horrendous.
I'm curious. In the Second Intifada, were submersibles or weapons brought in via the water into the Gaza Strip? Did that happen?
What are you talking? Say that one more time.
Were there weapons that were shipped into the Gaza Strip via the Mediterranean?
And plenty of weapons were shipped into Israel as well.
Oh, that's interesting.
It is
So there were things.
You think one side gets to dominate the other?
Why is it that Egypt has been a partner with Israel in that blockade since its inception as well?
I've already explained to you why the Egyptian government
thinks Egypt is complicit in genocide.
Interested in restricting
because for 20 years they've just been evil.
Yes.
Okay. Everybody is a. This is consistent at least with the history that everybody is collaborators with the West and
governments that are transparently collaborating with the West
has hypnotized the world. Even the Egyptian dictators. Everybody. Yes.
Who else are they collaborating?
I just want to say something. Honestly, there's one thing that I think is really, really important. Okay. This, just saying the Jews are evil. It's such a despicable line, and let me explain why. Anti-Semitism is a very, very serious and rising problem in the country, in many other places around the world, and especially in the Trump years. We've seen these shootings that have happened at synagogues and everything like that.
Not in the Middle East, though. It's always been at 100%.
And you have a situation in which Israel's defenders constantly try to conflate those things, is that you ignore the fact that there is a significant portion of the progressive young American Jewish population that is opposed to Israeli policies. And every time you criticize Israeli policy, people say, oh, you're attacking Jews. And that's exactly what you just did. And it's not just harmful to people like me who get smeared by that accusation. Completely baseless and really ugly and detestable.
It's probably more
but
true
it's
than
also,
we know, I think. But yeah.
That's
Of Omar?
Thank you.
Oh.
Yeah, thank you for that wonderful speculation.
God damn, he's
but it's
he's becoming a proper Zio warrior now. Oh shit. I just don't know. I've kind of realized that accusations of anti-Semitism are just
my
like
temper arguing with my Uber driver, a black Israelite, yesterday. Help me, loaner box. How did we not lose our shit?
a black Israelite. Thanks for the $20, Velvet and Magneto. I really appreciate that. I don't know. You can lose your temper sometimes. It's okay. It's funny. You might not look good to neutral third parties, but I don't know. He is anti-Semitic though, bro. He might be, okay. If I wanted to make a case that Omar is anti-Semitic, but how the fuck would you? How do you lay that out? I'm sorry. Like, if I were to make the case that Omar is anti-Semitic, it seems to be because he's like because I guess to him the only good Zionist is an evil Zionist. We very much believe whenever we think someone says that we're going to put Gaza on a diet, even though that wasn't even a policy that went into place, and it actually Gaza being on a diet was never really a thing ever, apart from like maybe post October 7th. Obviously, that's been a different story. But yeah, you can probably you can make that kind of like roundabout argument that way. I just don't know why you would bother. Yeah, it's like just argue in the issues and be polite. I don't know. He said he accused Destiny of doing racist anti-Palestinian stereotypes. Yeah, but he looked silly doing that as well. I don't know. And also like this, the fact that he just won't he seems so reluctant. Even though he'll do the lip service to the October 7th was bad, but he just seems so reluctant to place any blame on Hamas. Like anything bad Hamas does, it must be because Israel did something first, or Israel made them do it. Again, how does that explain like Iran? Did Israel make the Ayatollah come into power and have his positions on Israel? Did even Hezbollah, like arguably Hezbollah came up under Israeli occupation, like they obviously gained popularity under that, but after Israel left in 2000, like Hezbollah being there, like it's not really like proportionate to Israeli like aggression towards Lebanon from 82 to 2006 or from 2000 to 2006 that meant that Hezbollah had to be like the position that they were. Like, I don't know. Loner Box, I need to inform you of what? Darius IRL, fuck off. All right.
Also actually harmful to Jewish communities themselves that are trying to protect themselves from anti-Semitism, to constantly trivialize that charge, that you throw it around at anybody who is critical of Israeli policy, anybody who thinks that Palestinians are human beings who deserve to have rights. You water that charge down so much when you let it all around.
It must be, yeah, fuck it. And this is why I think... This is the thing that bothers me about Omar, for example, is like him saying that you call everyone anti-Semitic for criticizing Israeli policy and for thinking that Palestinians deserve human rights. Imagine like an actual anti-Semite using that defense, because that's what they do. That's like Second Thought saying that he got in trouble for saying Palestinians deserve rights. And it's like, no, you fucking didn't get in trouble for saying that. You got in trouble for saying there's no such thing as an Israeli civilian. But I guess, I don't know. He's got the propaganda brain.
Real anti-Semites get more room to breathe and operate because that charge doesn't mean anything. So even if you enjoy smearing people like me and people who defend Palestinians, that's fine. But if you have any part of you that actually cares about Jewish people in this country, I would strongly advise you to stop throwing that smear around at people. Because
I'm good. Okay, I'll do my virtue signal since you did yours. I got asked an interesting question on my way up here from is it Max?
Producer Mac.
Not Mac. Yeah. Not Max, Mac. He asked me why I was so interested in this conflict. And one of the things that I think is so sad is I think of all the things that I've ever looked at my entire life, this is one where you can pick and choose facts from one side and you can build the most compelling anti-Palestinian argument, or you can build the most compelling anti-Israeli argument. And I don't think I've ever seen anything where you can have such a one-sided telling of the history as I have for this particular conflict. I think the really sad thing here is that I think that there are really good criticisms that can be made of Israel. I think that there are really good criticisms you can make of their past policy. And I think that the story of the Palestinian is an incredibly empathetic one. I think that there are reasons why you could support violence in 47, violence in 48, wars in 67. I think you can support all of these things from a really empathetic, understanding place. But the issue is that both sides are so invested in telling their story and making money and making videos and making whatever off of their particular side of things that you never will ever have that conversation. So, for instance, this is why identifying root causes is so important. When we talk about the blockade exists because during the Second Intifada, there was a lot of weaponry that came in to Gaza from the Mediterranean and from Egypt. This is a problem that Egypt recognizes, a problem that Israel recognized. That's why the blockade existed, especially after the Palestinian Authority was not able to bring Hamas under control, and Hamas gained control of that region. Israel.
A bit of projection from Destiny. It does make me wonder why there maybe aren't some things that he could offer that to, like to say that, because I feel like, I mean, I don't know if it works though, because I felt like I did this with Kevin and it didn't work at all. I think maybe that's just a unique case. Who knows? I think generally, and this did work. It worked when I spoke to Vosh. Is that because obviously my critique of Vosh, it was not subtle. I don't think I was being subtle or like hiding it, was that I thought his critiques of Israel were exaggerated and his charitability to Palestinian leadership in the past was too extended, right? So I started that conversation by not going straight into all the pro-Israel talking points, whatever the fuck, like, and just like a long shopping list of them, because that would be contradicting other things that I thought I disagree with Vosh on. I think I started by saying, here are the things I think Israel does wrong. Here's what they do wrong. Here's what they do wrong here. Here's what they do wrong here. Here's what I believe in terms of Palestinian rights, sovereignty, refugee rights, all that shit, right? Reparations, even I went through all that. And then that gives me when you're saying things that people can nod along to, then you can start to bring in, so here's what I think is wrong with the idea that Israel created Hamas to divert from the peace process, right? Or something like that. Or here's why I think it's wrong to compare Israelis to Nazis, right? God, fuck me. And I think that kind of seems to work. I think it works to do that. But I don't know. Yeah. It didn't work with Kevin because I feel like with Kevin, I did a lot of, fuck's sake. With when I was talking to Kevin, I feel like I did a lot of, I don't think this is genocide. I think this is more of an example of what might be a war crime or IHL or something like that. It's like, but that just felt like, to me, that just felt like, well, we have I think this is genocide. And I'm like, actually, I think it's more like one of these things. And these are not good, but they're not as bad as this. And it's like, oh, so you're like this, I don't really know if this is really good though, is it? I'm like, wait, we're not talking, fuck you. Like, yeah, that's, so sometimes you get into a problem, but like that, but I think it generally would have probably helped in this debate for, because it seems like at the very least, Omar is talking like calmly and like doing the aesthetics of a civil person, even if he's a bit patronizing. And I think if you're in that position, it would probably be more helpful to just kind of like show like lend credence to the Palestinian narrative where you think he's onto something, for example. Like the violations of IHL. Like I would say, yeah, they turned off the fucking water in 2 places, and I think that's pretty condemnable. And then you can bring into, like, present the argument that way. That is a much harder thing to do, but I think, yeah, that's what I try to do anyway. We'll see. Because I've noticed when I do these debates, is that if you just watch me in 1 or 2 of these debates that I've had with like the really extreme people, the only things I'm saying are things that you would say if you were pro-Israel, because that if you like, even an Israeli right-winger could say almost some of them and be correct. But the problem is that it doesn't really give me any room to speak about lending my credence to the Palestinian cause on this, and this, because always like all I'm dealing with is like extreme claim after disinformation, after exaggerated information over and over, and I'm trying to correct it. And it's like, well, it might be correct, but at the end of the day, if you look at my side of the conversation, it's all pro-Palestinian is wrong about this, and this. And it's like, well, come on, I want to talk about some of the things that they're right about as well, but injecting that into a conversation with like this kind of adversary is like, it's really awkward. Yeah.
Israel said, well, fuck this. We're going to...
On point. I don't want to interrupt you. Just there's one thing.
Yeah.
So before the flotilla incident, they were not allowing certain food items from going in and children's toys. And
flotilla incident was 2008, right?
Yes,
We're talking
that's
2000,
right. Yeah. No, but it's just, I want you to explain to me. And then after that incident and Israel came under pressure, they started allowing a little bit more humanitarian stuff to go into Gaza. Is that because Hamas stopped being a threat to Israel, or is that because those humanitarian goods are actually not a threat?
Oh, yeah, that's because you could argue that some of it's punitive and some of it's security. Yeah, I think that's a fair thing to say. Yeah.
And Israel did not give a shit about them anyway, apart from wanting to punish the
My
civilian
guess would be it's
population.
probably because the Israeli restrictions were too much. And they probably could have calmed the fuck down. Right now, Israel is in the position it's in because Israel thinks that they can maintain an indefinite status quo and more or less slowly annex the West Bank. That's Israel's goal. The problem with this conflict has always been that Israel wants to fight forever because the longer they...
Now, maybe I'm doing body language expert equivalent stuff here, but I feel like him saying that probably disarmed them a little bit. And now they seem to be letting him speak more. That's interesting.
Fight, the more of the West Bank they get to annex. The only reason the Abraham Accords happened was because it was to stave off annexation of the West Bank. And the problem is that while Israel wants to continue fighting to gain more and more, people like you have deluded Palestinians into thinking that they fight, they can gain more and more too. Only one side,
for what it's worth,
only one side, Palestine, whatever that means, okay? Only one side in this conflict. What does it mean to you?
Palestinian?
There are a lot of people who became Palestinian after, depending on what the conflict is. So I don't know what that means. I don't really care that much. The idea that both sides can continue to fight only serves one side, and that's the Israeli side. The longer the Palestinians continue to fight, the more the Israelis are going to gain. Because the reality is the Arab states around them are bored. They don't want to fight. The leadership doesn't want to fight anymore. They're not going to. They did at one point, which is, I think, the most tragic thing, is that Palestinians were a tool of the surrounding Arab states to fight with Israel, and that's the most they ever cared about. That's why if you go to these surrounding countries and you ask, that's crazy. There are so many Palestinian refugees here. I wonder why they don't ever take any of them in as actual citizens. And the reason why is because in the Arab states, you're not allowed to. They don't give citizenship to those people because they use them as a tool to fight with Israel. And that's why they're not even allowed to do it. They're banned from actually giving citizenship to any of these Palestinians. So even the whole refugee crisis is inflated more than it should be. But the issue is that when you look at these sides and you go to criticize the policies, okay? I bring it back to the blockade. That blockade existed because weapons were coming in to the Gaza Strip via the ocean, via the land routes. So if that's the reason why the blockade came in, I think that you can make an incredibly powerful argument that, listen, Netanyahu, if you want to destroy Hamas, that's fine. But one of the conditions of eliminating Hamas has to be the lifting of the blockade. Because with Hamas gone, your justification for the blockade is completely and totally non-existent. In my world. In your world, the blockade never leaves because the only reason it's there is to punish Palestinian citizens. So if you're constantly screaming at a government, hey, you need to take this blockade away because you just hate Palestinians, well, why would they ever remove it? There's absolutely no desire to. There's no reason to. Why would they? But if the argument is
the fuck happened there? Fucking Khrushchev slamming the desk.
So if you're constantly screaming at a government, hey, you need to take this blockade away because you just hate Palestinians, well, why would they ever remove it? There's absolutely no desire to. There's no reason to. Why would they? But if the argument is, well, we said that the blockade existed because weapons were going into a hostile administration. Well, now that hostile administration is gone and we allowed you to remove it at great cost, both to infrastructure and civilian life, well, now we can say, hey, they're gone. You have to lift the blockade now. There's no justification for it. So if we have a real analysis of what's going on, we can levy legitimate criticisms. We can look for legitimate solutions. But if the arguments are delusional, that Israel is here indiscriminately murdering tons of people because they're evil or because they hate Jews or they hate Palestinians or hate Arabs or whatever, or they're racist or Islamophobic, there's no solution to be had because in your world, the hatred runs so deep, it's intractable.
Crystal's lipstick just fell over. That's all it was. Nobody panic.
So it's funny. Some bits of that narrative actually were kind of close to reality, but just let me fix a couple of things for you. First of all, if you're saying,
I would, oh god, I would get so. If someone speaking to me like that just triggers that. It just reminds me of my dad. Oh god, this is the kind of shit my dad would say before spending 5 minutes saying the most incorrect horse shit I've ever. This is every time. Oh god,
close to reality.
Panic.
So it's funny. Some bits of that narrative actually were kind of close to reality, but just let me fix a couple of things for you. First of all, if you're saying that a precondition for lifting the siege is that Hamas has to not be in power anymore, you have that backwards. The occupation of Gaza existed before Hamas was created. The occupation created Hamas.
Wait, when was
and
the blockade?
therefore,
The blockade wasn't since the occupation.
Yeah, I mean, the occupation itself needed to end. They replaced the occupation with the siege. That's what they did. And
No, the blockade started in like 2005.
yes, so they withdrew.
It's been occupied since 48.
It remains No, Gaza has been occupied since 1967.
Gaza's been occupied since 1948.
By
What
the
are you talking
Egyptians. By the Egyptians. Does not count as occupied if it's under the Egyptian. Wait, what? By Nasser? Huh?
Israel took over Gaza in 1967.
Who took over in 1948?
The Egyptians did.
Yes. So it was occupied by the Egyptians.
Okay. See, this is the.
I know you don't like to talk about that because it's not convenient, but that's true. It wasn't a Palestinian state prior to 67.
Who cares? The point is.
Who cares? The Palestinians were. They had a fake government for 1 year that was recalled to Cairo and immediately disbanded. And it became a training ground for Fedayeen. What do you mean?
Let me then call for an end to the Egyptian occupation of Gaza too. Oh, wait, it ended. Great. So now let's talk about the Israeli occupation of Gaza. It started in 1967. It has continued. And all Israel did is withdraw settlers out of Gaza and replace that settlers on the ground with an occupation from the outside. That's why nearly every international organization still considers Gaza occupied, even after they withdrew settlers and placed it under occupation. According to just about every UN agency, the EU, just the list goes on human rights organizations as well. And so the idea then that you need something to change and that Israel would lift the siege in Gaza, frankly, if Netanyahu came and said to Hamas, if you agree to no longer be in power, we're going to let Gaza be completely. You can have an airport, you can have a seaport, you can just like have the population live. I suspect Hamas might actually be up for that. In fact, they would consider it a feather on their cap. They can say, see, we've delivered something for you.
Oh, and Hamas wouldn't launch any more attacks? What? Fuck me, bro. Are you actually kidding me? Are you serious? Hamas thinks all of Israel is occupied territory. So he's saying that before October 7th, Israel should have given Gaza, taken the blockade down and given them an airport. And then we'd have had, it's so stupid, man. This is downplaying oppression, by the way. This is downplaying suffering, because you're assuming that just as soon as the suffering aspect stops, like the blockade and the lack of an airport and statehood stops, then suddenly that destroy Israel mentality goes away. Are you fucking joking? What an unbelievably privileged thing to say, ironically, because if you really believe that, it's not how it works. People who have been in that position for as long as people in Gaza have, literally, when you go back to the 48 war, people living in refugee camps knowing that they can just walk for 10 minutes to their old house, but they can't because someone with a fucking gun will shoot them, or even in reprisals will come back and take out their entire village. Going under Egyptian occupation, where they're not allowed into Egypt for at least like 5 or 10 years, and then going to Israeli occupation, where they don't have statehood, then going through the Intifada and all that, and then there's like crowding, being stateless, inheriting the trauma of your grandparents and then your parents, and then like having your government taken over by Hamas. Like, you don't have that much freedoms, you don't have statehood, you've got Israel, like the IDF bombing you every few years in mowing the lawn campaigns, you've got all that shit going on, and then suddenly all that stops, and all that teaching about how Israel stole all the land from us in 1948, like your grandfather's house is just like 10 minutes down the road, you could go there and take it back. All that just goes if you lift the blockade and give them an airport. Then they would not try to destroy it. Like, that's so fucking obscene to think that's how it would work. There's a reason you need a process to lift these measures. Like, there's a reason you need a process to allow these things to go forward. Like, what the fuck?
Absolutely not. They wouldn't even agree to a permanent ceasefire. Why would you think that?
In exchange for Israel ending the devastation of Gaza. They've offered it a million times to release all the hostages. Yeah, it's
oh no. Yeah, the 2017 charter. Okay, yeah, fuck. The one that didn't replace the old one. Okay, good, bro. If their 2017 charter said that and they were committed to one state with the 67 borders, why the fuck did they attack civilian areas in Israel? Why did they target the kibbutzim? Why would you do that? It's almost as if they think that's occupied territory too, and those people live on their stolen land. Ryan Grimm, imagine getting scammed by Hamas, bro.
They've offered it repeatedly, and
Dave,
it's kind of
hold on.
funny.
Let me to be clear. You're saying that if Israel said they would end the blockade, that Hamas would step down as leadership?
If they were to leave Gaza,
No, they wouldn't step down as leadership. I think they once said they would disarm. But in exchange for no blockade and no IDF in Gaza, which means what stops you from rearming? They said they would accept, they said they would give all the hostage back if Israel didn't go into Gaza. I don't think they've ever accepted them being out of power, though. Or I think at one point, it's difficult because they'll often say that they accept the 6-7 borders, like that's the 2017 charter, but it doesn't involve recognition of Israel, which means they see the 6-7 borders as a state that can be used to further demands later on, militarily or politically. But sometimes their leaders will go onto Al Jazeera or whoever else and say that they support a two-state solution. But the problem is that other leaders around the same time will say they don't support it. And there's never any like actual move from the party to solidify that position, or there's like, it's not that they hold a vote or they enshrine it anywhere like they did with the first charter. They just kind of say it in the press every now and then. And other leaders say they're against it. It's like, it's so weird. Like, how can you fall for that?
Absolutely, I think that would actually.
Are you sure that the claim isn't that they need to have a 10-year truce, or that they need to recognize a two-state?
I think it was 10-year truce. It wasn't even 10-year truce. Hamas. 1995 was a 10-year truce. It's not a recent one. It was a 5-year truce. There was definitely a truce that had a number of years on it in 2024. Is this it? Associated Press. The first thing that comes up is the Morning Star. Oh, here's AP. Let's do that. (2024). This is just a week ago. They said that they would agree to a truce of 5 years or more and would lay down their weapons and become a political party in an independent Palestinian state. They don't say anything about. I don't think they say anything about recognizing Israel. Over the years, they moderate their public position with respect to the possibility of state alongside Israel. Its official program still says rejects any alternative to the full liberation of Palestine from the river to the sea. Actually, is this from the 88 or the 2017? I thought the 2017 charter was still river to the sea. Hang on. Hamas, 2017 charter. Yeah, this quote is from the 2017 charter. Hamas 2017 charter. So even Ryan Grimm is getting double cucked there. This is another thing. Maybe I'll use this argument a bit more instead. The PLO charter did get rid of the PLO charter formally. They voted on it in their legislature and took out the part that calls for the destruction of Israel. They took it out and replaced it with with recognition of Israel. They did that, yes. I think they might have renounced it at one point, or they tried to, but I actually don't know. Where's the actual text? I can see it in quotation marks, but I can't see the text. Hamas 2017 charter full. Give me the full text, please. Oh, it's Middle East Eye. Let's go. Hey. Okay, rejects. This is 2017 charter that Ryan Grimm is apparently citing as in aid of the idea that Hamas would be cool with a fucking airport and no blockade. Hamas believes that no part of the land of Palestine shall be compromised or conceded, irrespective of the causes, the circumstances, and the pressures, and no matter how long the occupation lasts. Hamas rejects any alternative to the full and complete liberation of Palestine from the river to the sea. However, without compromising its rejection of the Zionist entity and without relinquishing any Palestinian rights, Hamas considers the establishment of a fully sovereign and independent Palestinian state, with Jerusalem as its capital along the lines of the June 4th, 1967, with the return of refugees and the displaced to their homes from which they were expelled to be a formula of national consensus. So they want the 6-7 borders and refugee right of return and Jerusalem, but they don't want to recognize the Zionist entity, and they want it's like how do people fucking fall for this, bro? This is the 2017 charter. Bruh. The PLO did not abandon their former charter. They changed it. They formally made amendments. They changed it. They took parts out and they added parts in. Wait, why is it not? Hey, why is my fucking clicker not working? Hey, fuck. Oh God.
Yeah, this is
where
them
the
as a
refugees are
governing.
brought back?
This is them as a governing body early on when they were signaling that they're actually interested in moderating. Khaled Mash'al, the head of Hamas,
in the late
wrote in
2000s.
Washington.
This was before they attempted to coup Abbas's Palestinian Authority, the PLO,
This
in
was
the
when
West
they
Bank.
first-
No, they're talking about 2017, bro.
I remember this. Right before the attempted coup.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Okay,
It's so
yeah.
incredible. There was an attempt actually at driving Hamas out of power that they
Oh, there was. I think Destiny knows that. Uh-oh. That there was a preemptive. Hamas's coup was unironically a preemptive coup. It was their 6-day war. Because, yeah, Fatah, we're trying to. Omar gets smoked here. Oh, does he?
They then flipped and pushed the Palestinian Authority out as part of a plot that is documented. I think it was Vanity Fair.
That's true, but you're talking about 2005
Yes.
when there was going to be international support for Fatah
So
to
it
coup.
just-
Yes,
it
but
just-
then Hamas tried to coup the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank a few years later, right after they announced their unity government.
It's great that you've done some reading and you can throw out random factoids, but please
I know
listen
that
to
it sucks from the history. Like,
I know, but
disagrees
just
with you.
please
I
try to
know.
listen to what I'm
okay.
saying.
He's talking about a different. Okay. Shit. Oh, okay.
To you so you can
My
actually
bad,
understand.
okay. Go
I'm
back
not,
to the broken bones. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. I'm not trying to throw up random facts that I've read. I'm trying to explain something to you, and I really hope that you would actually just make an effort to listen to what I'm describing.
Okay.
There was an effort by Hamas at the time to try to moderate, and Khaled Mash'al wrote a piece in the Washington Post here in the U.S. talking about how, you know, we don't like the idea of a two-state solution, but if we put it to a referendum and Palestinians want it, we'll accept it and whatever. Like there's all kinds of stuff, signs. And what Israel did is put a suffocating blockade on Gaza and said, you have to renounce violence, even though Israel does not renounce violence. They said you have to recognize Israel, even though Israel does
It's
not.
about renouncing terrorism, but when did the PLO renounce their goal of kicking post-17 Jews out? I think it was in the 90s, wasn't it? Yeah, the Zionist invaders or whatever, yeah.
Not recognize Palestine, and they said you have to stick by all previous agreements, even though Israel was obviously not sticking to any agreements that they had made with Palestinians in terms of just clearly entrenching the occupation left and right at every opportunity. And so Hamas said, no, those are not acceptable demands, and that's how we ended up being stuck in this situation where Hamas's refusal to accept whatever Israel wants to mete out to them is the reason why that blockade got entrenched and intensed and became more and more punishing as a means of trying to place more political pressure on Hamas. And the idea that now if only Hamas would agree to XYZ, then everything would be great in Gaza, there's just no reason to believe that, because the occupation and what Israeli military officials and security officials and political officials were talking about when they actually withdrew from Gaza was very transparently a plot to deny Palestinian statehood, that they're saying this is a strategic move that will be useful for them.
You said as much as yourself that Israel's goal is to prolong the conflict so they can continue to.
So he's right about that. If I can.
Well, so what are acceptable terms now? I mean, there are ongoing negotiations happening right now. What should acceptable terms be right now?
For the end of the conflict, or for
the
an actual resolution of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict?
For the end of the conflict.
For this one, Hamas has to go. Ideally, the hostages would come back, but I don't even know if we know how many are alive at this point. I think that Israel initially wanted 40, and now I think, turned it down to 33 because they don't think that there are enough alive that even meet the conditions that they have. But yeah, Hamas needs to go. I imagine, my understanding is Israel still wants to go into Rafah, right? Mm-hmm. I think they've reiterated as much. I support it. I think Hamas needs to go. I think that's, hopefully they do it without great cost to civilian life, but I think, yeah, Hamas has to leave. But I would hope that after Hamas is gone, I think that Israel has to change their approach to the area.
Oh shit. I was closing tabs and I accidentally closed the one with the video. Well done, Lonerbach. Sorry, I just got fed up. Fucking gnome. Who killed the hostages? I think Israel killed a lot of them. Hamas killed some, but Israel killed a lot, probably more of them too. Yeah.
10-year truce, or that they need to recognize a
Is this the right place?
two-state
Yeah, this
solution
is
where
them
the
as a
refugees are
governing.
brought back?
This is them as a governing body early on when they were signaling that
Just
they're trying to maintain a status quo indefinitely, because on a military level, they're really not threatened anymore. They need. Imagine, my understanding is Israel still wants to go into Rafah, right?
Mhm.
I think they've reiterated as much. I support it. I think Hamas needs to go. I think that's hopefully they do it without great cost to civilian life. But
He's drawing a square. He's drawing a square, but it's like, okay.
Yeah, Hamas has to leave. But I would hope that after Hamas is gone, I think that Israel has to change their approach to the area. I think that Israel right now is on the verge of a very strange existential threat where they're getting consumed by their own, I don't know if I would say fear, or just they need to, in the early history of Israel, the reason why Israel was able to thrive so much and make friends of the West and win wars against the warring Arab states is because they had two arms of military and diplomacy that they wielded both incredibly effectively. Israel was one of the first nations to identify the United States as an important emerging power and to try to win favor with them. Like they did a lot diplomatically and a lot.
Crazy polls about the protests. Have colleges' responses to pro-Palestinian campus protests been too harsh or not harsh enough? Bro, everyone hates students. Oh God. So US adults, a plurality says not harsh enough. Not sure. Only 16% said too harsh. 22% of 18 to 44-year-olds. College graduates, even college graduates were less likely to say too harsh than not harsh enough. That's me. I don't think it was not. What do you mean not harsh enough? What were they supposed to do? They went in there, they arrested them, they made them look like fucking clowns running to them with shields and getting ponged back. What do you mean not harsh enough? What does this mean? I feel like the response from the police was about right, wasn't it? Like, maybe a bit overboard? What do you mean not harsh enough? What should they have done? Atheists mostly say too harsh, and Muslims mostly say too harsh, but everyone else. Jews! Oh! Jews! Oh shit. They're the most likely. They're more likely than Republicans. But Jewish Voice for Peace. Wait. Have the responses been too harsh or not harsh enough? Oh, do you think the way college administrators have responded? Yeah, by calling the police though, right? Are they talking about fucking arresting people? Jews. Oh shit. Do they not know about JVP, Jewish Voice for Peace? But I watched Owen Jones interview a Jewish person and she said it was all based. And they did Passover. What? Like they sort of that they wanted more like people expelled and shit like that. Okay. Nationwide. Yeah, I know it's nationwide. Look at the Jews. Bro, what's the thing is, if you're a far left winger and you think everyone who would hold a position like this is a genocidal fascist Nazi monster, you must be thinking right now, what the fuck is wrong with the Jews? That's what you'd be thinking. You'd be saying that. I wouldn't say that. I understand why Jews feel this way, because it's a threatening environment for them. It's an intimidating environment for them. But if you're a left winger and you're not actually that keen on traditional anti-Semitism, you must be looking at this and being like, wait a minute. I'm not anti-Semitic because I don't like Nazis and Holocaust deniers. And college was their decision to call NYPD. I think if it's a private building, wouldn't it be the owner of the private building who calls the police? Or I don't know. That's what I thought. It's the most logical conclusion. The Jews. Bro, more than the Catholics and the Protestants. God. Do you think the admin hesitated way too long to act? Possibly. What do you mean act? Like, I don't know. I mean, that's what they're getting sued for, right? Isn't it Columbia University or they're getting sued for not keeping their Jewish students safe? Gosh. I know they could be talking about expulsions and suspensions. Like, I don't, some of those lecturers, though, I have no idea why they're allowed to be teaching anyone anything, frankly. Apart from maybe like a cult. But, oh well.
Militarily. But I think ever since peace with Egypt, Jordan, the Abraham Accord, I think that Israel is just like, now they don't care. They're just going to try to maintain a status quo indefinitely because on a military level, they're really not threatened anymore. They pretend that it's always an existential threat when it comes to conflict, but that's not true. Hezbollah, the Houthis, and everybody in the Gaza Strip can invade all at once and Israel would bat them away. It's not a huge deal. The existential threat I think that Israel faces now is a political one, is a diplomatic one, because the situation, the status quo is not tenable. And the conditions on October 7th were entirely, I don't want to say like completely foreseeable, but like, what do you think is going to fucking happen if you're continuing this status quo over and over and over again? And then the really funny thing is we're so obsessed with they're trying to ethnically cleanse the Gaza Strip. They want to kick Palestinians out of the Gaza Strip. Jews don't care about the Gaza Strip. They want to kick people out of Judea and Samaria. That's what Jews really care about. It's that encroachment into the West Bank. And we're not even talking about that anymore because now everybody thinks that apparently they want to put settlements back on the Gaza Strip, which historically Israel's never even cared about. So yeah, I mean, Hamas has to go. I would hope that the blockade and the conditions are lessened there, but there has to be huge pressure on Israel and the Palestinians. There has to be huge pressure on both sides to reach some peaceful long-term agreement, because until that happens, it's just going to happen over and over and over again. It's nobody's surprise.
So just when we speak about hostages, I think it's important to note that Israel rounded up tens of thousands of Palestinians, at least thousands, I don't want to say tens of thousands, but thousands of them after October 7th. They are being brutalized in Israeli detention facilities. Dozens of them have been killed. Many more have required amputations, and the reports of the torture, of the sexual abuse, all this stuff is happening, and you don't get a fraction of attention to Palestinian hostages being held by Israel compared to the conditions that Israeli hostages are enduring in Gaza, which are unknown. And on top of that, you have an Israeli policy of insisting on
unknown. Why would he say they're because he doesn't buy that Hamas were being nice to them, does he? Oh no, Bad Bunny. I think, well, one hostage came back and said she was raped, so... and I know Zay Squirrel did like a 60-page thread about it being bullshit.
On this path of vengeance in which they have killed infinitely more Israeli hostages than they have rescued, and to continue down this path, it's quite obvious that the Israeli government and Netanyahu himself does not give a crap about Israeli hostages.
That's true. I don't think Netanyahu cares about hostages. I think he cares about getting rid of Hamas. But, okay.
So just keeping that in back of mind. Now, when we're talking about peace, and it's funny, the reason why I wanted to point out that you've said a lot of things that are actually correct, but you're just kind of like missed a key part of it, is that, yes, the longer this conflict goes, Palestinians do lose more and more. And Israel sees that as an advantage. Every day the conflict goes on, they get to take more and more of the West Bank, they get to entrench their control of it. And that's why we desperately need an intervention. And if Israel's not going to do it itself, you need it from the outside. The way to defeat Hamas, if we're serious about not wanting Hamas to be in power, it's extremely simple. Give Palestinians a path to freedom, and they will take it rather than be driven by despair into supporting groups that insist on doing it the most violent way possible. The truth is, Palestinians tried it with the March of Return. They've tried it with negotiations with Israel. They've gone to the UN. The US keeps vetoing every UN resolution that is critical of Israel. They've gone to the International Court of Justice, the ICC. The US keeps putting pressure on the ICC not to prosecute Israel for crimes. And then when people try to do international solidarity and boycotts, people call that economic terrorism, and you have American politicians trying to pass laws. Just every single method of resistance has been completely quashed. And civil disobedience in Palestine was extremely common against the apartheid barrier that Israel is building throughout the West Bank. And all these people are basically just end up languishing in Israeli prisons. you've left Palestinians no avenue. And if you want to be serious about defeating, more radical organizations that are committed to violence, all you have to do is give Palestinians a path to freedom that does not push them in the arms of people who insist that fighting is the only way. And that has to be stopping U.S. military funding for the Israeli occupation. This occupation is illegitimate, it's indefensible, it's clearly intended to be permanent. Netanyahu has said so. The way it appears on the ground is not some kind of temporary thing we're just holding off until. Every day they're taking more and more of the West Bank. That is what they're doing. They're demolishing Palestinian homes. They're pushing Palestinians out of certain areas that Israel wants. Just the entrenchment of it, we're watching it unfolding, and there should not be another penny spent in support of the Israeli military until that occupation comes to an end. And that's how you can put Israel finally in a position where they have an incentive to start negotiating in good faith, seeing Palestinians as equal human beings.
Paradoxically, I think that actually would be a boost to Israeli society, because under current Israeli politics, you have some who say we need to compromise. We live here, they live here, we're all going to live here, for hundreds of years. We need to come to some deal. And then you have a faction in Israeli society that says, no, we don't, because we have unconditional U.S. support militarily and politically. So we can just permanently, quote unquote, manage the conflict. And voters look at that and they say, well, it's true. The U.S. does unconditionally support. So why should we actually, make any compromises? And it has driven them into this cul-de-sac that is potentially suicidal for the entire project.
I think the issue is that people don't realize that the way that Israeli opinion flipped so hard on peace for Palestinians was after the Second Intifada. That completely mind-destroyed so many Israeli people when they saw so many Palestinians across the entire country engaging in violence against Israeli people. A lot of them were like, this is it. Apparently these people just don't ever want peace. After that, I think that's when you saw the government start to shift a lot to the right. And the issue is that it doesn't feel like there has been that Palestinian leader that's been ready to come up and actually make brave concessions or strong concessions, because every deal with a Palestinian feels like a concession. It was not all of Israel. I just don't think Palestinians...
All of the occupied territories, just to be technical.
Which occupied ones?
The West Bank, Gaza, and East Jerusalem, the internationally recognized occupied territories that Israel has to withdraw from. That's what Arafat has said.
They have to withdraw from to safe and secure boundaries. They have to be negotiated. They can't. They're not told to withdraw unilaterally by the Security Council resolution. That's never been the case. So you do actually need a negotiating party on the other side. You can't just do it. They're not expected to do it just out of the blue. Actually, even Olmert spoke about unilaterally disengaging from the West Bank in 2005 or 6, was it? Or was it afterwards? And people like fucking Tony Blair had to come in and be like, no, you need to look what happened in Gaza. You need to negotiate. Yeah. I think it was later than 2006, but yeah.
And that's what Abbas has said. I'm a fan of neither of these men, but they're not the obstacle to peace. They made very clear that they would accept a deal if Israel actually ended the occupation.
Arafat
in Israel.
Has never accepted a deal.
Of course he has.
No deal. There are no deals on the table.
He accepted Taba 18 months too late. Yeah.
There are no deals left on the table where the Palestinians we would just have accepted this.
I happen to be familiar with a private conversation between Bill Clinton and somebody that I know, an advocate, in which Bill Clinton said that Arafat just kept saying 22% is my offer, and Bill Clinton had no idea what he was talking about. And the person who was talking to him explained to him 22% is the percentage of the land that is illegally occupied by Israel. Arafat was telling you, and the occupation of the West Bank, Gaza, and East Jerusalem.
He's got an anecdote. Okay. Okay. But that wasn't even the sticking point. The sticking point wasn't the land percentages at the end. The sticking point was either Jerusalem or refugees, wasn't it?
That was the counteroffer repeatedly.
And Israel has never been the counteroffer.
It has
That's not true.
It's the entire basis of the peace process.
That was not in 2000? No, absolutely not.
Arafat in the late 80s recognized Israel. So he effectively conceded Israel on 78% of historic Palestine as legally defined.
Recognized, yes.
Yes, and Israel then, if you wanted to call his bluff, all you had to do was end the occupation and see what happens. But Israel didn't.
Okay.
Israel entrenched the occupation. That's the pattern. And you're also missing something about the regional dynamic. You're talking about the Abraham Accords and all of that. Just to be clear, the entire Arab world, first it was Saudi Arabia, put on the table something called the Arab Peace Initiative, effectively, and the occupation.
Is that how a negotiation works? Like Arafat comes up to you and says, hey, 24%, 22%, 22%. And Bill Clinton's like, yes. And then, okay, whoa, clap, bang, smash.
You'll get recognition from us.
Nope.
And then
what was the huge part? What was the huge part of the Arab Peace Initiative that you're not bringing up there?
You tell me.
It was the infinite right of return for every single Palestinian refugee. That's the Arab Peace Initiative.
Arab Peace Initiative is 194, right? Does it say full right of return? I don't know. I didn't think it did. Let's see. Right of return. What does the wiki say about it? Even though I probably don't trust it. Let's see. Principles. The relevant passage on this matter determined to find an agreed just solution to the problem of Palestinian refugees in conformity with Resolution 194, the rejection of all forms of Palestinian partition which conflict with the special circumstances of the host countries. So the Jerusalem Center for Public Affairs said that by rejecting patriation, patriation, forms of Palestinian patriation which conflict with the special circumstances of Arab host countries. So by rejecting patriation, that means so it just means that if Arab host countries say no, they have to go to Israel. Is that right? Is that what that means? I don't actually know. Because obviously Lebanon's not going to say, stay here, it's fine. They're going to, and then that means no choice but to go to Israel itself. Okay. According to the same institute, the Arab states used even more explicit language on this point in a final statement that accompanied their initiative, and the initiative rejected any solution that involves resettling of the Palestinians outside of their homes. But this is according to the Jerusalem Center. But where's the original? Is there not an original document? Lebanon expected the return of Palestinian refugees to their homes and properties and not to naturalize them in countries that host them. Basically, it means skibbity L ratio. True. Discursive level, one has to begin talking not of the return, but a return to Palestine. Yeah. Blah, blah, blah. This is it. Is this the final statement from the UN? No, this is the Arabic translation of 194. Where is the final statement? Al-Quds al-Arabi at... Where the... Hang on. Huh? Is this just Resolution 194, this other link? Okay, hang on. This is just is this a newspaper? March 29th, 2002. Okay. Final statement. The Arab Peace Initiative. Oh. This is the same. Oh, fuck off. Is this the same page? Okay, wow. I don't know where I'm going to find that one, dude. That sounds like a difficult source to get your grubby hands on. But it's that one, footnote 32, eh? Does anyone know if they can access the Arabic text of the final statement of the Arab Peace Initiative in Al-Quds al-Arabi? Wow.
You're confused about
you
the
negotiate that.
This is no. That's a non-negotiable. That was one of the reasons why the after Camp David, after the Clinton parameters, after Tabas Summit, that was the statement left in rejection of the Clinton parameters, where they said we as negotiators will never give up the right of Arabs to return to be repatriated.
What was offered in that Arab Peace Initiative, first it was Saudi and then it became the Arab League. It said a just resolution to the Palestinian refugees,
which has always meant.
And that phrasing, no, it has not always meant that. That phrasing was specifically designed when we talk about a two-state solution and a just resolution to the refugee issue, it's not saying and the full right of return. That is considered a Palestinian compromise. Like many Palestinians are unhappy with it on the grounds that it doesn't say the full right of return. It only says
what
a
do you
just
think
resolution.
a just resolution is?
A just resolution, one in which it's understood that you would allow for a two-state situation to happen, means Israel recognizes that they drove those Palestinians out. A small symbolic number gets to return to Israel proper, and then the majority of them end up in a Palestinian state. That was the loose formula. That if you look at
That's what was offered in 2000.
That it was not what was offered in 2000.
It literally was. There was an
that was offered in 2000. That's the Clinton parameters. Why is that different? Why is that different from the Clinton parameters? I think it was 100,000, but let me see. What is this? Ex-Fatah leader says Israel agreed to absorb 200,000. Okay. But I'm pretty sure the commonly understood one is 100,000, no? I think that was what was on paper. Or said orally. Where did they talk about 100,000? Former Israeli negotiator Yossi Belin told the Times of Israel in March that the gap between Israel and Palestinians on the refugee issue was indeed large in 2008. Palestinians demanding that Israel accept 100,000. This is from 2008, though. Where is... This is Mohammed Dahlan. I think Palestinians don't really like him, do they? Well, hang on. I could be wrong here. 100,000 his friend said it. Maybe my friend said it. Taba Summit. Was it Taba? They spoke about 100,000 refugees. Oh, this Camp. Was it Camp David? In the Israeli proposal, a maximum of 100,000 refugees would be allowed to return to Israel on the basis of humanitarian considerations or family reunification. By the time you get to Ulmer in 2008, he said no refugees. He was done with that. But I thought this was the case. According to this person. Oh no, it's not. Is it not in Ben-Ami's book? Or why do I feel like I've read this a million times? Have I just imagined it? Hang on. Jeremy Pressman, 100,000 refugees. Does he mention it? Visions in Collision. Okay. 100. This guy's quite good for reading about the peace process. He's quite detailed. Oh, fuck. Okay, by the time of the Taba talks, both sides were discussing figures. Minister of Justice Yossi Belin, apparently without authorization from Barak, first suggested to a Palestinian team led by Nabil Shaath a total of 25,000 Palestinian returnees to Israel over 3 years, which he later amended to 40,000 over 5 years. The latter figure was to be over and above those Palestinians accepted under Israel's family reunification program. Oh, so it's less. The family reunification program was 10 to 15,000. Okay. The Moratinos summary mentions these figures, but states that Palestinians did not present a number. The Palestinians did, however, discuss numbers at Taba. Oh, hello, Destiny Raiders. How's it going? So they discussed numbers at Taba. The highest Palestinian figures in various information papers that were passed around was 150,000 refugees a year over a 10-year period for a total of 1.5 million. Whoa, they highballed. Okay. Moshe Amirav, chairman of Barak's team of experts on Jerusalem, said that the Palestinians suggested 150,000 to 300,000 in total. Others have mentioned 200,000, the same number of Palestinians in East Jerusalem, who would drop off the Israeli demographic roles when the Palestinians assumed control of East Jerusalem. Shaath reportedly mentioned this figure to Belin at Taba early in the talks. Shaath told Belin that the PA needed Israel to take the Palestinian refugees from Lebanon who numbered about 250,000. The Rais Arafat told me to return with a 6-digit number, Shah said to Bilin. Bilin understood this to mean 100,000. Amirov claims that Shah and the late Faisal Husseini, the Palestinian political representative in Jerusalem, told him that if Israel accepted 200,000 Palestinians, Arafat would have agreed. So it seems to be that there's an understanding between 201 and 200,000 from Taba. I don't know about Camp David, though. You're hurting your career right now, buddy. True.
International fund that Israel was going to contribute to. There was some number, I saw anywhere from 10 to 100,000. I don't know what the actual number was, but there's some number that they were going to accept as
end to the
repatriated.
occupation. That's basically what Palestinians have been asking for. And if you look at actual details of it, and I'm happy again to tweet about it afterwards, I'm happy to send you all the links that you need. That was what the Palestinian official position was.
There was no official position.
Sorry, yeah, go ahead. Let me just respond to.
This is because I think the official position on refugees was we will not give up the right. We'll never give up the right, but we're willing to be flexible, but we'll never give up the right. That's kind of how that passage was worded. So it seems to be that in the negotiations that there's a disagreement over whether or not there's like 100,000 or 200,000. But okay, yeah.
One of the things that a point that you made earlier in the form of a question that a lot of people, I've seen it out there, so I think it's worth kind of trying to answer directly. You said it can't be a genocide because they've only killed 33,000 people. If they wanted to do a full genocide, they have the capacity, they have the bombs to kill all 2 million plus people. So
it's kind of a meme argument, but
so why wouldn't
1/5 of their population, right?
Right. Why wouldn't they do it? And so one, you'd say, well, 13,000 children, far too many. But more importantly than that, you would say they've killed the number that they can sort of get away with at this point. But the goal is not killing and death. The goal is domination and the ethnic cleansing of the region, the clearing out, the thinning out of the population. And so you don't actually need to kill.
So you can say that all you want, that just wouldn't be genocide. That's not in the Genocide Convention, and South Africa. If that's the goal, then South Africa are wasting their time because none of that is in the Genocide Convention. Sorry.
2 million Palestinians, if you can drive.
Also, I will say, I don't know how likely it is that they're going to try to put settlers and shit like that back into Gaza, and that's what they're thinning out the population for. If that's what they do, like even if it's not a policy, even if settlers start going into Gaza and the government doesn't stop them, that would also be, I think, a red line for every country that supports Israel to just stop. Like, fuck that. But that's not genocide. Like, I don't know why you have to.
Hundreds of thousands of them to other countries.
Sure, if you want. I mean, if you're talking about genocide, you can have a genocide with 100 people theoretically. The number of people killed isn't important. The intention is important. But it's hard to make an argument for genocide.
Right. We're not setting aside genocide.
So sure. Well, I mean, like the attacks happen in response to.
But that would be the answer to the question: why haven't they killed more?
Yeah, I guess. But the problem is just absent any. There just isn't strong. It's the weirdest genocide ever. If you're dropping leaflets saying, hey, flee to the south, most of the military activity is going to come to the north, or hey, we're working with 52 organizations trying to open up borders and crossings to get more humanitarian aid.
Hamas is generally in the south. Why did they bomb the north?
Hamas is generally Hamas is everywhere.
No, Hamas is like military stronghold has always been the south.
I think the answer here is that they moved into the south. Israel did expect to see more Hamas infrastructure and weapons and shit. They did expect to find more in the north than they did. That's actually why they got down to the south so quickly. That is true. At least I read that in one of the articles from the New York Times. Yeah. It is true that Hamas dug themselves into the south. That's because, do you remember in the past when they said that they were going to find Sinwar in Khan Yunis, right? They said that, but he's not there. They think he's in Rafah now. He might not even be in the country. But yeah, they took out infrastructure and tunnels and all that, but that's why they didn't that's why the IDF rolled through those first cities so quickly.
Why did they go into the north?
There were literally 900 people that they
What happened to by the way, what happened to that 3-story 3D rendering of a command center that we saw under Shifa Hospital?
The one with do you mean the one where they released the footage of the massive tunnel, the bomb shelter?
There are tunnels in Gaza, but we're
not the ones that were, he doesn't think it's a tunnel that was built by Israel, does he? Because it's a different tunnel.
Where was the command center? that we're all told existed.
When you're saying command center, are you looking for like a
I'm not the one that
2001
said
Space
command
Odyssey?
center. I'm not the one that said
U.S.
command center.
intelligence has corroborated everything that Israel said, and they said they arrived at
Oh,
those.
that's nice of the U.S. intelligence.
Well, listen, if you believe Russia and Hamas instead of the United States and Israel, hold on. I can't help you. Hold on.
By the way, when they say command center, people like Ryan Grimm will just sneer at everything that is not like this. This is what they think when they say command center, underground. If it doesn't look like this, if it's just like laptops or like fucking computers and shit like that, that doesn't matter, right? Because I think Hamas can actually direct quite a bit with laptops. Like a lot of them, like it seems to be a lot of these operations they do is they find laptops, right? Even the graphic of the command center was like a room with a Hamas flag, right? Hang on, let's look at the render. Hang on, let's see. Israel Al-Shifa Command Center. I'm pretty sure that the graphic, it does seem like they found less than they showed. I'm not going to deny that. They still found weapons. They still found laptops. They still found grenades and fucking munitions and shit like that. I think this is what they said they were going to find with their graphic. But command center, these look like shitty little rusty rooms full of guns. Like they found some of this. Is this the command center? Like what? What do you mean? It's like a room with 4 laptops. They found more than 4 laptops in Al-Shifa, didn't they? In the videos. I love how people can just reinvent their memories. They're like, where's the Bond villain CSI fucking Star Trek command center? Hey, where's that? It's like, they never showed you that. They showed you a fucking room with a flag and a carpet and 4 laptops. But apparently, like, people just haven't watched the video back and they're just expecting to see this instead. Bruh.
If you want to believe, hold on, actually, wait, I'm curious. If Hamas were to make a statement about a particular thing, would you believe that more than the United States and the IDF corroborating their statements? Who would you believe more on that?
He'd probably say they're the same, wouldn't they?
I don't think you can trust either of them. That's why you have to look at
think it's equal amounts of trust?
I think, yes, that's about
equal
right.
amounts of distrust.
That's an unbelievably stupid statement.
Because
so we're believing we have the
government's
same.
generous.
Wait, hold on. I'm curious. Who do you trust then for a third-party verification?
Human rights organizations report
that re-report things from the IDF and from Hamas. You realize
they
that,
look
right?
and they do independent investigations as well, and they do comparisons.
They're independent investigators. Have you ever read how they actually come up with the numbers? They'll call a hospital and say, "What's your list of people that are dead?" And then they look at the registry and they go, "Oh, well, it seems like the names exist," and then they write it. That's it.
It's the same thing that you do with polling and population counting and stuff. You take samples and based on that you extrapolate. You can't go and investigate every single last thing that happens.
Doing sample work and all of that would be interesting. That's not what they do. If you read how these NGOs they conclude their methodology on the reports. You can read it. They'll say, this has been third-party investigated. Hamas says 10,000, but also these guys actually third-party verified. And then when you read their methodology, they say, we contacted the Gazan Health Ministry and they told us this. Like, fuck me.
What's interesting? And you know what's really interesting is that every time the human rights organizations try to go in and investigate, Hamas says we welcome a full investigation. The Israeli government tries to block human rights organizations.
They welcome a full investigation. This is when Amnesty International go down and interview people and they say some of them were kind of nervous to talk to us. Why hasn't Hamas opened any archives so that we can?
Yeah, I've seen the Amnesty reports. A lot of them are just interviews, and what was that? 22 days of death and destruction, or whatever. Yeah, there's one of those investigations where Amnesty said that. Amnesty interviews people.
And externally validate what's going on in that country.
The amount of nonsense you spew is it's incredible.
What did I just say that was nonsense?
Hamas has reported on multiple occasions that they have basically verified the credibility of the people who are talking to them, that they are talking to because they have been willing to criticize Hamas and say, we disagree with Hamas is doing, we disagree with the firing of rockets, they are brutal, they are repressive. So they talk to Palestinians who are perfectly willing to criticize Hamas for being terrible, but then they say, but it's not true that they were hiding in our house or used human shields or whatever. So that's how you know that when you compare those narratives, it's the Israeli narrative that is completely baseless.
Do you acknowledge
I have something right here.
Real quick. Do you acknowledge that Amnesty International has said that they store munitions in houses? Have you acknowledged that?
I'll tack onto that.
Houses, which is a very important difference.
This is from earlier this month, an interrogation of an Islamic Jihad fighter, and I'm genuinely curious. This is not a leading question at all. Asked by the interrogator of this Israeli interrogator of this Islamic Jihad
Israeli
fighter.
Detention?
In Israel, that's what I'm asking. Yeah, in Israeli detention.
Engages in torture.
Asks which hospitals Islamic Jihad and Hamas operate in. He says all of the hospitals.
Yeah.
Now, Omar, to Ryan's point. What's your response to that?
Yeah, I mean, just when you look at the levels of torture that happen inside Israeli detention, it's just you can't take anything at base value of what comes out of any confessions that come out from people who are being interrogated by Israel. And so that to me is completely meaningless. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I said as well. I said there's no point in bringing any of these things forward because people will just say it's torture data. Yeah.
If you put me in an Israeli interrogation center, I might also confess to whatever the hell the Israeli military wants me to confess to.
Do you acknowledge that Al Shifa Hospital was inhabited by a fuck ton of fighters a month ago when they did that massive raid?
Inhabited by a fuck ton of fighters, I think I can't verify. And
they were 900
inhabited by
arrested.
any fighters?
Yeah.
There were 900
we don't
arrested.
know.
The
I don't know
IDF
the
500.
Yeah, and there were mass
definition of a
graves
fuck ton.
near the Al Nasser hospital that were filled with people who are wearing
The
scrubs
ones where
with
people have
hands
been buried there 4 months earlier?
with their hands tied behind their back, zip tied.
No,
Can you explain to me what threat people who have
The
their
initial
hands zip
reporting
tied
by Al
posed to
Jazeera
Israel
was
to actually end up in
The original reporting from Al Jazeera, I remember this. Al Jazeera said that they had discovered new mass graves. They said they discovered them, even though they were already there. But yeah, okay, let's see.
Totally
grave mass
debunked.
grave. Can you explain to me what threat people who have
The
their
initial
hands zip
reporting
tied
by Al
posed to
Jazeera
Israel
was
to actually end up
completely and totally
in grave mass
debunked
graves?
by people that were
Debunked by who?
analyzing. Geolocator is an OSINT account on Twitter that has looked at a ton of videos. You can go and you can look through every single video.
So
of
by
people
a
that
Twitter
had to.
account is who debunked those?
Is that
You can watch the Al Jazeera videos versus the videos of people who were actually digging the graves in January, February. Hang on, where's the Reuters article? What we know about mass grave. I think I need to actually see a Reuters article, not just the geolocators, not just those guys. Let's see. Because I think Reuters. I think it's the last thing I read was that it seems likely that some of the people in those mass grave sites were added by the IDF after they were doing operations there, but people were acting like this was like a new thing. Like we just discovered this new grave. That's what I saw on. Let's see. What do we know? This is April 25th. While not defined under international law, a mass grave is a burial site containing multiple bodies, the existence of which can be important detecting possible war crimes. Palestinian authorities said a grave site discovered at Nasser Hospital, the main medical facility in central Gaza, contained nearly 400 bodies. It was uncovered after Israeli troops pulled out of the city of Khan Yunis. Reuters reporters on Monday saw emergency workers digging corpses out of the ground in the ruins of Nasser Hospital. Another gravesite was also found by Palestinian authorities in the Al-Shifa Hospital in northern Gaza, which had been targeted by an Israeli Special Forces operation. Reuters has verified footage of the digging of graves near the hospital since November. Oh, what are they saying here? All right. United Nations spokesperson Ravina Shamdasani said on Tuesday an investigation was needed to verify the number of bodies, but that clearly there have been multiple bodies discovered. Some of them have had their hands tied, which of course indicates serious violations of international human rights law and international humanitarian law, and these need to be subjected to further investigations. I saw that as well, which again is a pretty troubling sign. I think they said some bodies were found stripped as well, which would suggest abuse, torture, sexual abuse, etc. Yeah. You can't claim weapons were found at Shifa just because the IDF presented a duffel bag with AKs. There's no way to verify if they planted the weapons themselves. Okay. Is there any way of verifying whether or not they dug the tunnel themselves and then filmed it afterwards? Okay. I mean, it could be. It could be Operation Swords of Iron is like you just get all your troops, you give them a whole just bin bags full of grenades and Kalashnikovs and laptops and just be like, go into the hospital for whatever reason, because we don't like hospitals. Go in there and then just like, all right, drop the weapons, put them in there. Stick some Arabic writing on the laptops. Okay, sure. Imagine if one person, one bystander outside, like hiding, just filming an IDF guy just dragging a sack of weapons into a hospital with a camera dude following him and then like taking pictures. God, the world would end. I'd probably become a one-stayer if that happened. If that's what the IDF were doing. Holy shit, that would be so horrible. Fuck. The ICC in The Hague has an active investigation into the atrocities. Where have graves been discovered? Recent examples include... Oh, this is in Kyiv. It's a pretty short article then, isn't it? Bucha. Is it illegal to disturb a mass grave? This is just separate stories. So are they saying here, what they haven't said that much about the whole contention, haven't they? Reuters verified footage of the digging of graves near the hospital since November. That's all they're saying. It's the same as what the open source intel guys said, the geolocators. Okay.
Was that we're doing it by a Twitter account? You can look at all the videos yourself. If you don't trust the IDF, you don't trust the United States, you don't trust who do you trust? Just Hamas?
And trust human rights organizations whose job is to investigate these things.
Okay,
That's
well, I don't think any human rights organizations have said 100%. We found Al Jazeera has re-reported what Hamas.
What's the source for November? Well, the source I saw for November was that you can see videos that were uploaded by Palestinian accounts on Telegram and Twitter in December, January, February. Or was it since November? Yeah. The ones I saw were mostly January, February, where they're just digging graves and putting bodies in. And you can see the same building as the one that is next to the site that Al Jazeera is like, we've discovered a grave site. Yeah. I mentioned this on stream. It's in one of my VODs. It's in one of my segments. I think it's the segment with the Hassan debate on Piers Morgan. Also, there are a shitload of new viewers here today. Wow, like the stream, guys, and subscribe to the channel. It doesn't cost you anything. Wow, soy. Okay.
Said.
They can't say it's 100% because Israel will not let them in and they can't actually go in and investigate.
Do you think that in a current active war zone, for Al-Shifa, do you acknowledge that there was a huge 2-week fight there between the IDF and militants?
Yes, near Al-Shifa Hospital, I think there was a fight.
And Al-Shifa Hospital.
Yeah, I don't know that it was inside the hospital. Certainly, there were horror stories of what was happening inside the hospital.
Well, it was a 2-week fight. Do you think they were just fighting civilians?
There's
2 weeks?
There's a very clear, I think, disconnect here.
Yes.
That is probably a good point to but like if we want to wind down here. Stephen, you said that Palestinians fundamentally don't want peace. It sounds to me also, Omar, like you think fundamentally the Israeli government, as it is right now, does not want peace. I think we can both agree that there's civilians in the Palestinian...
This moderator is so good. She's just asking all the right questions and steering in all the right directions.
Territories and in Israel that would like to live in peace.
Can I amend just real quick? If I've said that, it's not peace.
Oh, Sky News. Okay. Israel bulldozed mass graves at Gaza hospital. Sky News analysis shows. Oh, so this does seem to have happened. Well, we did hear this. The Al Jazeera report did say that they were that they dug up some graves, apparently to look for hostages. But then that clashes with the whole idea that because people were saying that mass graves were being discovered, as in like, and when people say that, that sounds like there's an operation in a certain area, the army leaves, and then people go in and they're like, oh shit, there are like 500 people buried here. What the fuck? Did they just commit like, that sounds like they committed a massacre. Like they went there, they found people, if people are zip tied and shit like that, they just, they found people, they shot them even after they'd surrendered and then just dumped them in a hole. Like, but let's see what they say anyway. Satellite imagery, social media shows how Palestinians buried their dead in mass graves during Israel's siege of Nasser Hospital and how the IDF bulldozed these graves after it took over. Okay. Well, look at them. They've got their little geolocator symbols. Wow, cool. Israel has denied accusations that it buries Palestinians in mass grave following the discovery of more than 300 bodies in the courtyard of a Gaza Strip hospital. Karima Al-Ras went to the mass grave at Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis to look for her son, Ahmad. I lost my son 2 months ago, the 55-year-old told Sky News. I went to see his grave. The Israelis took him from his grave. I spent 2.5 months looking for him. Palestinian first responders had unearthed the bodies from the grave and laid them out on the ground covered by white sheets or blue tarpaulin. Tarpaulin? Loved your intervention the other day. Oh, thanks. Well, for 3 days, Karima searched through them. She finally found her son, recognizing him first by his wounds, a gunshot to the leg and an opening in his stomach.
Always got to show my appreciation for all you do, even when you give us shit. LOL.
Thanks for the $10, Eitan. I really appreciate the dono, even when you guys give me shit. Eh? This is my son, my instinct, my son, she said. I love Ahmad. Ahmad is my soul. The discovery of hundreds of bodies in the courtyard of Nasser Hospital prompted the Hamas-run government to accuse Israel of digging the graves to hide its crimes. The UN says it is investigating claims that some of the bodies had their hands bound and were stripped of clothing. So what are the claims? Reports. Israel says baseless and unfounded. Okay. Yeah. So we still don't know. They're investigating. Okay. On Tuesday, Israel's armed forces described the accusations as baseless and unfounded, but admitted removing bodies for inspection and returning them to their place. Analysis of satellite imagery and social media shows how dozens of bodies were interred in mass graves during Israel's weeks-long siege of the hospital, and how these graves were subsequently bulldozed while Israel occupied the complex. Dozens of bodies buried in hospital courtyard. Israel began its siege of the hospital in late January after claiming Hamas fighters were using it as a base. More than 10,000 Palestinians were sheltering there at the time, according to Gaza health officials, along with 300 staff and 450 patients. Unable to transport bodies to nearby cemeteries, hospital staff soon began burying the dead in the hospital grounds. On January 22nd, Gaza's health ministry said staff had been forced to bury 40 bodies in a mass grave in the hospital courtyard. On January 27th, the ministry said 150 had been buried there. Footage uploaded on 6th of January shows dozens of bodies buried in makeshift graves. We've seen this one, right? Or is it a slightly different angle? Yes, that's the January video. Okay. Sky News has located and verified this video, as well as other mass graves dug by Palestinians during the siege. Graves destroyed while the IDF occupied the hospital. On February 15th, Israel Defense Forces began its full-scale invasion of the hospital grounds. The footage below shows its vehicles breaching the compound walls. And look at all that stuff. What a mess, man. Soon after entering the complex, the IDF claimed to have intelligence that the bodies of Israeli hostages were being held there. On Tuesday...
But you're worth the money. BTW, it's worth looking into the makeup of Bibi's electoral win. He only won about 48% of the vote, but won because 80,000 votes got tossed because Balad and Meretz barely missed the threshold.
Thanks for the 1999. I really appreciate that, Michael Grant. Yeah, he's also, like, it's a very shaky coalition, isn't it? It's also like the fact that it's, yeah. And you get into this position where you're basically have to be kind of beholden to extremist fuckheads who only have 5 seats because that's the system, the coalition system. A very rocky democracy, eh? You could argue this was actually one of Israel's problems in the peace process. Like, because Ehud Barak had to take in those 6 Orthodox nutters into his parliament as well, because he didn't want to take in the Arab Knesset members, because he didn't trust them. Or I think it was also because he was afraid that if he brought in just left, center-left, and Arab Knesset members, and that was the whole coalition, I think he was afraid of like a right-wing backlash or some shit. But yeah, in any case, in hindsight, probably the bad decision. It's like that in the UK as well, though. You don't like people get their majority governments with like 35% of the vote in the UK. So yeah. Anyway, where are we? Soon after entering the complex, the IDF claimed to have intelligence that bodies of hostages, okay. The IDF admitted it had examined bodies of Palestinians buried in the compound to check whether any hostages were among them. The examination was carried out respectfully while maintaining the dignity of the deceased, the IDF said. Bodies examined which did not belong to Israeli hostages were returned to their place. But satellite imagery and footage uploaded to social media shows extensive damage to the sites. Bulldozer tracks were left among the graves. Footage uploaded 4 days after the IDF left Nasser Hospital shows extensive destruction at the southeastern corner of the complex, where a mass grave had been dug on 3rd of February. Destruction of the site.
هذه منطقة كانت منطقة قبور والاحتلال قام بنبش كل القبور اللي هنا.
Oh yeah, they did.
يعني أخذهم إلى مكان مجهول. لا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله.
So at the very least, they desecrated a gravesite that was already there. Anyway. In another video, similar damage is visible at the site of the hospital's other mass grave. An arm is visible, partially buried in a mound of earth. Satellite imagery confirms that the damage was caused while Israeli forces were occupying the complex between the 15th and 25th of February. Wait, did you just understand what he was saying in Arabic? Yeah, I speak all the Arabic, obviously. I didn't just guess what he was saying as he was filming desecrated graves and commentating on the desecrated graves. I didn't do that. There's no way. And got lucky. Wallahi. Anyway, the images show that extensive damage to both graveyards occurred. Okay. Footage posted online and verified by Sky News shows Israeli forces were operating bulldozers during the occupation of the hospital. Oh yeah, look at it go. A little bulldozer. And because I know Arabic, that guy speaking there is saying, look, that's a bulldozer. Am I right, Sundowner? That's Arabic for, look, there's a bulldozer. There's a bulldozer over there. These bulldozers are consistent with the track marks visible in the ruins of the graveyard. Okay. We want to rest. In recent days, many Palestinians have returned to Nasser Hospital to search for their dead. Videos recorded during the search shows that new graves have been dug since the Israelis left. This is another, yeah, so it's not like every single body there was already there before the idea. Okay. So burial sites before the takeover, this is the one here that Al Jazeera claimed to be discovering, and then there's one here that's a new one. Okay. Karima Al-Ras is now buried her son properly. I felt comfort when I saw my son and I buried him in my own hands with his siblings, she told Sky News. Goodbye, my son. Ahmad, say hello to your father and to Amal. Others were still looking for relatives, including a 14-year-old Moed Mustafa. He was searching for his mother, father, sister, and cousin after his entire family was killed in an airstrike. I came here to look for them, he told Sky News. I found only my mother. We buried her yesterday. It took me some time to recognize her. Solve this issue with the world. Solve it with the Israelis. We want a solution. We want to rest, Mustafa said. We don't want to be living like that. We want to live. There is no life. This is all for nothing. Well. So this is the grave that was in the Al Jazeera video, and this building here is the one that had the kidney research center. Because I remember looking at these maps. Something to do with kidney stuff. And this new one, I guess this is where people are claiming to have found people with bound hands, which again, I wouldn't put it past a certain unit to do that. We'd have to see. Because that would sound, if they had done that, that's a very serious crime. Very, very serious. If they've actually bound someone and then shot them afterwards, after they'd surrendered.
Nobody wants peace. That's a thing that we say in the West because we have no concept of what anybody's looking for. People want justice, right? In Ukraine, they could end the war right now for peace, but they want their territory back. They want justice.
Right,
Palestinians could say, listen, we're going to go with the whatever plan where we're broken up into 20 enclaves and have peace. They don't want peace. They feel like they've been expelled from their homelands with international support for Israel for no reason. They want justice. So to be clear, everybody wants justice.
Right,
yes.
so they don't want peace.
Yes. Well, what is the MLK quote? Like the white moderate one that everybody says, where some people prefer an uneasy peace or whatever to an uncomfortable tension or whatever. There's ways to make things peaceful, but people want more than that on both sides, and they should. I just think that
and I think tell me if you in the end agree with the point that I was making earlier, because I haven't heard a counter to it, that the way to defeat the ideology of Hamas is through peace, not through war.
Now I will sound racist. I don't want to sound racist, but there's a fundamental misunderstanding of the way that Arab states and Arab people in the Middle East view Jews and Israel. And to just assume that being nice and peaceful, as in there is a whole mythos, a whole mythology. This would have been super fascinating to listen to Finkelstein expand on if he was capable of more than insults and ad-homs. But there is a completely and totally different retelling of history from that region from the 1880s and onwards.
Rewind and watch her face? To the I sound racist part.
Tell me if you in the end agree with the point that I was making earlier, because I haven't heard a counter to it, that the way to defeat the ideology of Hamas is through peace, not through war.
Now I will sound racist. I don't want to sound racist, but there's a fundamental misunderstanding of the way that Arab...
I feel like because she's probably been the most sympathetic to Stephen throughout the entire debate, and now she's doing the thing where you're like, oh no. Did I just, is this the guy who I'm like being nice to? Oh shit.
Arab states and Arab people in the Middle East view Jews and Israel. And to just assume that being nice and peaceful, as in there is a whole mythos, a whole mythology. This would have been super fascinating to listen to Finkelstein expand on if he was capable of more than insults and ad-homs. But there is a completely and totally different retelling of history from that region from the 1880s and onwards. And as long as those histories are separate from each other, there is no reconciliation that can ever happen.
I shouldn't even take this seriously, but if Arabs are just fundamentally racist.
Hold on, wait, hold on. I mean the citizens that live in these places and like the cultures.
If the citizens that live in these places are just fundamentally racist, why is it the case that when peace is close at hand, support for Hamas and armed resistance plummets?
Because I don't think support for armed resistance was plummeting, no, because that was the whole point of the Second Intifada. It was people like Marwan Barghouti and the Tanzim and all these people saying that we want armed confrontation alongside negotiation. We believe these two should happen at once, which was a fair idea given the successes of the First Intifada. But unfortunately, with what happened in the Second Intifada, it was a total failure because it actually killed peace. It pushed Israelis to vote for Ariel Sharon, who was never going to negotiate anything. Because obviously, kids throwing stones at tanks in occupied Gaza and West Bank actually made things look quite sympathetic, even to the Israeli left. Like the Israeli left came in, I think Likud dominance, fuck me, wasn't Likud dominance like basically all the way from 77 until 92, right? Pretty much. And then it's the First Intifada that is in part gets the Israeli left to be like, actually, the way we're treating these Palestinians is actually pretty fucked. And also it pushes people like who are less, maybe not sympathetic, but are more practical, like Yitzhak Rabin, to be like, the occupation can't last forever. Not like this. Not when we've got like these riots and people pushing the IDF out with stone throw and the amount of international credibility we're losing with all that shit. Like, yeah, that actually achieved so much for them in that sense. But when you get to the Second Intifada, it's a lot less of kids throwing stones at tanks that are making the press, and it's more suicide bombings in Israeli centers, like civilian and like in crowded civilian areas, like in buses or pizza shops in the middle of the day when it's got the most people in there, or people getting stabbed to death in Jerusalem, or people having rocks or bricks dropped on their heads from above. So that's kind of different. That's kind of why there was a big miscalculation there. But I don't think there is some truth in what I think Ryan's saying. He's just saying it in a very childish way. Because the problem right now is that no amount of peaceful talk from Israel post Hamas taking over will get Hamas out. I don't think that's how it would work, unless they just negotiated in a very friendly way with the people in the West Bank. But yeah, I don't know. And then that just set an example in Gaza, and it got the Gazans to overthrow the government. But that's like, again, you're going into like childish fantasy worlds like that. Like once Hamas were actually dug in, you're kind of at the point of no return there.
I think that
if they're
people,
fundamentally just opposed,
well, I'm saying they're fundamentally, when they look at Israel and the Jewish people there, the view from a lot of Arabs is.
But why does their view change when peace gets closer? Wouldn't it be the opposite if they fundamentally just want to fight with Israelis?
It's not that they fundamentally just want to.
Wouldn't they actually be more bloodthirsty as peace approached? Yet opinion polls consistently show that support for armed resistance plummets as peace becomes more popular.
What is he saying? It plummets as peace becomes more. What's he talking about? He might be right, but let's see. Armed Palestinian. Is there polling on armed resistance from PSR in the 90s? Like 1993? Is it because they voted for the PLO after they renounced terrorism? Is that what he's talking about? Is he talking about them voting for Arafat? Because obviously, in the first Intifada, they were very much happy with armed resistance of one kind, like cold weapons mostly. But I don't know what were there. How many opinion polls were there in 1994? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Because I thought Hamas were growing in popularity, just albeit slowly throughout that period. Let me see. There's a few polls here, actually, that are over a period of decades. Are there? Is there anything about armed resistance? Oh. But do these have years on them? These are just, when the fuck are these from? 99? Let's see. 99 is probably when you're closest to a deal anyway. But I think by 99 the problem is that people's interest in the Oslo Accords was kind of people becoming disillusioned, no? Do you support the continuation of negotiations? Yes, mostly. It's actually kind of interesting question. I'm glad he asked it. Let's see. Armed struggle. When's this one from? Go back to armed struggle. Is this from, because this is usually they've collected a bunch of 99. So from 99, what did they say? Total. Okay. Keep negotiating with Israel. Strongly support. Support for armed struggle. 28 and 17%. Support.
Intifada 1 pushed Israel left. Intifada 2 pushed them right.
Wow.
Less violent resistance makes Israelis more peaceful.
Thanks for the $15, Eitan. I really appreciate that. It's very generous of you. God damn. 15. So maths, that's like what? 38, 4. It's like 45% of them supporting armed struggle. 45% in 1999. Okay. Is there any other polls on this? No, it's all from the same thing. So that's 99, as they were closer to peace than ever, arguably. Let's see. But I feel like perceptions in Palestine would have been more close to peace in 93 because people got disillusioned by the Oslo Accords by the time you reached 99. Ooh, that's hard. And obviously the tunnel riots and Baruch Goldstein. Buck. PSR support for armed resistance. I'm pretty sure it's around the same. It's like 45, 50%, right? Maybe 60 now. Armed. Support for armed struggle rises more than 60%, saying it's the best means of ending the occupation. Rises to 70% in the West Bank. So yeah, before October 7th, I think it was like 50%, I thought. Let's see, 2022. Not 59. So I guess it's not really plummeting. It's just lower. It's a bit lower. It's like 45%. Okay, or ish. Ryan.
Possible. That is the reverse of what would happen if they were fundamentally a violent,
so there's
racist
two things. So
people.
one, you said it correct earlier that even though countries have foreign peace, a lot of the Arabs in these countries still don't like Israel and still don't like the Jews. So that's one thing that even through peace, that opinion has remained consistent. You said that is true.
They are chomping at the bit to normalize with Israel.
The what?
These Arab countries are chomping at the bit to normalize
Wait,
with Israel.
close. You're going to say it. It's the leaders, right? Yes, that's true.
And in your case, also the contradiction is quite palpable.
Which is?
On the one hand, everybody in the region is just fed up with the Palestinians and they're just eager to make peace with Israel. And now it's like the problem is that the people in the region just don't like Jews. See,
well, no, it's
like which one is it?
Well, it's both.
It's both. I mean, have you ever met a fucking Lebanese Christian? Oh shit. Actually, no. I think the people do support Palestinians in general, though, right? The problem is that they don't want them in their countries. That's especially true for Lebanon, but yeah, no, I don't think a majority of Arab people, like Jordanians or even Lebanese Muslims or fucking Egyptian Muslims, I don't think they dislike Palestinians. They support the Palestinian cause, at least in verbiage, but yeah.
Both. I think that over time, yeah, sure. So one is sometimes brave leaders are the people that are needed to make progress towards peace. This might come in the form...
Towards justice or peace?
Towards justice, whatever. Towards like bilateral
you
peace.
Haven't answered that question, though.
Which?
When peace becomes closer, in the moments where there's news that a deal is getting closer.
Yes.
Support for armed resistance among Palestinians goes down.
I agree.
Okay, it goes down, a little bit lower, yeah. I feel like I never would have looked up that stat before, and I just thought I wouldn't have actually known. Anyway.
That's the reverse of what would be the case if they just fundamentally...
But that was also because the PLO were the ones who made the first move with Arafat, because it was during the first Intifada when Arafat spoke to the UN and said he was going to renounce terrorism and recognize Israel, because in that case, meanwhile, Israel had a fucking terrorist in their government. They had Yitzhak Shamir at the helm, no? Was that 88? Wait. Who was prime minister in 1988? Israel prime minister 1988. Was it Shamir? Yeah, it was Yitzhak Shamir. Yeah, the Lehi guy, the former terrorist. Yeah. So actually, Arafat made the first move there.
They hated Jews and just wanted violence and war.
We have to tease apart. When I say that they fundamentally have these opinions, I don't mean that they want to fight and go to war forever. I'm just saying that there is an Arab mythos around Jews that all of them basically believe in terms of their European transplants that have unlimited support from the West for whatever action they want to do and they don't belong there. And then there's like a different telling of historical events that have happened. That doesn't mean that peace is impossible. It doesn't mean that there's not ways to work out. We've seen peace treaties have happened. They just require very strong leadership, and sometimes those leaders even have to pay the price. So for instance, when Sadat made peace with Israel, he was assassinated because they thought he was a Western sellout. And it happened to the Israeli leader as well, who was also assassinated by a far-right Zionist for that peace deal. So peace is possible. It takes really strong, brave leadership to do it. Arafat was never that leader. You should feel that, especially coming from Kuwait.
I'm not a fan of Arafat,
but Arafat was never that leader. And Abbas isn't that leader either.
He certainly was not a rejectionist as far as.
Here's what I want to do. I want to toss to Omar for closing thoughts, and then we'll go back to you, Stephen.
Sure.
Omar.
All right. So when we talk about just set up the regional dynamic real quick, you have the region. In general, the people of the region are extremely furious at the way Israel treats Palestinians. That is the primary reason behind the hostility that exists towards Israel, is because people see day in and day out on their TV sets what is happening, unlike in the United States where you can barely see that kind of thing on mainstream media. Al Jazeera does broadcast what Israel is doing to Palestinians, and they get a very, very clear and accurate view of what Palestinians are suffering under. And so the people in the region are in solidarity with Palestinians against that brutal occupation, against their displacement, the ethnic cleansing in slow motion that happened, and in some cases not in slow motion in particular periods in Israel's history. And they see this fundamental injustice day in and day out and that level of racism, and they're enraged by it. But you also have a lot of governments in the region that are US clients. They're on the US team in the blue sense of the word. And this is uncomfortable for them. They want this conflict to end because they would rather be on better terms with Israel and the United States. They want that dynamic to end. And so they also want this conflict to end, which is why we had things like the Arab Peace Initiative. They want to see just an end to the occupation, just give the Palestinians something. Can we please like make this work? And Israel faced that with complete and total rejection over and over again, because you have the political end of this, the political spectrum within Israel right now is just completely off the charts. Yes, you have some super progressive marginal leftists in Israel. You've got the Palestinian citizens of Israel who serve in the Israeli Knesset and so on. And they have no power effectively in Israeli society. And the bulk of it ranges from the Netanyahu-Ben Gvir coalition, which is stomp Palestinians until no end, and brutalize them in the worst ways possible, and hopefully throw them out and finish the Nakba, towards the other liberal end of the spectrum in the Israeli sense, which is just maintain permanent occupation, but let it be a humane occupation. Let's just, control them and let everything be fine. And yeah, we won't give them full rights, but they can at least, have some economic activity and whatever, normalize a little bit. That's the spectrum, and that spectrum will never allow for peace to exist, because no people anywhere in the world would accept to live without the fundamental right to be free. And that's what's missing here. And because you do have a dynamic right now where peace cannot emerge in direct negotiations between Israelis and Palestinians, because yes, there's a lot of intense feelings right now, but on top of that, there's a significant imbalance of power that if you leave them, you're going to end up with a repeat of previous peace negotiations, which is Israel saying, yeah, let's negotiate, while on the ground they do whatever the hell they want. Keep entrenching the occupation, eating up more land, brutalizing Palestinians more, but saying, hey, we're negotiating. It's all a charade. And what you need right now is pressure from the outside. I don't care whether you like Palestinians or hate them, or you think they're this or that, or same with Israelis. It's besides the point. You have.
I feel like she just kind of likes fighting now, doesn't she, Brianna Wu? I feel like she probably spent some time trying to be appeasing at the beginning, but now she's just she's on full scrap mode. Bruh. Anyway.
Have a reality right now in which Palestinians are living under permanent.
Have you researched the Israel human shield accusation? Israel definitely used to use human shields as a matter of policy. Yeah, they used to, which meant they used to get civilians to, I think occasionally they got civilians to check bodies for booby trapping. More often they would get civilians to knock on doors of suspects so that they could be a more clean arrest, and that they would get them when they were more vulnerable or whatever. Which I think one person died or almost died as a result of it. Until 2016. I thought it was 2005. But we know that because the Supreme Court actually called it human shielding when they banned it. And then I think they changed it, and then it got to a voluntary thing, and then they were like, well, no one's going to volunteer to do this, so they just took it away completely. I think it still does happen, but yeah. But I think the actual policy was getting civilians to knock on the doors of suspects. Yeah.
Apartheid. Occupation and apartheid, and this particular episode in Gaza right now is a genocidal episode. As an emergency, we need to put an end to this Gaza episode, but the situation was not acceptable even before the onslaught that is unfolding in Gaza. You have a situation in which Israel denies Palestinians the right to live in their own state and denies them full rights even under the areas that Israel controls. So they're stuck forever either as subjects with no rights, and they can either take that and be happy with it, or if they try to fight back in any way, then Israel will just escalate its violence to levels that are absolutely horrific. Those are the choices that Palestinians face. And it requires external intervention. It requires the world to isolate Israel and say, this is not acceptable. This occupation cannot end. You have to end that occupation. And that means that you don't get another penny, no diplomatic relations, no embrace of Israel until there's...
I think a good question to ask there would be, okay, what if the... Yeah, let's say that the international community isolates Israel and says, end the occupation. Should they still do it even if the Palestinians on the other side say that they're not going to recognize Israel afterwards? Like, they don't recognize Israel. Like, they just end the occupation, but then the other side's just like, we're not really committing to anything. Because that wouldn't be Resolution 242, but okay.
A change in Israeli policy. And when you look at Russia and Ukraine right now, we've had a very brief episode of that, comparatively speaking, when you compare the two things. There are instances in which Ukraine, for example, I think it was December, fired a rocket at Belgrade and killed a couple of dozen Russian citizens, including 3 children. If in response to that, the United States said, Putin has the right to defend himself and we're going to give him unlimited arms to fight against Ukraine, everybody would just laugh at you instantly. You would be laughed out of the room because that's such a ridiculous thing to say. So pointing at Hamas violence and saying that the response is we give Israel unlimited weapons to defend themselves, when the broader context is Israel is invading and occupying Palestinians and robbing them of their basic rights and brutalizing them and killing them and imprisoning them and torturing them, that in this context, you're going to refer to Israel's right to self-defense is a joke. A home intruder who breaks into somebody's home.
This is, what are these interfaces? You don't need a complex intelligence apparatus to figure out that trapping 2 million Palestinians in open-air prison / firing range without clean water for years on end is not a sustainable status quo. Is that really that controversial? I don't even fucking, whatever. It's not exactly like he's celebrating. It's just silly. Okay.
With a gun does not get to claim self-defense when they're inside that house if the people inside that house get to fight back. Palestinians are fighting for their land that Israel is not entitled to taking. Israel does not belong there. And it's time to isolate Israel until that occupation comes to an end. And that's the only path in which we're going to see Israel moderate.
You're saying the PLO voted that they would modify the charter, but didn't actually do so. Maybe I thought they not only changed it, but they also reaffirmed their change of it when the president was visiting. But yeah.
The reason why sentiments in Israel are so extreme is because the U.S. has provided complete and total impunity for Israel. Nobody can ever hold Israel accountable for anything they've done because the U.S. ensures that that accountability cannot happen. And that's precisely why we've seen the Israeli spectrum move to an extreme. And in response to that brutal extreme that is imposed on top of Palestinians, you're seeing more extreme views also occurring among Palestinians. The corrective is incredibly obvious and is impossible to miss if you're being intellectually honest and understand what's actually unfolding.
Yeah, so your last word, wouldn't cutting off U.S. military aid and blanket unconditional political support push Israel toward a compromise?
I don't think we have blanket unconditional support for Israel. I think if they were to do certain things, I think they would lose. They'd lose internal support pretty quickly. A lot of the people that you like to quote, Haratz or B'Tselem, are literally hosted in Israel. These are Israeli organizations. Just one thing before my final statement. Do you think that October 7th was justified, the attack? And do you think civilians were targeted on that day?
I mean, if you separate it out, the part where they attacked Israeli military could be construed as an act of resistance, sure, but the part where they attacked civilians is completely unjustifiable. Of course, they attacked civilians. Of course, that's completely indefensible. So I think that's pretty straightforward.
Okay. I think that the big issue when this conflict is talked about is that it feels like people only ever want to tell one side of the story, that we can't have a conversation on why does the blockade exist? We can't have a conversation on what does Hamas do to induce civilian death, because Hamas wants civilians to die in Palestine more than Israelis do. Why can't we have a conversation about why?
I know you're going to get the last word. Do you mind if I interject on this point?
Interject all you want. Go ahead.
Human rights organizations have also, by the way, it was officially Israeli policy to use Palestinian civilians as human shields. They've done it in the West Bank for many years.
They've been arguing they have the legal right to do.
Yeah, they were arguing for it. The Israeli Supreme Court banned it. I mean, do it.
Israeli Supreme, crazy.
Yeah, hang on. I'm giving some context. I think hear me out. This is a thought that I'm going to piece together that I think will be useful for you to think about a little bit.
Sure.
It was official policy. There was a case in which a Palestinian got killed because they do home raids in which the first person knocking on the door is the Palestinian.
Here's what I said.
The Israelis like standing behind them with the guns to try to get somebody to come out and cooperate and whatever, and they don't want to be shot at. And when the Israeli Supreme Court tried to ban it, the Israeli military establishment was furious. Said this is a really important.
They said they were going to change it to a voluntary thing, and then people were like, "How the fuck can you volunteer?" And then the court was like, "No."
Method of combat. It protects the soldiers' lives. You can't ban it. And Israel basically disregarded what the military establishment said. It was Shaul Mofaz, who was the defense minister at Israel at the time all of this was happening. I think it was in 2005. And even though the Supreme Court officially banned it, human rights organizations keep catching Israel engaging in acts of holding Palestinians as human shields. In Gaza and the West Bank,
last couple weeks.
Yes, it happened, and you see it like there's footage sometimes of holding a Palestinian with a gun over his shoulder.
That doesn't even make sense. Hamas
hang on,
kill them.
Well, hang on, which is the point. You're making my point. Yes, very quickly. If the Israeli military thinks holding Palestinian civilians in front of them when they're fighting with Hamas saves the Israeli soldiers' lives, it tells you that they don't believe their own lies about Hamas wanting Palestinian civilians to die, because it would not be useful if that's what they believe. So you're actually making my point.
When the IDF was using those human shields, how many Muslims were killed? How many Palestinians were killed when they were?
This is the last question.
I think there was one incident of somebody getting killed.
Correct.
Yes. You know why?
Okay, so that's where
because you know why? Because Palestinians don't want to shoot their own people. That's
so
why.
it's interesting. So the IDF's idea behind that was when they were engaged in this, when they were clearing out houses, the idea is that if a bunch of IDF soldiers show up and start banging on your door, it's going to lead to some sort of armed conflict. So what the IDF started to do is when they were approaching houses what the IDF started to do when they were approaching houses, if there were people in the neighborhood, if there were people walking by, they would say like, hey, do you want to walk up and do you want to knock on this door and talk to this guy? Because if you go
saying do you want to makes you sound like it was voluntary. But even the people in the Supreme Court case said it wasn't voluntary, and the soldier said you couldn't really call it voluntary.
When you talk
with a gun to their head.
No, not with a gun to their head. That's not how.
Hey, do you want to hand me your wallet?
There's a reason why. Yeah, you can laugh, but this is the conflict. Because you laugh now, more people probably die because that policy is gone, because the way that you phrase it is, oh, they held a gun to their head because it was a human shield, which I think did happen one time. But there's a reason why when you talk about the policy, only one person ever died doing it. It's because it was considered a safer way to bring people out of the home in order to have, like, you have an actual Palestinian go knock on the door rather than the idea of is banging the door.
Defending the use of human shield.
But I'm just saying, that's not a human shield. That's not a human shield. A human shield is when you...
It's a human who is shielding the other people.
No, it was to shield... The IDF doesn't need shields from the Palestinians of the West Bank.
So the Israeli military thinks it's human shields, but you don't.
The Supreme Court ruled against it because they felt like the ability for them to truly consent, the Palestinians to truly consent to knocking on a door was compromised.
First it was non-consensual. Eventually Israel said, okay, fine, we'll do only voluntary.
Let me say, Stephen, I want to give you time. Because Omar got a good chunk of time to give final thoughts, so I want to make sure that you get this.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, so there's just a refusal on one side, well, really on both sides. We don't have any crazy ultra-Zionists here, except I guess maybe me. But generally, there's a refusal on both sides to acknowledge the truths of the other side. With the blockade, the reason why the blockade exists is because Israel is evil. Hamas doesn't actually do anything to induce civilians to be killed. Israeli people, Jewish people, don't have any reasonable fears of Hamas. That's why earlier when I asked if Hamas was in charge of Israel and if the Jews lived in the Gaza Strip, do we think the treatment would be the same or worse or better? And we couldn't even get an answer there, because the obvious answer is Hamas would probably engage in a genocidal campaign to kill an actual genocidal campaign, not one where the people are on the verge of starvation for 25 years while the population increases fivefold. Okay, so this refusal to acknowledge like basic facts of history.
I feel like you could just use a simple stat for that. Like, think about how many people Hamas killed in one day. Because Hamas, October 7th, they go into the kibbutzim and they go into the festival and the 2 military bases or 3 military bases. They're fighting, and then the IDF comes in, and I think within 12 hours, most of those 700 or 800 civilian deaths are done. Because then it's the next 4 days of Hamas fighting sparsely with the IDF until they're pushed over the border. That's what I thought. So it seems to be that Hamas, with their limited military capability and infrastructure, and with an IDF coming very quickly to the rescue, they were able to kill like more civilians in one day, or more people in one day, than the IDF have done in any single day, really. Like 1,200 people. Like that's their daily death rate. As soon as they had the opportunity, even though it was a limited opportunity, they killed like 1,200 people in one day. Actually, I wonder if you do the stats, because 6 months is 180 days ish. So if you're calculating that, let's say it was all in one day. $216,000 dead. What if it was over 5 days? Or how long were did October 7th actually last? How long were Hamas fighters in Israel? I think it was 4 or 5 days? Shit. I need the October 7th timeline. Maybe the best thing for that actually would be Wikipedia. They would probably have the timeline. I mean, Israel-Hamas war, please. Timeline of the initial attacks. 7th of October. 8th of October, state of war, Yom Kippur, evacuations of residents. West Bank. Okay. They killed Palestinian during confrontations This is West Bank again. What's happening in Israel right now? Hang on. Maybe did this all? It didn't all happen in one day, did it? Okay, let's see. Sirens, Al-Aqsa flood. Are they just saying it all happened in one day? How long? But I thought people were still over the border, or was this just like very sparse fighting after that? Because I know most of the killing happened in the first day, but like everyone who died at the Supernova Festival was killed on the day, 364. They confirmed Hamas had entered southern Israel. They asked people in Sderot to remain indoors. Sirens, declared state of war, counteroffensive, and 8:34, so 2 hours later. The IAF starts attacking Gaza 4 hours later. Netanyahu speaks. Operations to relieve cities in southern Israel as the number of rockets is 1,200. United States. State of war begun. Evacuation of residents, lockdown imposed in the West Bank. This is all West Bank stuff. Total blockade, the Yoav Gallant crazy fucking quote. Controlling people's calorie intake is totally not genocidal behavior. Yeah, you should look at first of all, that policy was never put into place. Second of all, go look at the Red Lines document and look at how much calories they expected for each person. Is it 3,000 for boys between the age of 12 and 18? 3,000 calories a day? Jesus, like fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger and shit. Okay, anyway. Where are we looking at here? How long? Are they not going to talk about what the border conflict was like? This is all West Bank again. Hezbollah took responsibility for attacks against IDF forces. Yeah, it seems like pretty much all these 1,200 deaths happened on the first day then. Anyway. Yeah, well. Let's see. Gaza red line document full calories. I think you can get the full document quite easily, I think. Let me see. Red Lines presentation. This is the one that people said was interpreted as putting Gazans on a diet, that quote. And I don't think it was ever put into place. I don't think it was ever implemented. But if you look at their calories, their daily calorie intake, male 15 to 18, 3,000 calories a day. This was the genocidal calorie campaign, apparently. Anyway, fuck it.
Or the fact that the complication is, or the conflict itself is really complicated. This goes back decades in terms of how people are disagreeing over who owns what piece of land, or who has a right to live in what place, or whether or not they're living under apartheid, or what a final solution should look like. The fact that people are incapable of acknowledging both parts of the sides of this conflict makes it so that when people are encouraging their particular side, there will never be a resolution. If you are a Palestinian and you believe that today you are being subjected to genocide and apartheid, why in the fuck would you ever negotiate with Israel for an end thing? And I think both of you said to yourselves, the international community needs to step in and solve this problem. And as long as Palestinians think that, there's never going to be a drive there to actually reach any lasting solution. Because why would you?
Did he say final solution? Oh no, you're never supposed to. You're supposed to say final settlement. You train yourself to say final settlement. Final solution. Uh-oh.
We're being genocided. We're being apartheided. We live in open-air prisons and concentration camps. We're not going to figure the problem out. Somebody's going to come save us. And as long as that is the mentality that is given to the Palestinian people, they will continue to fight.
Thomas Evans, I have the $2. Hello. DGG, show some fucking love and drop a JDAM on that like button. True, you should do that. It's a really good idea.
They should keep negotiating with their oppressors.
Or they could, where are all of the, and this is funny too, you can see so many maps.
All right, a minute.
Yeah, you can see so many maps that are published from negotiations between Palestinian negotiators and Israeli negotiators. All of them are from the Israeli side. There has never been a deal on the table where Palestinians said,
Jesus Christ. Nikita Khrushchev slamming the desk. J-damming the desk. Is he going to say the N-word? He's got like a minute left.
There has never been a deal on the table where Palestinians said, this is what we want, and then Israel didn't accept. It's never been the case that that was it.
They
the
recognized
negotiators
Israel.
have been horrible. Kushner's talked about Abbas.
They recognize Israel. I don't know what more you want.
Every single person
They've
has talked
recognized
about
Israel.
Arafat, about Abbas. The negotiations just can never be made because there is no negotiating on the Palestinian side, and that's what we see today internationally.
There's another circle. You see that?
Negotiations just can never be made because there is no negotiating on the Palestinian side, and that's what we see today internationally. Yeah, that's just an encouragement to keep fighting and fighting and fighting until eventually you're one state from river to sea.
So we started this by saying we were not going to solve the problem, and I think that proved to be correct.
Yeah, that was a lot.
We did not solve the problem, but what we did say we wanted to do was bring some more clarity about the contrast on both sides. And I do think, Ryan, that we saw a lot of contrast and a lot more clarity in the contrast just by fleshing some of this out. So sincerely, sincerely want to thank both of you because this is not always an easy thing to do, and we all are still here.
Pasta, thanks for the 20 Swedish. I really appreciate that. This is
So, on that note, Ryan, any final thoughts?
No final thoughts. I'll just leave it at that because if I say anything, it's just going to keep the hornet's nest right back up, and we've all got things we got to do, right?
That's right. So breakingpoints.com to subscribe. We will be here, remember now, on Fridays in addition to Wednesdays. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Omar.
Hey, guys, if you like that video, go to Breaking.
This person was the absolute winner here, right? She... She's a professional, you can tell. She was in full control. Oh. Anyway. Well done, guys. Well done. Good show. So now is there Twitter fighting? Is that what's happening? Oh. I don't know. The only Twitter fights I've got going on right now are what? Like people saying I'm wrong about MLK but not telling me why, obviously. Okay, whatever. We need better contenders. It seems like the Borelli debate has ended. What's this? People are laughing because it's ridiculous. There's no evidence of this happening, and it's just pure speculation on behalf of you. Oh, is this the sugar rocket cookie thing? Okay. This is apparently a Syrian rocket man putting sugar in bombs.
With the precision of a master chef, Sheikh Omar adjusts the flame. In the pan, table sugar and a chemical compound bought locally that we've agreed not to name.
Yummy. Yummy bomb.
It's almost ready, he says, as the color darkens. Sheikh Omar, who doesn't want his face shown, has decades of experience in the art of war. He says he fought with the Palestinians and was detained twice by the Israelis in the 1980s. But they had more mercy than the Assad regime, he added.
Oh no. Uh-oh. Bad news for Hezbollah. Uh-oh.
Bitterly. Now he's using his training in weapons design that he got in Libya.
This amount, combined with another substance, is what he uses to make a single grenade. When it comes to making the propellants for a rocket, it's around 20 times this amount, and 2 more substances are included.
Gosh.
Sheikh Omar now works alone after his assistant was killed while they were experimenting. He's designed crude but effective grenades, and his biggest accomplishment, a sleek-looking rocket which he claims has a range of 12 kilometers.
God.
Much of what Sheikh Omar uses comes from
Look
unexploded
at it.
ordnance
It's a little fucking...
like this fired by government forces, and clearly marked on this rocket, made in Russia.
When he first started, Sheikh Omar tells us he would modify unexploded rockets. From here to here, for example, it's our adjustment, as are the fins, he says. We'd shoot one and it would
What's
just go
12 kilometers in miles? Like 8 or 9? 7.5.
3 kilometers, or it would turn back around in our direction. Now he designs from scratch,
Let him go.
mixing a
Okay.
substance he won't reveal, but that is imported from outside with the explosive he extracts from the government's artillery. He may be the master bomb maker, but Sheikh Omar says
I wonder how his assistant died. What? In these highly dodgy experiments with explosive materials.
a man of peace. He wants to see a democratic Syria
How embarrassing.
that reflects this nation's rich diversity. And he believes that
Oh.
after the Assad regime falls, there will be another revolution to purge this one of extremists and opportunists.
Oh, he's a democracy guy. He's a pluralist Democrat. Oh. 11 years. I hope he's okay. He's
Are we-
probably dead, but I hope he's not.
Damon
We can
CNN,
hope.
Aleppo province.
Have you seen how resourceful people have been in the Syrian civil war? All right, I need to go to the bathroom, and I'm going to show you just how resourceful people are in the Syrian war. Hang on. Show the stop. All right, hang on 1 second. Don't spoil it. Okay. Yeah, this is Syrian civil war. When they were using a 19th century cannon. They've modified it because I don't think it was originally built attached to this truck. They didn't have trucks in the 19th century, you see, but it is basically still as intended. Look what it does. It's pretty effective. They don't make them like they used to, guys. Remember, the poop goes into the cannon. Yeah. Look at it. Syrian JDAM. The fuck, man. That's bizarre, isn't it? It's just mind-boggling. Mind-bending. Okay, gotta read some donos. Have I missed any? Subs. IJII Productions, thanks for the $5. Do they call you Loner Box because there's only one of you? I hope so. Thanks for the $2, Thomas Evans. Hello to yourself. And past that, thanks to the 20 Swedish. Hello. And Avishai Ozeri, thanks to the tier 2 sub. That's really generous of you. Thank you guys. Wow. Yeah, I think that's pretty much all we've done all the other ones already. Would you do another debate with Vosh about whether or not this is a genocide? I mean, we can if he wants to, but I don't know if I don't think he wants to. I honestly think whether or not it's a genocide is probably the most useless debate you can have on the whole situation anyway, but I mean, I'll do it. Mehdi Hassan is commenting on this. Omar patiently lays out the history of the Gaza blockade, what items cookies are banned by Israel, why it's illegal under international law. I thought the UN was split. I thought there was the Palmer report, which said the naval blockade was legal, but then other people dissented and said it wasn't, and other hearings said it wasn't, or that it was illegal. Anyway, to which Bargain Basement Ben Shapiro responds, he's saying the blockade exists because Jews are evil. Hassan is cooking D right now. Uh-oh. What's he doing? Let's go. Team Piker. Spiker. Oh, he's just watching the same debate. I don't care. Oh, no. At least it was better than the Finkelstein one, to be fair. It was more substantive than the Finkelstein one.
No, it wasn't Ariel Sharon. It was Yitzhak Rabin.
Broken Bones.
The architect of the peace negotiations, or the starter of the peace process specifically, who was literally assassinated for that crime. He was in charge of interior security at the time and said, break their bones, to which they were talking about children. They were breaking children's hands. Thousands of children's hands were broken deliberately so that they would no longer be able to throw rocks.
The only time I've ever seen someone saying that the policy was targeted at specifically children was from Mearsheimer. I've never seen the idea that it was specifically children that they were talking about. It seemed to be that they used those riot sticks on everyone. Anyway, some people did get beaten to death. Yeah, for sure.
He's doing it in a very weird way that's like, once again, both considering Palestinians as monolithic in their interest and also...
okay, he seems quite chill today. That's cute. All right. Because Mearsheimer is so trustworthy. He's not. I think it was a TV interview where Rabin spoke about breaking bones. I don't know. Well, in any case, most of the stone throwers were under 18. I think like 60% of people throwing stones were under 18. UK. England had council elections today, guys. Isn't that exciting? England, council elections. Look at the Conservatives. Look how many cunting seats they lost. It's not untoward to lose seats when you're in government in the council, because council is like protest votes, people voting for smaller parties like the Greens. Labour gained 204. Look at this difference now, though. There were 500 seats. Look at these swings. I don't think swings are supposed to be like this. 77 to 18. El Skibbity Tories. Look at them go, man. They're getting absolutely mogged. I wonder what YouGov's going to be like after this for the UK. The Conservatives are, I think the last poll I saw from YouGov, the Conservatives were, oh, London Assembly hasn't come through yet. Galloway has been running victory laps. Yeah, because he's a fucking retard. Reform got 2 seats. Gain. Well, they gained 2 seats. Greens are doing well. Labour doing very well. Conservatives, they gained in a couple of cities. Newcastle, interesting. Southampton, Gosport, Brentwood. Wow. What is the Westminster voting intention from 30th of April to Conservatives at 18%, bro? 18 shitting percent. The Conservative and Unionist Party of the United Kingdom. 3 points ahead of Reform UK. Even combined, though, they have what? 33%. They're still 10 points. Even combined, they're 10 points behind Labour. Combined is quite scary because they might actually have a cohesive right-wing position, but gosh. Fucking Keith. The Keir train. The Keith Starmer pain train is caught. Who? It's unbelievable. Why? What does he stand for? Does anyone know? I don't. The Stormtroopers unite. I suppose so. Did you see the Bastani tweet about police and crime commissioners? Nope. Imagine thinking DIY bombs are a real threat to a country that have the support of imperial and colonial superpowers. So when you're not living in a fucking video game abstract bullshit world, yeah, even a force with bad weapons can still hurt your civilians, as they did. Yeah. Your job as a country is not to just stop the country from being completely obliterated. It's also to defend your civilians. And if those rockets threaten your civilians, or if they even psychologically harm your civilians, then yeah, you're supposed to defend yourselves against them. Yeah, you can't just shoot rockets at a different country and expect to get away with it. I don't know, what the fuck are you talking about? What the actual shit? What the cock are you talking about? I feel like you guys just really, some of you guys just actually think it should be okay for, you know, the Mountain from Game of Thrones. It should be okay for a little cuck like me to go up to him and just keep on slapping him around because at the end of the day, I can't kill him, you know? And he should just take it. He should just sit there and be like, well, you know, I'm more powerful and colonizer. Right. I love that I can easily outsmart 2K people in this stream just with my elementary education. Get wrecked. That's a good strategy. Yeah, that's actually quite good, you know, just make a dumb point, get caught out on it, and then just say you won anyway. Wait, isn't that the Hamas strategy? Didn't they say that they're winning this war right now? Hang on. This is, yeah, you've learned from the best. Where's the guy on the throne?
You could say.
Yeah, this is you.
And you did it anyway. So what do you think? Do you advise me to continue as a slave? It's a right which has been granted for us who are living under occupation. That the time the diplomacy and politics fail, it's a right of those people who are living under occupation to defend themselves with all means. The victory has to be snatched, especially when you are facing such extremist, murderous, criminal leadership of your enemy. But you haven't snatched victory. We have. You snatched. We have defeated the killing of 30,000 people. No, we did
He
not.
says with fucking, oh God, I feel so, I just feel so bad for like people in fucking Gaza and shit. Like, because imagine being in Gaza, like, and Rafah, the last fucking, and this is what your leadership is saying. Fuck me. This is you. Yeah, who is it? I can't remember your fucking name. That's how important you are to me. Where are you? Did they get banned? Oh, whatever. That person in chat, this is them. As they're down to 4 battalions in the last city. Yeah.
Kill them. If they have killed them, and the West have participated in that with their silence, and the American, they have supported Israel by not applying enough pressure but this to is not stop a victory, the genocide. You said this is the victory. The victory that, yes, the hegemony of Israel is no more over.
Fuck me, man. Well. Who is this YouTuber? Sleepster with the check mark. Who are you? Who the fuck is that? Who's this? Someone who makes anime in Paint. Attack on Titan. Copyright. Cool. So cool. Hey, welcome to the stream. Wow. An esteemed guest. I copyright strike you now, thanks. No problem. 2.2k, is this the new record? No, we had 2.2k viewers before, even without the raid. We've done that before. The record was probably a bit earlier when it was 4,000. Anyway. I decided, you guys, I'm going to do my Israel-Palestine history stuff off stream, I think, because collecting those notes with you guys watching me is a pain in the ass. When did you get 4,000? Earlier today, at the beginning of the raid, it was 4,000. 2,000 left, and I guess 1,000 of the raiders stayed. No. I mean, I can do some of it on stream, but right now, no, I'm tired. Fuck you. Opinions on Netanyahu's post-war plan. Sounds cringe. Sounds like post-war, his first plan should be to resign and probably kill himself in a video game. Is that unreasonable? Is it? Is that unreasonable? In hardcore WoW, obviously. Run into a bunch of murlocs. Anyway. He's stepping down and Finkelstein's taking over. Finkelstein's positions on solutions to Israel-Palestine are actually more sane than Netanyahu's, believe it or not. The way he presents them can be a bit kooky, but...
Well, I suggest the CNN and maybe some of my colleagues here maybe take your cameras just for a moment off of Columbia and off of UCLA. Maybe go to Gaza and take your camera and show us the emaciated children who are dying of malnutrition because of Netanyahu's policies. Show us the kids who have lost their arms and their legs. Show us the suffering that is going on.
What a guy. Why did someone clip it mid-word? What a disgusting fucking thing to do. Okay. How to make sugar rockets 4 years ago.
Hey everybody, I'm Ethan Allredden. In today's video, I am going to be showing you how to make sugar rockets.
Whoa.
I'm also going to be showing you how they work and why we build them this way, so stick around, you don't want to miss this.
That music.
So why build a sugar rocket?
Why?
Well, I'll give you two good reasons. The first one being money.
Apartheid. Oh no.
Hobby rocketry motors can range from a couple dollars all the way up to about $25 per launch. This single D12 motor costs about $7. So yeah, that can get expensive. A far more powerful sugar rocket can be made for under $1. Reason number two for building sugar rockets is it's extremely fun and rewarding. To be able to create something from scratch that launches 2,000 feet in the air, that's pretty satisfying. And this is how you do it.
Okay.
To begin this project, you are going to want a 3/4 inch PVC pipe measuring exactly 5 inches in length. To create the mixture of rocket fuel, we are going to be using Spectracide stump remover. We are going to be measuring out 3 ounces
Stump remover.
This particular stump remover is almost 100% potassium nitrate, which just so happens to be a perfect oxidizer for sugar rockets. The potassium nitrate right out of the bottle is kind of clumpy. It's almost like a fine salt, but we need it to be a powder. So we are going to put it in the blender and blend it up. Next, we will need powdered sugar. We will be measuring out 1 ounce of powdered sugar. Next, mix the potassium nitrate and powdered sugar together using a container. Shake it vigorously for about 20 seconds to make sure that it's mixed well. The more thoroughly mixed, the more effective the rocket fuel will be.
Okay.
Fun fact, potassium nitrate contains nearly 50% oxygen molecules by mass.
Jesus.
That is a ton of oxygen, which is why it is one of the most popular ingredients for pyrotechnics and other types of explosives. And just a refresher, fuel needs oxygen to burn. Sugar being the fuel and potassium nitrate supplying the oxygen for the fuel, this creates a rapid burn which creates the liftoff of a sugar rocket. The next thing you'll need is some bentonite clay, which you can find in a cheap bag of kitty litter. The bentonite clay in kitty litter is in large grains, and we will need to turn it into powder using the blender as well.
Okay.
The next thing we'll need is a 3/4 inch diameter ramrod, which we will also use as a template to compress the powders into the PVC casing. The markings should be like so: 1 1/4 inch, 4 1/4 inches, and 5 inches. Now some people like to use wooden dowels for this. I prefer to use a 3/4 inch bolt with the thread side cut off, leaving you with just a nice round shaft. The reason I chose to use the bolt over the dowel is because when you compress with the dowel, it ends up splitting and it just doesn't hold.
Someone said Destiny's debating Myron on Israel-Palestine tonight. Is that what they're doing? I heard they were going to talk. That would, if they're talking about that, or is it going to be about Fresh's fucking baby bait or whatever? I don't know.
Hold up as well as the bolt. Also, the bolt gives a lot more weight and compression onto your powders. So with powders being more compressed, I feel like you get a little bit better engine. Now, using a funnel, we will pour a little bit of bentonite clay down into the PVC pipe. Using our template and a mallet, we will compress the clay and continue to add clay until we reach our 4 1/4 inch mark. Next, we will add our rocket fuel. Begin adding and compressing your rocket fuel until you reach your 1 1/4 inch mark. Once compressed, add another...
God, imagine going to all this effort for something that's just going to get taken by the Iron Dome or is going to miss or land in a field. Oh, it's that Suleiman guy. Oh, I know him. He's a Twitter user. That'll be fun. Do you think that, like, is this worth it? What's the point?
3/4 of an inch of bentonite clay. The clay is acting as a plug on both sides of the rocket fuel. So the more highly compressed the clay, the better the plug. Next, using a 7/32 drill bit, we are going to drill a hole 3 3/4 to 4 inches deep, directly through the center of the bottom of the rocket engine. It's the safest to use your hand to do this, but I like to use a drill on low setting and without creating too much friction. If you're going to use a power drill, you want to drill really slowly and create as little friction as possible. Otherwise, it is possible for you to create enough friction to ignite the rocket fuel.
Oh shit. That's an important point.
And that's it, your very own sugar rocket motor. So you might be wondering, how powerful is this rocket engine? Using these dimensions and measurements, this rocket engine is designed to be the equivalent of an F-class motor. This is about as big as you can go without needing a high-powered rockets permit or license. That being said, even though these are legal to make, they are illegal to transport. So I guess that you are supposed to build them where you're launching them and not at home, and then go driving off into the boonies to shoot them off. So you might be wondering why we drill a hole all the way through the rocket engine and not just through the nozzle and then light it from.
Lunderbox, you're on Team Israel now, right? If you see it as you can only be Team Israel or Team Palestine, I have no time for this fucking which team are you on bullshit. I've said from the very beginning, I think Israelis deserve their security and not to have rockets going over their heads. I think Palestinians deserve a state and a just resolution for refugees and fucking sovereignty in a state. Simple. Okay? Where I stand on disinformation or the way that history is told or the whatever the fuck else, or the fact that how I feel about activists on either side or whatever, that's irrelevant, all right? Like, fuck. I'm Team Box.
From there. The reason we hollow out the rocket fuel is because it gives way more surface area than just the flat bottom. The more surface area you have burning at a time, the more thrust that motor will produce. If you only have 3/4 of an inch diameter, you only have 0.44 inches burning really slow all the way through your rocket. So it would last long, but not give very much thrust.
Join Team Jordan. I mean, it's not my fault that on, at least in this space, in the online space, and apparently in these university campuses as well, the people who identify as pro-Palestine decided to make themselves the most fucking cringe, insane, disinformation fucking horseshit merchants. That me contradicting some of what they say turns you into pro-Israel. I'm sorry that they did that to the Overton window, but I'm still very much in support of Palestinian rights and emancipation and the statehood and refugee rights and all that. So, you know, still kind of in the same place on that. Not really going to change my mind on that because some fucking students are retarded, right? Yeah.
Not to mention you probably burn out through the side of the PVC pipe within just a few seconds. By hollowing a core out through the engine, just to begin.
It's ironic. Even though I don't agree with everything in this statement, actually, I think I'm probably more to the left of some of the things that are said in this tweet. I think it's really good. You should go look at it. It's a very good short essay, short story.
You are creating 1.96 inches of surface area, which is 4 times as much as if you were just flat. You're now burning from the inside out. As it takes off, it creates a lot more thrust because its surface area is getting a lot bigger really fast. And by the time it goes from 7/32 diameter to 3/4, it is now going from under 2 inches to over 7 inches of surface area. That is almost 17 times more surface area burning at a time than if you were just burning from a flat surface going upward.
What's this you support? Two-state? Yeah, for now. Yeah, seems to be two-state. If there ever comes a world where improved relations can result in a more soft border and Israelis and Palestinians want to share more space with each other and they decide that the borders are becoming more meaningless and they want to start exploring a one state, or if the settlements they decide it's not worth moving them and all that shit, then yeah, I would move to one state as soon as both sides want it, or even if just Palestinians wanted it. If they wanted one state with equality, yeah, sure, fucking go for it. Make your case. But right now, it seems like those two groups do not want to live together. So it's either you get rid of one or you do two states. Seems to be the case.
So yeah, if it wasn't hollowed out, it would just burn too slow to create enough thrust to launch, and it would just burn up the PVC pipe really fast. So that's why I would do it this way. All right, so I hope you learned something about sugar rocket motors. Let's go outside and launch these.
Okay, guys. They are pretty effective, aren't they? Look at that. You could do all that with just that wee bit of sugar. Other things. Hey.
You learned something new if
Okay, what a guy. Can you separate the sugar from the baked cookies? Well, couldn't you just blend the cookie and just put it all in? Doesn't matter if there's other shit there, does it? Yes, you can. How? What do? I know you can separate shit from crisps by using a Bunsen burner, because I did that in school. But I don't. Now I want a cookie. Yeah, the shops are closed. I want a cookie. I wonder if there's any deliveries open. I always talk about ordering food, but I never actually do. Maybe I should today. Humanitarian aid. I mean, Deliveroo. I mean, I don't know if you could get cookies from fucking Five Guys or some shit. Probably Pizza Hut would do it. Nah. It's just excessive. Don't need it. Airdrops. Do you think Sundowner will come and do an airdrop from Jordan? Shakes and bakes. Shakes and cakes. That's open. Is it? What the fuck? All right. Well. Yeah. Dwayne, thanks for the $5. Humanitarian aid cookie dollars. Oh, that's so kind of you. Wow. So Ugh. Okay. How's the weather? I'm flying to Edinburgh in a few hours. It's been nice. It's been quite sunny the last couple of days. Up here, anyway. I'm not in Edinburgh, but... It's kind of weird. You have an anti-fascist poster behind you, and yet you banned that chatter for speaking his mind. Kind of inconsistent. That's neoliberals for you. What? It's funny that you're pro-immigration, yet you kicked out that annoying screaming guy from your house. Interesting. Jesus Christ. Oh, well. I thought neoliberal used to mean like Thatcher and Reagan. Are neoliberals just social democrats now? And they say that because social democrat sounds nicer. Neoliberal sounds more mean, so you get to attach more baggage to it. I thought they were... Last night for you apes. Yeah. I thought Thatcher was a neoliberal. Or like Blair and shit. Not Social Democrats. Anyway, fucking stupid. Terminology wankers. Have you looked at UK local elections? Yep, looks pretty bad for the guys. For the Conservatives. I mean, the neoliberals. I don't even fucking know. What if I'm a neo-soc-dem? Is that okay? Neo-social democrat? Why not? Big deal, eh? All right, fuck that waste of time. All right, fucking apartheid. All right, guys, have a good evening, okay? I'm not going to bother sending you off or anything, okay? Just, I need to eat and vibe. All right. You don't have to display your stupidity. I know you don't, but you did anyway, so that's what it is. Take care, guys. Good one. Love you. Bye.